Alright, hello everyone. How's it going, Jack? Is the funny K lady okay? No, but yes, but also no. Schrodinger's K is a very apt statement for this case so far. Although, I don't think we're going to be actually starting with that. Looking at the screenshot here, it seems like we're going to be jumping into Edgeworth's tribunal. Because court is very serious business, maybe. Or whatever this is. I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on anymore. Apparently K is both dead and alive, but then alive K is like also amnesiac from falling off a 30-story building and walking away from it, which I have many questions about that aspect to begin with. Let alone, you know, whatever's happening here. Her being dead and on this counter, but also there, alive. Maybe, sort of. Can we call this alive? A fucking miracle is what I would call her standing there, because you don't fall 30 stories and walk up and get away with minor injuries like this. Wait, this room? Officer, isn't this? Yes, sir. This is the trial chamber of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. So what's here now? I knew they'd moved out of the prosecutor's building. I had no idea that they'd come here. 30-story building, she should be fucking pasted on the floor. It's what I was saying last week. Look at that building. That's the building she fell off. She was on the roof in the garden. And I guess someone just shoved her off over the fence. And then she just got up, walked to the hospital, spent overnight in the hospital, got everything bandaged up as you can see. And then she's just ready to be let out. She's ready to go. She's all better. Clean bill of health. Fall 30 stories, all you get is a little amnesia. It's fine, you know? Maybe everyone should be doing it. Might be fun. You don't know. Have you tried? Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, and Kay too. How y'all doing? Is Kay feeling any better? We heard there was some kind of incident. I'm sorry, but who might this be? So we were, at the end of last part, we were told that Kay had died and was murdered. I guess that's supposed to be K. Doesn't really look anything like K, now that I take a look at it. But apparently that's their name. Oh, it's my grandma. Hold on one second. Name's Hilda Hertz, Sonny. Who the heck would you be? It's a pleasure to meet you. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth at your service. Nurse Needler, your grandmother's name, Hertz, is she... Yep, she's the director of Hertz Hospital. This old woman is the head of a hospital? Don't you all fogey me, you dang reprobate. How did she do that? Well, it sounds like a kind of a big deal, ma'am. Well, that's not wrong. Not wrong at all. Oh, he's the one looking after the girl. The one with amnesia. Seems Dr. Hertz is a bit of an introvert. Want me to fix those brow furrows of yours, Sonny? Oh, there's no fixing those, ma'am. They're damn right incurable. You sure you want me to say that, Grandma? Well, alright then. Now, I don't got a dang thing more to say to y'all. Y'all go on about your business, you hear? As long as that business don't involve messing with the deceased body, I got work to do. Wait, please, not a dang thing, I tell you. Hey, you get doctors like that? What gives you the right, huh, pal? What the fuck? Oh, did I mention? Grandma's also a coroner. She's in charge of this case, which means... Ouch! Which means exactly that. What do you mean? Exactly what? How am I supposed to know? She said it, not me. Huh? It's like a trapped in a comedy routine I can't escape. Oh, we got a body to be looking at. Catch you later, gang. And take care. The heck is their deal? What does it matter as long as we have permission to investigate? What does it matter? It matters a bunch, sir. What will you do now, Mr. Edgeworth? Examine the scene of the crime, of course. What kind of prosecutor would I be if I didn't? Alright, let's get to work.
That person over there is called Kay, right? Surely that means I can't be the Kay you know.
That's what we're looking to figure out. But don't worry. You're the Kay we know. I'm certain of it.
Thanks.
Kay who lost her memory and a victim who shares her name. Both meeting their respective fates here at the big building. No doubt this case will be the key to restoring our Kay's memories. I'd stake my life on it. Playing right now, she never actually fell. She literally couldn't have fell and even be recognizable after. Well, that's possible, except we see her fall in the opening cutscene of this case. That's the only problem with that. We don't see her fall off a building, mind you, but we do see her fall. She fell somewhere. That is what we know for certain.
Sorry, but we're kind of busy right now. Grandma's still looking at the body. You stay the heck out of my way, you hear? So, could you give us a few more minutes?
Of course. We'll come back and examine the body ourselves later after she's done. If things had gone as they were meant to, I'd be standing at this podium right now.
Yeah, I guess so, huh? I'm glad they even got delayed, but I wish it wasn't because of someone died.
Although it would have been much harder to investigate had my badge been taken away. The best I could do right now is for all parties involved is to get to the truth behind this incident. Officer, tell me about the security arrangements for this room.
Yes, sir. You need a special key card to enter, sir.
Interesting. So not just anybody can enter? In which case, the person who discovered the body would have been...
Yes, sir. A member of the committee. They found it when they arrived for today's hearing.
Hearing? My hearing. Which would be underway right now if it wasn't for this.
Counter-argument was not from the top floor. Problem with that, maybe, you're right, we can't really trust her, but she did insist that she was on the rooftop before she fell. So, while not impossible, due to amnesia and all that, what little work we've been able to do at this point, and what we've been able to establish was she was at the garden by herself, meeting someone who gave her this letter that we have here. This very letter. And she met someone who apparently could float above the ground 30 stories in the air because they approached from an impossible location. And the last thing she remembers was being up on that roof and getting the letter, because after that, I guess she was shoved off the building. Or so we've been told. Yep, someone pushed her off the building is what she remembers. You're right, probably isn't true. Probably is a mismemory. Can't be easy reading books that size, or lifting them for that matter.
And the committee only just moved. It must have been quite the undertaking.
Hauling stuff around is kind of my forte. They should have given me a call.
Well, if we run into the chairman, I'll be sure to ask if there's more heavy lifting to be done.
I was joking, sir. Can't be carrying stuff up 50 flights of stairs. I have a real job to do.
I was joking too, Detective. Why were you planning on taking the stairs?
Yeah, why would you... You're crazy. Absolutely insane.
The statue of the goddess of justice.
You sure you know your stuff, sir? So, is she throw out blessings or what?
She's not that kind of goddess, Detective. She's a symbol of the sanctity of the law. The scales represent justice, the sword retribution, and the blindfold shows her impartiality.
And now it's covered in blood.
Or just a lot of ketchup. Someone really like ketchup. There's a pool of blood here at the foot of the statue. Judging by the amount and how it's spread, I'd say this is where the victim was killed.
But the body's on that table behind us, sir. How come?
Maybe they moved it for the examination? I can only surmise the killer must have moved it for some reason after committing the murder.
Sorry to intrude. Oh. Who is it? It's her! Took only 4 cases. You know, fun fact, I was putting together the description for today. You want to know something great? I was putting together a description for the live announcement on stream today. And turns out Twitch banned the word murder, or murdered,
but you can totally say that someone was killed in your Twitch descriptions. So, yo, just food for thought there. Killed, perfectly fine, super normal word. Safe for Twitch. Don't you ever utter the word murder. That M word is banned. That's a bad word. Don't say someone was murdered. Despite the fact we're playing a game about murder, don't ever say it. But you can say killed. You know, it's fine. Same thing, but apparently not.
Who are you? Huh? What's that, Grandma? I know that voice anywhere. That's Von Karma's little girl. Oh, so you two know each other? It has been too long, Grandma Hertz. And you as well, Miles Edgeworth.
What's she doing here? Franziska von Karma. She's the daughter of Manfred von Karma and a prosecutor like myself. These days, she's mainly been working with Interpol, though I thought she was supposed to be abroad.
Don't look so surprised. When my investigations lead, I follow, no matter where in the world that might be.
Which means there must be some kind of international angle to this case, yes?
You know full well that I have been pursuing a certain smuggling ring.
That's still going on? We haven't resolved that yet?
And that I won't rest until it's been destroyed, and its ill-gotten goods recovered.
So the smuggling ring is involved then?
That information is to be shared on a need-to-know basis. And you don't need to know.
But you're here, so what else could it be? See, she means to be as helpful as ever.
Miss Von Karma, was it? Karma wants to tell you something. I'm about done here. Scene's all yours.
In that case, we'd like to examine the body ourselves too, if you wouldn't mind.
I'm on plenty. I remember where I heard about now, you dang varmint. No need to no soon-to-be ex-prosecutor messing the place up. Go on, get. Just remember it's not me saying this stuff, okay? Please, Granny, it's important. I call Granny, little missy. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend.
This is going nowhere. I didn't want to have to do this, but... Franziska, I need you to add us to this investigation. We have to see that body up close, or we'll never learn the truth about what happened to Kay.
As in, Kay Faraday?
Please, you gotta help us out here. Kay needs us.
I don't know what you're up to, but... very well.
Thank you. You won't regret it.
Of course, I expect to receive a full explanation when I grill you later.
We owe you, sir. Big time.
I wasn't talking to you, Scruffy.
Ugh.
Well, Grandma Hertz, you allowed them to examine the body. I ain't about to say no to an international big shot like yourself, huh? But are you sure about this? Yeah, I agree with Grandma. Are you sure you're sure? Of course I'm sure. It's my prerogative to judge the whole cut world in my name. That's just common sense.
Of the extremely arrogant sort, perhaps.
Suit yourself. But don't say I didn't warn you. Well, you heard her. Try not to get fired, okay? Don't worry. It'll take a lot more than this to ruin my reputation should things turn sour.
Unlike me, who's on the verge of losing my badge. Alright, now we can finally examine the body. What's with this candelabra down there? Well, one thing's for certain. This isn't Kay. She doesn't even look like her. I think we knew that already, Detective. Okay, standing right over there, after all. The victim looks to be in her 30s. She's wearing a white suit. Could be she worked in one of the offices here in the building. Perhaps, but for now she remains unidentified. Question is, why did the police seem to think her name was Kay? I don't know, maybe it's like this. You know what, it's 100% this. We know how the police work here. They're a bunch of idiots. This book? What the? It's Kay's promise notebook. It's where she wrote down all the promises she made to her dad. Haven't seen this in a while. Indeed. A book of vows made by a child to her father. What exactly is it doing here?
Oh, I just remembered something Detective Bad told me a few years back. He said something Prosecutor had disappeared from the station. What? Evidence went missing from police custody? A Detective Bad say he looked for it everywhere, but no dice. What could this mean? Why did it turn up here of all places? You there. What do we know about this notebook, officer? The victim was holding it when they found her, sir. It was the only thing with any kind of name on it at the time. So that's how she became Kay. Talk about a red herring. Still doesn't explain how she ended up with it, though. If only we had a few more leads on the victim's true identity. What's this card? Is that the key card to get in here, maybe? It seems she suffered a serious burn to her hand at some point. You think it has something to do with how she died? No. The scar's far too old for that. I would imagine it's happened some time ago. She's holding something. Detective, could you open your hand for me? Yes, sir, right away. What is that? Wait, I know. It's a loyalty card, probably from a storage. Yeah, it's a key card. Aye, sir. The question we should be asking is, what does it open? Yeah, not why. Come on, Gumshoe. Keep up. A white jacket with a deep red stain on its lapel. This jacket, the buttons are on the wearer's right-hand side. What's so weird about that? Buttons always go on the right, no? Well, that makes it a men's jacket, not a woman's jacket. Not in women's clothing. Traditionally, the buttons would be on the left. The reason for that is traditionally, you would have like a handmaiden or something dress up the woman of the house. Or at least in like, you know, high society. Because they would be right-handed, so putting them on the left makes it easier for another person to button it up. Whereas on men, they dress themselves. Like I always say, sir, you should know your stuff. This is common knowledge, detective. Nothing else seems amiss. Wait, what's this in the pocket? Pair of gloves, also white. They don't seem to be soiled in any way. I imagine they must have belonged to the victim. How about this? Like, corsage or whatever this is. There's something pinned to the jacket here. Piece of magenta fabric. Whatever it was, it looked like it was torn off pretty roughly. Can we, possibly? Is it relevant? Perhaps? Judging by its appearance, I'd say that the flower Kay was carrying originally belonged to the victim. Yeah, now that you mention it, it does look like it's made of the same fabric. Indeed. Let's make a closer comparison. The torn edges match up exactly. You got one heck of an eye, sir. So why was it torn from the fake K? And how did the real K ended up with it?
This implies a connection between the victim and Kay Faraday. Furthermore, it appears that the flower was torn off with considerable force.
I don't like where this is going. Are we really making a habit of what we're about to do? Didn't this also happen in the other case 4? Are we really going to arrest an amnesiac girl who fell from 30 stories? I think we're about to.
Kay Faraday was involved in the incident somehow, and based on what we're seeing here, we may have no choice but to treat her as our main suspect.
What? But there's no way she could have done this. I can't even begin to imagine. There isn't a murderous bone in her body.
Nevertheless, we lack the evidence to disprove such an assertion.
Man, that's gotta suck. You wake up with amnesia, you get yourself all bandaged up, you're ready to go, and then it turns out you may have just murdered someone. And now you can't even prove you did because you don't remember shit.
For the moment, we're simply considering all the possibilities. Isn't that right, Miles Edgeworth?
For better or worse, yes. Yeah, let's not think too hard about that possibility.
The victim's hair is caked with blood.
Looks like she was hit with something, huh?
Unfortunately, it's too early to say for certain. Perhaps an answer will turn up as we investigate further.
Is that it? No, we got the blood stain here.
It doesn't look like as if there's anything in the chest pocket.
Nothing except this hole right here.
By the look of how the fabric was torn, I think it was pierced by something sharp.
Can't keep it coins in there now. They'd all fall right out. Have you ever heard of a changed purse, detective? Sure have, sir. It's another word for pocket, right? I give up. Don't think I've ever heard that comparison. You think this could be the murder weapon? Three-armed candelabrum. The victim suffered the same number of puncture wounds to the chest. I thought those were buttonholes for a bit. I didn't realize those were puncture wounds. How are you stabbing someone with... Oh, it looks like there might be blades or something attached to the candelabra. Puncture wounds that could well have been made by these spikes. The candle album? Not quite, detective. A candelabrum. A candle holder, in other words. I gotcha. That reminds me. I forgot to pay my electricity bill once a while back, and I had to live by candlelight for a whole month. Who does that in this day and age? And a whole month? Did you forget? Or did you just not have the money to do so? Three-armed candle holder that may have been the murder weapon, judging by the wounds to the victim's chest. So someone constructed this weapon. Like, those spikes are not part of it, right? Yeah, those spikes are like right in the middle. Someone made it like this, for the sole purpose of killing. The base is a very unique shape. If it were removed from a dusty shelf or something, it would be immediately obvious what had been standing there. Something to keep in mind. The prongs of each arm are covered in blood. Spacing matches that of the wounds on the victim's chest. It's really the murder weapon? Guess we'll need to do a test on the blood. I don't know, are there candelabras with like spikes in the middle? To like hold the candles in place maybe? I guess that's one purpose I could see. But that just seems so unnecessary. Like, I've never seen one with spikes like that. An enormous semicircular desk with seating for 11. It almost reminds me of a certain legend. I know the one, sir. The Knights of the Brown Table, right? Whoops, guess that wasn't it. Wait, is Kay dead? Yes, no, yes. Yes, yes. No. Both, neither. Further and further from the mark, but I'll refrain from rubbing it in his nose for now. Nah, she's fine. She's standing right here. But this Kay is also dead. So... yes. I mean, I don't know. Would you be dead if you fell off a 30-story building? Because this Kay survived, so probably not. That's a lot of books, sir. It's kind of intimidating if you ask me. Intimidating? What could be more welcoming than a good book, detective? I guess that depends. I got that chewing out of my life in the library back in the day for running laps inside it. Why were you running laps in a library? This isn't really a library, is it? So maybe I can jog around a little, work off some of the anxiety? Something tells me that if I don't stop him, he might very well start running around and around. Nice neatly arranged bookshelves stretching off into the distance. Quite a pleasing sight, don't you think? Sure is. There's not a speck of dust on any of them. Mine's my special method for cleaning your office, sir. Sweep, then vacuum, then wipe it all down twice. Then on goes the floor wax, and then, if only you approached your actual job with the same level of rigor. He is getting paid to clean Edgeworth's office, right? Alright, who do we want to start talking to? We didn't talk to you yet. How's the investigation going, officer? Great, sir. Tell you the truth, I've been forgotten all about work and decided to focus on daydreaming. Excellent work. They say if you think in pictures instead of words, it's really good for the right side of your brain, so that would be quite enough. Yes, what is it? A murder in the trial room at the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. This is serious. I did you the favor of allowing you to investigate further. I'll be expecting the results. And you'll get them. Would I still be here if I didn't think I could deliver? Come to think of it. Why were you here in the first place? She doesn't know I was summoned before the committee. That's a long story, longer than the nighttime, and deeper than the sea. How about we save it, Mr. Edgeworth, the job and I'll tell you myself?
On second thought, I don't care why you're here. What's important is that we solve this case in front of us. Agreed?
Wholeheartedly.
Wait, but you're the one who asked in the first place, sir! What's that saying again? With first think later? But can't you make it the other way just for me?
No, she can't. Look, either Kay is dead on the table or she's our amnesiac client. Both, actually. Although there's reason to believe that the person on the table is probably not named Kay. This is just a classic case of the police jumping to conclusions because they see a name next to a victim and they just assume that name is either the victim's or the perpetrators. No in between. It's one or the other, black or white. That's simple. And I think that's what happened here. The former, not the latter, so far, anyways. What are you doing here, Francisca? I thought you were working abroad on something with Interpol.
Wouldn't you like to know? But that's top secret, and I have neither the need or the obligation to tell you.
I thought she'd stay as much.
Anyway, never mind that. Where's the prosecutor in charge of this case? Not as I know who has been assigned, but I was hoping they'd take care of the legwork for me.
I would like to say it's me, but I think we all know that's wrong.
Yet they haven't even bothered to show up. What in the world could they be doing?
Yes, I'm not the prosecutor's keeper, sir. It's hardly fair to whip people who don't deserve it, Francisca.
What use is a whip if you don't use it, And who better to use it on than anybody who isn't giving 110%?
I may not know who's been assigned yet either, but I 110% feel for them already. Please tell me she whips Eustace. Please tell me she whips Eustace. I couldn't help but notice you'd seem to be acquainted with Dr. Hertz.
A very astute of you, Nurse Edgeworth. Yes, I know her. Once upon a time we, never mind.
She doesn't seem keen to talk about it. Perhaps I better leave it for now. What happened, sir? What happened once upon a time?
You can't not tell us now.
Why is this so entertaining to watch? I don't know. You tell me. I mean, this case has been pretty interesting so far. Usually amnesiac stories, they can... I get the argument that they kind of overdone, but I don't know. I'm a fan of them. I like a good amnesiac tale once in a while. Why can't they think it's a will? Well, they know it's not a will. But you're right. Why can't they think it's a will? It's a good question. But in this case, we know for specifically it's not a will. It's actually the reason everyone thinks the person on the table is Kay is because of, is it in the evidence? Oh, it's not in the evidence yet. It was Kay's promise notebook. If you recall from the previous game, Kay, when she was a little girl, wrote like a promise notebook to her dad about like things that they'll never ever do. Like, you know, just like basic crime kind of shit. Don't ever do crimes, basically. Somehow, that was in police custody as evidence for that case. For a previous case. And now it's here. Someone stole it from police custody and left it here by this victim for some reason. And because it says K on the front cover, they just assume that the body is named K. That's all there is to it. There's no reason for that. We don't actually have any ID for this person. We don't know who this person is. Just everyone's calling her K because that's what it says on the notebook. Even though it's not K's notebook, or it's not her notebook, it's K's notebook, and K's standing right over there. She would never whip a child. I wouldn't be too sure about that. I don't think she's against it, considering that she is technically a child herself still. Where is she? How old is she in this game? She was 17 in, I think, Ace Attorney 3. Oh, she's 19 now. Okay. I guess she's not technically a child anymore. Think it's me reading it? Well, thank you. I'm glad you appreciate it. I figured it'd be better than just like reading it monotonely, or like in monotone, like I normally read things. I don't know. It's more fun this way. If we're playing a game where 95% of it is reading, like either this or like Final Fantasy or some of the other visual novels I've streamed in the past, I think it would get very boring if I just sat here for 40 hours reading normally.
Only a foolishly pries into another person's business. Now hold your tongue, Scruffy. But you'll get more than a mere tongue lashing.
It's a bit late for that.
Spares the whip, spoils the child. A whip in time saves 9. Did you go to school, you whipless wonder?
Maybe if Gumshoe got a whip, things would go better for him. You think actually if he got a whip, maybe Franziska would find something in common with him, and then he'd get whipless? Like, maybe she'd almost be excited.
Yes, it seems that leaving it alone was the right choice after all.
Well, I don't know if we have anything to present her. I'm not really sure what we could possibly present at the moment. Are you someone we can actually talk to? Yeah, kind of.
You pesky kids want something?
So we've got this nurse here, Nurse Needler, and her, I don't know, I guess untalkative grandma. I guess she's apparently an introvert or something, but basically Needler's playing ventriloquist with her grandma right now.
Nurse Needler, could you tell me a little more about your relationship with Dr. Hertz? Sure. Let's see. Well, I've lived in with her since I was little. If I got lost while I was out playing, she'd come look for me until the sun went down. If I fell over and grazed my knee, she'd watch over me until I found the strength to pick myself up. It's quite the heartwarming tale. A very classic grandmother-grandchild relationship. And once became a nurse if I stuck a needle in the wrong place, and she'd say, "Not there, you bonehead, there!" And she'd pull it out right out and ouch! Yes, I felt that, Belle. Can we stop talking about needles now? Anyway, so yeah, I can do any kind of nursing thing I need to for Grandma now. Thank you. That was a very thorough answer indeed. Even if the story didn't end on a heartwarming note, it's nice that they share such a close bond, I suppose.
Wait, the hair on the dead body isn't the same color as our client. Exactly. Well, it kind of is. If you're talking about the red, that's blood. I guess she was stabbed in the chest 3 times with the candelabra that's on the floor. That has spikes on it. I don't know what kind of candelabra has spikes where the candles go. Maybe that's there to like hold them in place or something, but that's probably the murder weapon. We can't say for sure because the blood hasn't been tested, but it's highly likely. And then there's also blood on her head, which could be from some other wound or something else. Not really sure. There's good reason to believe that she was probably killed by the statue back there and then moved to this table for some reason.
Must be the best coroner in town, Dr. Hertz. I'll bet you can spot a cause of death in seconds and get it right every time, huh? What do you know about coroner, you big galoot? You don't know the first dang thing. Ouch.
You'll have to forgive the detective, Dr. Hertz. I'll make sure he learns not to say such presumptuous things.
As if I care. You shut your pie hole and listen, Mr. Smarty Pants. Spawning a cause of death correctly in seconds is my bread and butter.
Hopefully she's not the same coroner that's been working on some of Phoenix's cases, because, yeah, that hasn't gone too well, whoever was in charge of those autopsies.
Which is why the one thing that gets on my goat worse than anything is folks getting in my dang way. I think that's all she wanted to say. Satisfied?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. All we want to do is examine the body for clues. We'll do our best to stay out of your way. I imagine it's because of how seriously she takes her work that she reacts so colorfully to us.
Hertz Hospital is the finest medical institution in the land. It would have to be with Grandma in charge. How about it? You look like you could use some R&R. You sure do. And you're in luck. We got us an empty suite or 2 of fancy hot tubs and all right now.
What kind of hospital is this? The prison looks more sane than whatever this hospital is.
Thank you, but as you can see, we're in a perfectly fine health. Wouldn't be needing a room at the hospital.
Yep, fizz fiddles and strong as oxes. That's a motto, right, sir?
It may be yours, Detective, but I'd like to think I have a little more going for me than that. That doesn't matter. Hertz Hospital welcomes the hale and hearty, too. Our healthy, so what, stay anyway campaign is in full swing and going great. Not sick or injured? That's nice. Your room is half the price.
Nothing on earth could convince me to spend a night in the hospital for pleasure.
This is a one-time offer, you know. So how about it? Come and stay at the happiest hospital in town.
A hot tub does sound pretty good. And half price. This might be too good to miss.
Seriously, Detective?
I've questioned this hospital. I would have almost rather have that other guy's hospital. You know, the creepy dude that was getting a little handsy with everyone? Kinda almost want that guy back. Alright, what are we missing here? Logic? Is it logic time? Probably is. The only logic we got. Are we getting the updated autopsy joke thrown back at us? Man, I don't... It hasn't happened yet. I'm disappointed we haven't gotten the updated autopsy report. Actually, did we? It might have happened once. I'm trying to think if it did. There's a chance it did happen once in the last game, where we got like 2 different autopsy reports. We had to deal with a fake autopsy report, kind of, because the police lost the body and were too embarrassed to admit it. I don't know if that's really the same thing, but it's kind of close. That was in the previous case.
I would imagine the victim's keycard probably grants access to this room, wouldn't you? Let me go find out, sir. I'm back. I found some details on that keycard in the security system. It's for this room, just like you said. So the victim was able to enter and exit this chamber freely. Also means the keycard actually belonged to her, yes. Indeed. Keycard that grants entry to the committee chamber, found in the victim's hand.
Are you sure she didn't say hostile? No, you're confusing it with the other guy, the creepy doctor dude with like the messed up teeth that I'm not even sure if he actually was a doctor and was just playing doctor. I still don't know that guy's deal. Now that guy was doing a hostile. A hostile with a B and an R and an O. And maybe not the S. Maybe an H in there too, probably. Seems we are no closer to discovering the identity of our victim. Then, am I really Kay? Can you really be sure? Of course we're sure. What are you talking about? Thank you. And that person lying there? He's someone you may have murdered, but that's all we can say for now. Wow, so casual, Francisca. Real helpful here. No, there's no way she did it. Isn't that right, sir? Indeed. I don't believe the Kay we know could have done something like this. You're becoming a real softy, Miles Edgeworth. I know that voice. Oh, he's here! The real prosecutor is here. He's finally made it to the scene. You're late! With a winning smile and #1 name in the business, it is I, Prosecutor Eustace Winner. Please forgive the intrusion. Step away from the body, Edgeworth. I didn't call for you, and I don't need you. This case is mine. It's what the victim would have wanted. You knew the victim? Is that like Eustace's mother or something? So it really is her. Oh, that would be really unfortunate if it actually was her mother. Or his mother. Do we not have a record of Kay's fingerprints? What, fingerprints? You think people in this world take fingerprints seriously? It's either there's 2 excuses that is very common in this series. It's either everyone's wearing gloves, they're like the smartest criminals ever and everyone's wearing gloves. There was one time where someone's fingerprints were actually burned off their hands. But other than that, they just usually ignore fingerprints. Fingerprints never come up. One time Phoenix asked about fingerprints, and basically everyone else in the courtroom told him to shut up. When Phoenix Wright is the smartest person in the room, you know something's fucked up. But be not afraid, everyone, for the goddess of justice will guide us to the truth. She sure will. Now that I'm here, everything is going to be alright. Whoever did this will live to regret it. I'll show them... Yes! That's Edgeworth. Who is this imbecile? Why am I getting the death glare? I've got nothing to do with him. Francisca von Karma, I presume. My apologies. I should have introduced myself sooner. Verity Gavel, at your service. 3 seconds, that's all it took! And the deceased in this case is... Rosie Ringer, attorney at law, and a member of the Committee for the Prosecutorial Excellence. Isn't that a conflict of interest? I see. That would explain the key card. Why is an attorney, a defense attorney, on the committee for prosecutors? So you're the lead prosecutor? Yup, which means this case will be solved in a...
You didn't tell me your name yet, little boy.
If you want to know my name, all you have to do is... Ow! That's 3 already.
Stop babbling and tell me. Now.
It's Eustace. Eustace Winner. I think we've established where the balance of power lies in this particular room.
Mr. Guy in charge? Here, this is from Grandma.
What about case 1 to 1-5? Okay, that one did have fingerprints. See, that's what I mean though, it's like, once in a while they'll just remember that fingerprinting exists. You know what's something that's never come up in Phoenix Wright though? Ever? Aside from like blood tests? But even then they don't actually look for it. But DNA tests. Never has a DNA test once been done into the series up to this point. For blood tests, they don't test for DNA, they just test and compare blood types between, like, you know, a murder weapon and the victim, whatever's been sprawled around on the victim. But they don't test for DNA. I feel like that would probably help with a lot of these cases if they just tested for DNA. I think maybe once there might have been like a hair sample that was tested properly, but it's like that's one thing that's never ever come up. This is supposed to be 2019. DNA testing should exist, despite the fact that everyone's still using CRTs and flip phones and fax machines. There's no reason DNA testing can't exist. What's this? Oh, the preliminary findings. Looks like it's game over for you, Edgeworth.
What is that even supposed to mean?
This isn't a game, Mr. Winner.
Alright, that's me done. See you next, Stiff. Yeah, home time. I can murder a bowl of noodles right about now. Hey, you can't say murder on Twitch.
No. Kill. You can say kill, but not murder. That's what I discovered today. Kill is a perfectly valid word. Murder, though, no.
Right here, everybody. Stay healthy.
Wouldn't telling people to stay healthy be bad for business? Let's see. So the wound on her head is from when she fell over after she died?
Eustace.
It was the candle holder that killed her, huh? And she died sometime late last night. What now, Cavell?
It's very kind of you to share the coroner's findings with everybody, Eustace. But perhaps you should leave it there. We wouldn't want you to strain your voice, after all.
No, that would be a tragedy. Initial findings of Dr. Hilda Hertz. Cause of death, stab wounds to the chest. Head injuries sustained post-mortem. Anyway, that settles it. We need to arrest Kay Faraday. There he is, jumping to conclusions. Yeah, you know, I never understood, like, what the purpose of his, like... What is that thing that he's holding? The retractable baton? Does he think he's a conductor? He thinks he's in charge? Large and in charge? He's not very large. I question his in-chargeness.
What the heck are you talking about? I think Eustace's meaning was very clear. Miss Faraday is the murderer. And though she is dressed differently than usual, this young lady covered in bandages is Miss Faraday herself, correct?
You really mean to arrest her here and now? If you do, then I'll be forced to object, loudly and forcibly.
As if further confirmation were needed, there it is. The committee was right to call your conduct into question. It is questionable in the extreme. Please, Miss Edgeworth, just go. It's fine.
Fine. This is anything but fine, Kay.
I still don't remember anything. So, maybe I did to it. Maybe I killed that poor woman and just don't remember. The goddess smiles on those who confess their sins. It is her wish that our confessions cleanse us. She applauds your commitment to the cause of justice, as do I.
Judge Cavell, Eustace, if you really intend to arrest Kay, could you at least explain your grounds for doing so? I, for one, certainly don't intend to yield. Not until I've seen some evidence to support your accusations. Then allow me, prepared to be hit with a face full of deductive genius, Edgeworth. That would certainly be a first. They call it the human race because somebody has to win it, and that somebody is me. What does that even have to remotely do with your arresting of Kay Faraday? I won this race too. I saw it before anyone else did. Kay Faraday is the murderer, no doubt about it. She snuck into the committee chamber looking to do some of her trademark great thieving, which means that nobody but her could have killed Rosie Ringer. Deductive genius, that was a total mess. And if Detective Gumshoe is saying that, you know it must be bad. I asked you to explain your grounds for arresting Kay, yet you have explained exactly nothing.
True, but we haven't seen any proof of her innocence either.
It's alright, Kay. Mr. Edgeworth will pull out a miracle somehow. You just gotta believe in him. My deductions aren't exact acts of divine intervention, you know.
Well, Miles Edgeworth, I'd hate for you to disappoint me, but in the event that you do, I will be sure to freely let you know.
It's okay, I know exactly what's wrong with this statement here. But we'll make sure as always. Why are people in 2019 dressed like that? Hey, it was the style at the time. It was like 6 years ago. I mean, it was a wacky time. There are two major flaws with that statement you just made. Flaws in a statement of mine? I don't make mistakes, it's literally impossible. That's a third flaw right there. You're just trying to confuse me. It's a cheap tactic, even for you. Well, it won't work because I'm the world champion of not getting confused. So there. Would you mind explaining the grounds for your accusation in a little more detail? Well, if you insist. Prepare to be wowed, Edgeworth. I figured it all out before anybody else even had the chance. Before I even saw the scene. No, before I even heard about the case. I knew it right away. She did it. She's the murderer. It can't be anyone else. So what you're saying is you had a preconceived grudge against the suspect. That sounds like a conflict of interest there.
Your grounds.
Yes, sorry. I was just getting to that. Oh, really? And what was it she was trying to steal? Well,
A file. A very particular file. One pertaining to your professional conduct, in fact, Mr. Edgeworth. But you can prove that she needed this file badly enough to steal it? Oh, there'll be no need to go into that. Will there, Mr. Prosecutor?
oh, I think there will. You're making an accusation like that. You gotta need some proof. No, that, won't be necessary. Please, Mr. Winner, continue. And you have proof that it could only have been Kay who committed the murder? Nope. Then might I suggest you try looking into other possible suspects with all due haste? For that, I believe, would be the winning approach here. The winning approach?
According to the reports we've received, the police have found no signs of anyone else's involvement.
So you're accusing Kay based on that alone? A little tenuous even for you.
And suggesting that there are other possible suspects when there clearly aren't, isn't?
Ones that we haven't found yet. Let's not assume that Kay is the one and only suspect here. If only I had something that could prove Kay didn't do it. This is obviously a setup, plain and simple.
You don't have to.
It's alright, Kay. The truth will come out, I promise. I just need you to give me some time.
Okay.
Kay's incapable of murder. There's no way she killed Miss Ringer. But I have to prove that somehow or she'll remain as a suspect. Okay, I know exactly where we're going with this one. Just trying to decide if it should be Statement 3 or Statement 4. I'm gonna go with Statement 3. Seems like it's a little more directly relevant. Okay, good. Statement 3 worked. Eustace acts like a guy I went to middle school with. He's probably the cockiest prosecutor I've seen in this series, and I've seen a lot of prosecutors. Like, I want to see him verse off against, he should be the next tutorial prosecutor. Like, next time Phoenix Wright, we do another first case in a game, I want him on the stand instead of, like, what his name was. With the other guy that's always the tutorial guy, who's, like, so forgettable, I forgot his name. Are you familiar with this room, Mr. Winner? Certainly sounds like you are. What can I say? Winners know where winners go. I'm number 1, and 2, and 3. Wait, are you calling Kay a winner? That's like the nicest thing you've ever said. In other words, the majority of your work is second, if not third rate. Why do you always have to make fun of me? You can take it as a slight if you wish, but the fact remains that you seem unfamiliar with this keycard. What do you take me for? Of course I'm familiar with it. You need one of those to get in here. Don't you?
Have you no shame?
Mr. Winner, do you really even suspect Kay? Of course I do. She did it. Faraday's the killer. Then perhaps you can tell us how Kay got into such a secure room as this, without a keycard. She, you know, there was the, and she, yeah, a masterful summary. Now, as we know, only members of the committee have keycards, therefore only they can enter. I want Gavel to be the perpetrator here. I hope she killed her, just to get her out of this whole mess. Reveal all the conspiracy and corruption inside the committee, right here and now.
Precisely.
Why is she agreeing with me?
Please, take a look at this. I had security pull the data earlier.
I feel like this is a very similar situation to 1-5 from the first game.
As you can see, the door to this room is open at 12:52 a.m. with Miss Ringer's keycard.
What's that other keycard then? At 10:15. Without a name.
We cannot know for certain, of course, but who's to say the culprit didn't enter the room with Miss Ringer? And then kill her over some sort of subsequent disagreement?
It's certainly a plausible theory, but that's all it is. For one, it would require the victim and her murderer to have known one another. Yeah, and Kay didn't know the woman. I'm sure of it.
How can you possibly be certain of such a thing? That's pure speculation on your part, Detective. There is no place for guesswork in the courtroom or at a crime scene. Hard evidence is what is required. In that case, are you suggesting that you have said hard evidence to support your theory? Evidence that Kay Faraday and Rose Evening knew one each another. But of course.
What?
I have here a letter. Dr. Hertz found it in the victim's chest pocket.
Another one of the victim's possessions? And you kept this to yourself until now? You planned for this, didn't you? Is that why? It was the candle holder that killed her, huh? And she died sometime late last night. What now, Gavel?
It's very kind of you to share the coroner's findings with everybody, Eustace. But perhaps you should leave it there. We wouldn't want you to strain your voice after all. Shall I read it for you? Rosie, thanks so much for agreeing to help with my plan. Now we can both get what we want. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago. Kay. This would seem to indicate pretty strongly that the two of them were accomplices, wouldn't you say? Accomplices in a plot to steal from the very room in which we are standing.
No.
Wait. So your principal suspect is Miss Kay Faraday for this second crime, as well as Mr. Ringer's murder.
Wait, second crime? What was the first? And that implies that there's actually two other crimes I'm not familiar with here. What is it? Breaking and entering? Stealing? Trespassing? Little things like that?
I'm the principal suspect?
Don't listen to it. It's all nice. All of it. You're not like that. You'd never do any of the stuff they're accusing you of.
Then how do you explain the letter, Detective?
Unlike Mr. Winner, I suspected that Judge Gavel herself had some proof to support her accusation. But I didn't expect it to be quite so definitive. Nicely done, Gavel.
Thank you, Eustace.
Hold it!
We're not done here yet. I still have questions, and you'd better have answers.
Would you mind if I handled this, Eustace?
Be my guest. I have fun arguing Edgeworth into the ground. Can't let them steamroll me on this. I have to find a way to take back the advantage.
That could have been any K. I mean, K's a common name, right? It's printed note, too. We can't do a handwriting analysis.
As the letter more than adequately proves, Miss Faraday and Miss Ringer were acquainted. It seems Miss Faraday had asked for Miss Ringer's help in a plot of some kind, but for whatever reason their lives must have been broken down. Miss Ringer lost her life in the resulting disagreement, but she had one less card to play. The letter she kept safe in her left chest pocket, which spells out the name of her killer.
And there it is. Why does everyone always jump to the conclusion that a name means they were the killer? I've yet to see a murderer actually write out their name, or a victim write out their killer's name. Anywhere. Has not happened yet. She's good. Better than ever, even. Think you can take it down, Miss Edgeworth?
Yes, of course.
Don't do this out of pride, Miss Edgeworth. If you're going to fail, do it on somebody else's time.
Hey, whose side are you on, sir?
There is only one side to be on, Scruffy. It's the side of the truth.
Uh-oh. Looks like the kid's got something to say.
Well, if there's only one side to be on, then it has to be on the winning. Ah!
Quiet, you.
My thoughts exactly.
I'm so happy that he is getting, like, the brunt of all of these whips. Gumshoe gets a break. Edgeworth gets a break. No. Give it all to Eustace. He deserves it.
What exactly was the nature of their relationship?
Miss Faraday was grateful for Miss Ringer's cooperation, just as this letter says. I think that more than adequately describes it, don't you? Now, as I was saying,
You have no proof of anything. You just have a letter and you're just theorizing based on it. It's all assumptions. You don't even know who the K is in the letter.
Can you tell us any more about this plot?
the letter implies a theft.
And it was written by your friend Faraday, making her the prime suspect. Case closed. Anybody can forge a letter. It's not conclusive proof of anything.
I also seem to recall Miss Faraday referring to herself as a great thief on more than one occasion.
She's on sabbatical.
How can you be sure of that? It's unlikely she would tell you if she had resumed her activities, surely. Perhaps she took up stealing again and simply chose to keep it from you.
Can't prove that either way right now, and she knows it.
As I was saying, it seems Miss Faraday and Miss Ringer were involved in the plot to steal something.
Whatever reason, could you be a little more specific?
Not at the moment. But I am sure our investigation will cover any number of possibilities, whereas your lack of proof that Miss Faraday is innocent continues to be a major problem for you.
I concede that some of the evidence would seem to point to Kay's involvement, but none of it is anywhere near conclusive.
A letter explicitly outlining a connection to the victim backed up by supporting evidence from the scene.
I would like to see that supporting evidence. We haven't actually seen anything yet. Like, she just has the letter, and she just started making everything up based on that letter. She's an English teacher.
How much more conclusive could it be? And what's more, where's your proof to the contrary?
Where's your proof to the former?
Is there any actual evidence to show that Kay killed Miss Ringer? You don't give up, do you? What do you call that letter, huh? Evidence? Duh. I wouldn't be so sure. For one thing, it doesn't mention anything resembling a murder plan. It doesn't? I guess not. Huh? Ah, but it will once we hold a flame to it and reveal the secret writing.
What? I wouldn't place too much hope in that revealing anything, Eustace. And we don't need it to. Not when we have.
We were able to examine the pocket in question for ourselves.
And you want to know why the letter wasn't there, I assume?
It's simple. The police's #1 priority was handing it over to me.
The victim had kept it on the left side of her chest, next to her heart, in other words, to indicate her heart's desire that her killer must be brought to justice.
I can't believe these two. I have little interest in sentimental speculations about Miss Ringer's desires, but one thing does interest me. The fact that you said the letter was in the victim's left chest pocket.
It is the truth, as the goddess is my witness. That is where the letter was found. There's no doubt about it.
The same place where she was stabbed with the candelabrum. I think that might prove to be a very important clue. Can't imagine Kay writing a letter like that. But unless we can get more out of Judge Gavel, I don't think we'll be able to prove that she didn't. I should try pressing the good judge on some of her statements and see if he lets something slip. That was actually very important. I see exactly where he's going with this. Left chest pocket, eh? Is it the letter itself that we need to do? No? Okay. So the reason why that's important is because she was stabbed on the left-hand side. If she was stabbed, shouldn't this letter? She was stabbed right through the pocket. Shouldn't this letter have a hole in it? So I just need to figure out like what combination of statements the game wants here, because obviously this one wasn't it. But the letter's clearly intact. So how could it have been in the pocket if the pocket was pierced clean through? Yeah, maybe the body, you're right. Let's see. We'll try the body. Stab wounds to chest, head. Yeah, it's probably this. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. I was thinking the letter because, like, look at the letter. Where's the hole? So the victim kept the most vital clue of all closest to her heart. How very touching.
The voices of the dead fight to be heard, and even then they don't always reach us. But her voice rang loud and true, and it told us that Miss Faraday is her killer.
I think you may have misheard her, Your Honor. Or perhaps an evil spirit was trying to mislead you. Hey, you take that back! Perhaps we should try listening to the words of the coroner's report instead.
By all means. If I recall correctly, the victim was stabbed on her left side. No.
Maybe stick to being a judge instead of trying to be a detective, Gavel? Yes, I'm afraid so. You claimed that the letter was found in the victim's left chest pocket, where she was stabbed by the candle holder. Indeed. 3 puncture wounds to the chest and yet not 1 to the letter. Miraculous, no? Well, Judge Gavel, how do you explain that? Because I can think of one explanation. That the letter was deliberately placed there after the fact in order to cast suspicion on Kay. Someone went to a lot of trouble to create the crime scene we see before us. And that someone is the real culprit, who almost certainly had also forged this letter. The body was moved. We can say that with certainty. Someone deliberately put it on the table. So who's to say there wasn't any other part that was made up here? It's clear that the culprit intended to frame Kay by means of that letter. And you fell for it, Ergling Sinker. No, Faraday did it. The letter was... it was in her other pocket, yeah. Huh? Seriously? The whole left chest pocket thing was a mistake. Whoever reported it must have meant their left...
Stop your foolish flander, you foolish fool. Oh, you just as that and girl be foolish.
Why do you keep whipping me? It's not making fun of my deductions. Yeah.
There, I saved you the trouble of disciplining him.
Yes, even though I had no intention of doing so. Edgeworth really has gone soft. The letter is stained with blood, which suggests it had indeed been placed somewhere on her left side. Therefore, I doubt there was some sort of mistaken report. Not unless that report was given by you. Gavel, say something! No objections? Good. Then allow me to continue. So we have established the existence of a second suspect. No, we haven't. The murderer had to get in here, remember? Who else could have gotten in apart from Faraday and Ringer? Whoever it was would have needed a keycard. Judge Gaveld proposed that the killer entered the room together with the victim. But what if there was something questionable about the very basis of her theory itself? This piece of evidence points to another suspect other than Kay. Look again at the keycard record provided by Judge Gavell a short while ago. As already noted, the victim's keycard was used at 12:52 a.m. But you will also notice someone else's keycard is also listed.
A mystery person who could have entered beforehand and lay in wait for the victim, you mean? This other person entered at 10:15 p.m. So it's certainly not outside the realm of possibility.
Just came in here, chilled for like 2 hours, and waited for the victim to come in.
Except, I'm afraid it is.
And where's the evidence, huh, Yana?
My evidence? I am the evidence detective.
So she admits it's her keycard.
It was my keycard.
That doesn't get you off the hook there. If anything, that makes you more suspicious.
There's nothing suspicious about a committee member entering the chamber as I please. Is there?
Perhaps not. But that's also not the exonerating evidence you seem to think it is. Unless you can also prove that you yourself didn't murder your colleague.
What utter nonsense. Why would I have to gain from killing her?
I'm sure you know how I'm going to answer that, Your Honor. I believe further investigation will shed light on any motives you might have had.
I am a faithful servant of the goddess. Why would I ever resort to an act of crime?
I don't know, but you seem to be pretty good at it.
I use my keycard, that much is true. But my reason for entering this room is far from questionable.
Then perhaps you'd care to tell us why?
I had business here in the committee chamber. There were certain preparations to make.
Preparations? Sounds pretty suspicious to me.
I'm not at liberty to share what I was preparing for her. But I am sure Prosecutor Edgeworth can make an educated guess.
My hearing. She must have been busy gathering the documents they were going to use against me to relieve me of my badge. Where was the card? Well, so the card of the victim is in her hand. So we know where that one is. But what I want to know is why, if it actually is Gavelle's card that came in at 10:15, why doesn't it show her name? Why was the name area blank? If you look at this list here. Okay, now it's filled in. It wasn't filled in earlier, but now it was. We had this was very similar to a piece of evidence we had during 1-5 back in the first Phoenix Wright game. And there was an like 1 or 2 unknown keycard users that we didn't know about at the time. Alright, who's this? Who in the... What the fuck is this? Why is a biker in here?
Ah, really takes me back to the days of my youth, back when I would wrangle with a certain detective. They disappeared, you know. I hope he's out there somewhere, living his best life. You'll have to forgive me. It's just, I get so emotional. The tears, I can't stop them.
Chairman Winner.
Is that his dad? Winner? Ah, Verity, my girl. Do you ever stop working? Your dedication puts us all to shame. And is this young Francisca I see before me? Dear child, when did you get so big?
Uncle Winner, it's been far too long.
And so formal. I thought we were like family. You used to sit on my knee and shout, Uncle Winner, at the top of your little lungs. Ah, but time goes by so very fast. One can't help but shed a tear. Dad, what are you doing here? What am I doing here? A committee member has been murdered and you're in charge of the case, my boy. What is this? Bring your pops to work day?
Silence. Do you have any idea who he is? This man is practically the right hand of the goddess herself. A former chief prosecutor and the current chairman of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence.
Now, Verity. There's no need to bring all that up. I'm just a harmless old man, really.
Is this why Eustace Winner is allowed to be in charge of all these cases? There's something fishy going on here. Why else would he use his wife's card? True. Wait, are we implying the victim was his wife? They don't share a last name though. Yeah, they don't share a last name at all.
Yeah, Miles Edgeworth, correct? And your little subordinate, Dick Gumshoe. I'm Excelsior's winner. Father to this idiot boy, among other things. My wife and I were happy when he was born. And now she's gone too. Heaven only knows to where. Dad, you're... Here, use my handkerchief. Thank you, son. You're a good boy. In your own silly way. Like father, like son, I suppose. Though it's hard to say who's the bigger fool. Well, Verdi, how goes the investigation?
Thank you for asking, sir. We have identified a prime suspect, 1K Faraday. We are currently trying...
You don't have nearly enough to make her your prime suspect, and you know it. You've forgotten what we just discovered about the letter. I told you that was just a mix-up. They got the wrong Paya. Don't test my patience. Alright, that's enough. Let's just all calm down now, shall we?
I'm sorry you had to see that, sir. My humblest apologies.
I think you've all made your cases very clearly. All except for you, Eustace. What? But, Dad! We're prosecutors, and it is our duty to identify suspects and bring them to justice. But I wouldn't dare call someone a suspect without evidence or a motive. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, I know about your relationship to the accused. Sick as thieves seems pretty apt based on what I've heard. Kay's no criminal, she helped us catch bad guys loads of times. Much about this case is still unclear, sir. Please, you have to let us. It's hard for me, really. The bonds of friendship are so strong among the young. But, as circumstances being what they are, I'm afraid those bonds won't be enough. What the heck is that supposed to mean? What did he just burn? There better not have been evidence. As the prosecutor's office needs this case cleared up as quick as possible. Oh, time is so precious, and we have so little of it. And there's so many other cases. I'm sorry, but you understand, of course, don't you? Alright, Mr. K. Faraday. Time to come along quietly.
Yes, sir.
You're not taking her. She's innocent, I tell you.
To defy the chairman of the committee is to defy the law itself. It is an act so brazen, a hearing won't be necessary at all. Are you prepared for Mr. Edgeworth to lose his badge over this detective?
What, So the K goes down and Mr. Edgeworth loses his badge? What the heck am I supposed to do?
You'd use his badge to shield yourselves.
Our House of Committee too has fallen. Kay, you're innocent. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise.
Thank you. We've only known each other for a short while, but you've been very kind. And I'm sorry. Sorry for being a criminal. Your contrition has been noted, Mr. Faraday, and will be conveyed to the Goddess of Justice.
What in the world should I do? When I was little, all I wanted was to be like my father. To become an attorney and fight for those who can't fight for themselves. But now, my fate is tied to that of this one tiny badge. One tiny badge against the life of a dear acquaintance. Who am I kidding? There's nothing to weigh up here.
I guess this is it. Goodbye, Mr. Edgeworth.
Judge Gavelle, a moment, please.
Yes? What is it? Your badge. What is the meaning of this?
I'm returning it. From this day forth, I'm a prosecutor no longer.
Mr. Edgeworth? What are you doing?
Miss Edgeworth,
Explain yourself right now. You're giving it all up, just like that?
you can't mean it, sir. Tell me you're kidding, please. If you're not a prosecutor anymore, then what does that make me? I have one duty and one duty alone. To pursue the truth. If being a prosecutor means I must turn a blind eye to the very truth before me, Then I will gladly shed the title to be free. Oh shit. I'll carve my own path. One I believe in. I won't let my search for the truth end here. You're running away from the phone comma. From me? Say what you will, Francisca. You won't change my mind. So you're leaving me behind again? I'll never forgive you for this. Never. No. This is all my fault. None of this would have happened if it wasn't for me. Wait, Kay. Don't go. You stay right where you are, detective. But sir, I'm not a prosecutor anymore. Don't say that. Where you go, I go, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm always there right by your side. There's no need for you to do that now, detective. Simply focus on your job and do what you can. Well now, this is not good, is it? We've let a dangerous criminal run free. I try and yet it's never enough. There's no need to worry, sir. We'll set up a cordon. She won't get far. She'd better not. I'll be very disappointed if she does.
I thought we were saving the whole I'm not going to be a prosecutor anymore thing in for case 5. Didn't realize we're just here and now he's like, I quit. I'm done. Guess this isn't his office anymore. Time to move out.
Hey. She's not here either. Where are you? Knock, knock. Special visitor. Fender. Whoa, talk about an unhappy face. Everything okay, big guy? You won't earn yourself too many admirers looking like that. What are you doing here? Has something happened? Something happened, he asked. I'll say. It's been all over the news. Murder in the committee chamber? I call that a happening, alright. And what with your here being today, I thought, well, couldn't help but wonder if you were involved. They're reporting it on the news already? Heck yeah. A dead lawyer? Young woman on the run? They're lapping it up. It's crazy stuff. Compelling too, I gotta admit. So, you gonna give me the lowdown or what? Well, actually... Whoa! Maybe warn a guy before blowing his mind next time. Things are even crazier than I thought. This isn't a joke, Fender. Kay's out there somewhere all alone and without her memory. Not to mention being the suspect in a murder. That definitely doesn't make things any easier. Where the heck could she have gone to? Sure she doesn't remember Zip? I thought she might have come here, but... No luck, huh? Can't say I'm surprised. Sounds like she thinks she's done you wrong. She wouldn't want to cause you even more trouble by rocking up on your doorstep. You think I don't know that? I'm out of places to look. Hey, take a chill pill, compadre. This isn't like you. You're wound up tighter than a clockwork monkey. Which isn't a bad thing, necessarily. After all, it's got even you running from pillar to post looking to save an innocent from jail. Acting like the attorney I know you were born to be. Look, Fender, I may have given up my badge earlier, but that doesn't mean I've decided to become an attorney. However, Kay isn't just some suspect in a murder to me. She's somebody I've come to know very well, even if we've only been acquainted for a short while. And she'd never harm a fly, let alone another person. Blow my mind twice in 5 minutes, why don't you? Kid's lucky to have you in her corner, champ. I hope you don't mind me saying this, but it's quite the bond that's sprung up between the two of you. Enough to give me and your old man's running for its money, even. It's nothing like that, really. She just likes to involve herself in my affairs. You could say that again. From what I've seen, she likes to charge into things no holds barred. But she's done you some good, I can tell. You two make a great team. Yeah, I can't say I'm not a little jealous, seeing as my partner Crab's no longer around. Anyway, you need to track her down. Connections like that don't grow on trees. I should know. Alright, how about this for a plan? You're fresh out of ideas about where she could be, and you just can't walk the streets shouting her name. So why not go back to the source? Look at how she lost her memory in the first place. You just might turn up some clues to help narrow things down. That's not a bad idea. Based on what she told us, it sounds like it all started at the big building. And that's where we're headed. Next stop, the big time. And maybe you can give your face the good news on the way. Kay won't come frolicking back into the fold if the first thing she sees is you scowling like that. Very funny. Bender's truly a force of nature all in his own.
Ooh, it's nighttime now.
Sun sure set quickly. Having a murder on the premises could make this place close its doors. Gotta chase that last dollar, huh? There's hardly anybody around, though. Guess we got the whole place to ourselves.
First step towards proving Kay's innocence is to figure out how she lost her memory.
Worth the miles. We got sleuthing to do. This rooftop paradise is all ours. So let's focus up and do what we're good at for Kay, alright?
Do what we're good at, huh? I suppose I should be grateful there's at least something we can do. But what exactly can we do? We already examined all of this. So the person in the raincoat that Kay saw supposedly approached her from the direction of the concession stand. Yeah, from beyond it, where there's no ground. Which would suggest that she was pushed over this railing here. The railing is chest high. You'd have to try really hard to go tumbling over the edge of it. Everything looks sturdy enough too. Yeah, I don't know, maybe she didn't get pushed down, 30 stories of a building. It's a pretty sizable cherry tree. Its flowers are just on the cusp of full bloom. According to what Kay told us, she was standing beneath this tree until she was pushed and fell. Let's see. Statues? The beak and wings of a bird and the body of a lion. I guess these statues are meant to guard the peace of this little rooftop haven. I have to say, they're incredibly detailed. Almost frighteningly so. Instead of feeling welcome, I wonder how many people have been scared off by these instead. It looks like a TV for showing announcements from the various companies in the big building. But at the moment, it's just showing a regular broadcast channel. What's on the channel? What am I standing here for? The Steel Samurai isn't on today. Really? You're telling me that if it was, you would have just stood there and watched it? You have a crime to solve. You can go watch it later. Go record it on your VHS or something. You're smart enough to figure it out. You can insert a coin to take a good look at the distant landscape for a few minutes. Kay absolutely would have been all over this. The Kay I know, anyway. Hey, Jack! How's it going? Welcome back. But for now, I'd better focus my powers of observation on this rooftop.
Mr. Edgeworth, we meet again.
What are you two doing up here?
Well, seeing as we came all this way, we thought we might as well enjoy some cotton candy. What the heck are you doing up here? Looking to get yourself in even more hot water?
Needn't worry about me, Dr. Hertz. I'll be just fine.
Whatever you say, Mr. Soon-to-be ex-prosecutor turned ex-prosecutor. Saw that coming a mile off. Wait, what? You got fired?
As I said, you needn't concern yourself with my affairs.
If you say so. So, oh, how's Kay doing? Uh-oh, did something happen? Maybe I can help? How about injection?
No injections, thank you. Unfortunately, a jab a day does not keep this world's troubles at bay.
Yeah, it did get kind of chilly, huh? Come on, let's head home. Alright then, Mr. Edgeworth. Catch you again soon.
I love that their walk cycle is like way slower than the speed that they move at. I didn't even click anything, I just walked over here. What were you doing in the tree?
Hi.
Kay.
Don't mind me, I was just lying in wait.
That would make you a criminal, Kay.
Perhaps you meant to say laying low.
Oh, yes, that.
Nevertheless, I doubt people will look kindly on a suspect haunting the site of a supposed crime. Surely you understand that, even in your current state? On top of which, while you've been playing hide-and-go-seek, I've been worried sick and frantically trying to find you.
Are you mad at me?
Of course I am. Now, what were you thinking coming back here? Did you think your amnesia would excuse your recklessness?
No. I came to try and help you get your badge back.
What?
I thought if I could get my memory back, I might be able to remember killing that poor woman. I thought if maybe I came back to where I lost my memory, maybe I could...
There's one thing you haven't lost, you know? Your ability to surpass my expectations at every turn. I can be more certain now that you're the Kay I know so very well. However, I couldn't appreciate you being so reckless. Do you hear me?
I'm sorry.
Seriously, Miles? You're killing me here. You're banking good guy points and then you went and blow it all by blowing your top. Good to see you, kiddo. Glad you're safe. Come on, bring it in.
Okay.
That's the spirit. Not now, Fender. Yeesh, just trying to lighten the mood. Live news announced now from the big building where a shocking murder took place earlier today. Police continue their hunt for a young woman known to have been present at the scene. She's considered the prime suspect, and police say no effort is being spared in trying to track her down. Ooh, mama. They're not messing around, huh? Well, team, what's the plan? Looks like the clock's ticking down, and fast. Indeed, it's only a matter of time before they find us. Alright, first things first. Okay, you're sticking with us from now on, capiche?
But I've caused you so much trouble already.
You can hardly make things any worse for me at this point.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Then it's settled. We're in this together like three musketeers. Last will be in charge of proving Kay innocent. And I will, believe me. So I'm gonna need you to do everything you can to help him with his investigating, okay, Kay?
Yes, of course.
Great. Now we gotta move quick. Can't be getting bagged by the boys in blue before we even started. You two may not have any more to lose, but your Uncle Eddie sure does. Cranky would never forgive me if I got the family office shut down. Thank you, Fender. I'm sure I owe you more than I'll ever really know. Yeah, those two are definitely going to be working together in the future. Okay, what the hell were you doing in the tree?
I hope I've been of help to you so far. I came back here because I thought it might jog my memory.
How about we go over what you remember one more time?
Okay. I was standing under the tree, sheltering from the rain. Then I saw a person in a red raincoat. And then they pushed me.
Can you remember anything specific about the person in the raincoat?
I'm sorry. I just can't recall anything. Oh, but there is one thing. I could see the moon over their shoulders as they came closer and closer.
The moon?
Yes, it's all very fuzzy, but it was in the exact same place it is right now.
Well, wait, if it was in the exact same place it is now, and the guy came from by the concession stand, something's not adding up here. That's the opposite direction of the concession.
Floating up there above the cherry blossoms.
So the moon was visible over the mysterious figure's shoulder. Or is it after, like, he approached and they start talking, maybe? No, even then that doesn't make sense, because if she was standing underneath the cherry tree, guy comes over from the concession over here. Presumably she's still underneath the tree, facing him. Unless the guy, like, walked around her and stood by the fence. Something's not adding up here. That's new information. I should keep it in mind.
I keep feeling like there's something just on the edge of my memory.
There is? It could be the clue we need. Alright, just let it float to the top of your mind and say whatever comes to your thoughts.
Alright. I'm seeing... It's very faint, but I'm seeing a small restaurant. Just a counter and some seats. And there's this incredible smell. A beautiful golden soup, not too thick, and it tastes just right. It's filled with delicious noodles. They're firm, but not too firm. And that's when a thought crossed my mind. I'm gonna order another bowl.
Captivating memory. But sadly, one that has nothing to do with the case. I see she's also a fan of hamburgers. You used to say you were the second great thief Yatagarasu, a noble outlaw dedicated to stealing the truth. Do you really not remember any of that?
Hey,
Crafter! Welcome!
Oh, I think you're right. I was a noble.
Not a noble, Kay, a noble outlaw. Still, I suppose you got halfway there. Do we have anything we can present to her? Oh, the letter!
Is this some kind of contract?
In a way. It appears to be a criminal contract of sorts, I suppose you could say.
Criminal? And I wrote this?
Letter isn't handwritten, so it's hard to say who actually wrote it.
I see.
What else do we have here? Should we present... Nah, that's not really going to do anything. I don't know, I guess a ticket maybe?
I was carrying this, wasn't I? I'm sorry. I don't remember anything about it.
Nothing at all. Even the tiniest clue could help.
Alright, let's see. I think I might have just grabbed it on reflex when whatever happened to me happened. There's a saying, right? A falling person will clutch at a straw?
I think you got that a little wrong, but I see where you're going with this, and yeah, I agree. This is led nowhere.
What's the matter? You're making a strange face.
I don't want to dissuade you from trying, but please, I need you to think a little more before you speak.
I understand.
Okay. That's kind of all we have right now. Logic time, mayhaps. Alright, where Kay was standing. Stand beneath the cherry tree and the moon. Kay is pushed by a person in a red raincoat, walk towards the concession stand. Moonshine over the shoulder of the person in the red raincoats in the same part of the sky tonight. Are we connecting this because there's a contradiction? Okay. No, we're not. I thought maybe that's why there would be a connection. Can we even do anything here? The railing and the moon? Okay, there we go. Thinking back over what Kay had said, the person in the raincoat approached her from the direction of the concession stand, which implies that she was pushed over the railing on the side opposite the stand. She also said that she could see the moon over this person's shoulder. But when we checked just now, the moon was in a different location than expected. Kay claims it's currently in the same spot in the sky as it was on the night of the incident. This throws the positions of the moon and the person in the raincoat out of alignment with her story. I think her memories may have been confused somehow. What's more, if she really had been pushed over that railing, she would have never survived the fall. Therefore, I must conclude that she may not have fallen where she thought she did. Is there another railing that she could have maybe gone shoved over? Something else that she could have fallen out of? You may have fallen, Kay, but it couldn't have been over that railing. Because if you had, you wouldn't be alive now to tell the tale.
But I definitely remember standing under that tree. If I was pushed, the only way I could have fallen is over that railing, isn't it?
Not unless the ground opened up and swallowed you whole.
The ground can just open up like that? How?
My bad. Not joking matter. Sorry, kiddo. You may also be closer to the truth than you think, Fender. Let's take another look back at the ground in that area. There's a chance we may have missed something. Yeah, I was wondering about this. Kay couldn't have fallen over the railing. So where did she fall? There must be a clue around here somewhere. I think it's right here. What's this? Looks like a surface hash. Kay, do you think you might have fallen down here instead? Nah, you'd never be as clumsy as that.
I'm sorry, I just can't say one way or the other.
My bad, kiddo. Just another one of my silly musings. You don't have to take me so seriously, you know.
I don't? Never?
Well, maybe not never. If I told you to leap lyrically into my arms... Fender. Chill, Mazzarino. Where's your sense of whimsy?
So, never then.
Ouch. Talk about a deep cut.
What else is even here? Oh.
The ground here is covered with cherry blossoms. Even though the tree's not in full bloom yet, the strong wind up here is blowing the petals right off. It would have been nice if they thought to tidy up just a little, though.
I don't know. It looks kind of nice. I feel like it was almost left like that on purpose. Is that it? That's all we got out of it? We need more logic.
Pegasus, the winged horse of legend. No, wait. Isn't that a horn on its head? So, it's a unicorn. No, that can't be right either. Unicorns don't have wings.
Somebody hasn't seen My Little Pony. Spending all his time watching Steel Samurai. Man, wrong choice.
What's this? There's a little plaque here at the bottom showing the name of the piece. Contradictions. That'll teach me to bother engaging with such things.
Telling ya, man needs to broaden his horizons. Watch more shows. Then he wouldn't have questioned it.
Can't believe this thing's made the news already. How do they do it, huh? Hey, think they're filming us from the chopper up there right now? Go check the TV for me, Mouserino. Need to make sure to catch my good side.
Now, at a time like this... I mean, it can. I don't think it's gonna make a difference. Apparently it might.
As you can see, they're still hard at work up on the 50th floor. That's where the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence holds their disciplinary hearings, correct?
That's right. There have been people walking by the windows all evening. This is one serious investigation.
What does it make our chances of getting out of here with Kay and Rosier? We'll have to find a way to slip past the press. I'm a cool and mysterious customer, Mouserino, but I'm no spy. Maybe we can use him as a decoy if things got desperate. Okay, whatever you're thinking, quit it. I can tell it doesn't end well for me.
Alright, what is in here? The time? Is that important right now? Guess we can look at the time.
Looks like this is being broadcast live. Which means we're looking at the big building in real time.
Does that mean we're on TV too?
I don't think so. The camera's far enough away. It's far away enough, and it's just dark enough that I think we'll be safe for now. At least we better be. If Kate is spotted, things will go from bad to worse before we know it. As you can see, they're still hard at work on the 50th floor. That's where the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence holds their disciplinary hearings, correct?
That's right. There have been people walking by the windows all evening. This is one serious investigation.
I guess they're still working on the committee chamber. The reporter's right. You can see people moving around. Wait, something's very wrong with this picture. I can use a certain piece of evidence to help me deduce exactly what.
Is it the brochure? Okay, committee chamber is indeed the 50th floor. What? What evidence is that? We have evidence? What could that even be? There's no contradiction here. Okay. Alright, well, I guess I'll have to try something. I'm just not sure what. Keycards used to enter is not going to be it. I don't think any of this is going to be it. It's got to be this, but... I don't know what I'm missing here. Like, 50th floor? Isn't it the 50th floor? Wait, no, it's not the 50th floor. Oh, shit. I forgot to press deduce. It actually is the 49th floor that's lit up right now.
Question, how many floors does this building have? Easy, 50, right? Kinda wrong, they're just a few feet above where committee works its ugly little schemes. It's a place where starry-eyed young romantics come to wish for everlasting smoochy times.
But then, What's that dark space above the 50th floor?
The gloomy underbelly of love? Wait a minute. Exactly. The committee chamber is supposed to be on the top floor, directly beneath the viewing platform. But it actually appears to be located one floor below that, clearly contradicting the supposed facts.
Maybe whoever wrote the pamphlet made a mistake?
Or maybe there's a secret 51st floor. Quick, someone count the floors.
Somehow I don't think so. Call me crazy, but yes, there appears to be a hidden 51st floor.
Is that where all the really top secret prosecutorial dealings happen?
Wow, and that's where they keep the gloomy underbelly of love?
Ugh, my heart. You needn't take this quite so literally, Kay. Good, then perhaps we can take this more seriously instead. Come on. Have you met me, Miles? That might be easier said than done. It'll still be easier than trying to enjoy your so-called jokes.
Good, that's the logic we needed. Kate fell down the hatch and ended up on the 51st floor.
How has a whole floor between the 50th and the viewing platform remained undetected all this time? You got me there. Kinda hard to hide a set of stairs going up to it if you ask me. That's precisely it. Things like stairs that are normally out in the open going unnoticed by people seems a bit implausible, which can only mean the 51st floor is no ordinary floor, and can't be reached by ordinary means.
Then we'll just have to reach it through extraordinary means, right?
I don't know about extraordinary means. Maybe let's go for unconventional? Indeed. Consider, if you will, the hatch found by the cherry tree. What would you expect to find on the other side of such a hatch? A room of some kind, perhaps? Oh, a secret room. Now you're talking my language.
Let's go take a look.
Guess what? You're balding, so you cut all your hair off. Aw, man. Well, I mean, I guess with something like that, you might as well just get it over with, right? Although some people, you know, they like to try and bide their time as much as possible. It's unfortunate to hear. Man, I don't know what I would do if I started losing all my hair. I would be devastated. But I feel like it's a possibility. I don't know, I think the chances are high, but it's definitely something I've been thinking about in the back of my mind. Especially since I know a couple people that are balding, or have. And they're not much older than me.
Alright, there we go.
Can't fight the bald and must embrace it. Yeah, I mean, if it, you know, something like that, I don't know, is there really a way you can actually stop it? It's like, it really is. If I found out I was balding, I would probably just concede and cut it off too, honestly, you know? No point, like, having half a job left. Just get it over with.
What is this place?
Look at all that stuff down there. Is it a storeroom?
Whatever it is, I think we can safely say this is where you fell. Go, team! Strike one mystery off the list! Yes, but the greater mystery of Kay's memory loss still remains unsolved. We have a red rain-coated figure who can walk on air to account for, among other things. Hey, can a guy bask in success for a second? So we found a hidden storeroom. I vote we scooch down and check it out. We have pretty much exhausted everything up here. It can't hurt to take a look.
Yeah, every treatment is temporary. Yeah, there's like some stuff you can kind of do, but yeah, unfortunately, I don't think there's like an actual cure for baldness. Oh my god, look who it is.
Is that you, Mr. Edgeworth?
She finally decided to return.
Emma, what are you doing here?
I heard about what happened from Detective Gumshoe. I was in the area, so I thought I'd come by and see what's going on.
This is Emma Skye. She's a high school student currently studying in Europe to become a forensic scientist. Younger sister of a former superior of mine. We've also stood in court together.
The detective called me up in panic. He said your badge fell off the big building and that Kay was in a man's suit and...
Hold it right there. Didn't you just leave to go back to Europe a few days ago? And you're back again already?
Yep, I'm here with one of my professors. But not to do any schoolwork or anything, just some interpreting.
Then shouldn't you be off doing that instead of gallivanting around a crime scene?
Oh, it's fine. There's this wonderful thing called body language after all. That's not actual language, Emma. Anyway, never mind me. This is about Kay. How is she? Where is she?
Aw, shucks. Isn't that sweet, K-Meister? Your little friend is worried about you.
Oh. Yes. Who's this guy? Don't tell me you went and got a new assistant, Mr. Edgeworth.
Very funny, young lady. It's actually the other way around, I have you know. Eddie Fender, attorney at law, and senior partner at Edgeworth & Co. Law Offices.
Edgeworth? So you are his assistant? Wait, attorney? Since when were you a defense attorney?
I'm not. To say it's complicated is an understatement. This is like when your friend comes over and then you watch like some episode in a TV show that's like 10 seasons deep and they don't know anything that's going on.
Let's not sort the details for now, yeah? First things first.
But an attorney, Mr. Edgeworth? Really?
Fighting bald leads to more future disappointments. I'm gonna eat an all butter shortbread cookie and live my life. That sounds like a good strategy, you know? A nice shortbread cookie sounds pretty delicious right about now. I don't have shortbread cookies, but I do have carrot cookies. They're also pretty good. I had some with some apple cider last night. Pretty good idea. I'm lost between y'all. Yeah, I mean, if you haven't been... The problem with this game is if you haven't been keeping up with every stream, all it can take is like one missed stream and you're just like, what the fuck is going on here? I don't know any of these people.
Oof, it's like I'm not even here.
What is this, some kind of weird experiment?
Perhaps you should head down below. I'll explain there.
I agree. The police could be here any minute. And who's this?
I'll explain later, Emma. Come on, time to go.
Oh, alright. But you better explain yourself, Mr. Hotshot Pro... Attorney?
Trust me, I'll explain that too.
Okie dokie we do. Down the hatch we go.
Gang's all here. Been kind of flying through these chapters. They seem short. Unknown location.
It's dark as a grave down here. Can't see the nose in front of my roguishly handsome face.
What's your step, Emma?
Ouch! I hit my head on something.
Make your way down slowly, Kay. I don't want you to slip.
Oh, yes, Mr. Edgeworth.
There's gotta be a light switch here somewhere. Ah, bingo!
Whoa! The hell is this? This is... The hidden 51st floor really is being used as a storeroom. We need to take a careful look over all these items. Wait a second, I recognize some of this stuff.
Alright, Mr. Edgeworth, you promised me an explanation or three.
I did indeed. Where to even start? Thank God we don't have to listen to it all.
Wow, a lot's been happening, huh? What a case.
It's not supposed to fill you in with excitement, Emma.
Seems you gotten yourself into a real pickle, Mr. Prosecutor Attorney.
Not an attorney, or prosecutor anymore.
Well, whatever you are, I think it's time for science to lend a helping hand. Don't worry, I brought my entire kit with me.
Well, if you're sure.
Are you kidding? I live for moments like this. Here, let's make this all official. Good working with you again, Miss Edgeworth.
And you, Miss Sky.
And then there were 4. Right, everyone, let's get to work.
I want to know where that elevator goes.
Looks like it goes... down?
It's something we'll certainly want to investigate further, but we should look around up here first.
Aye aye, Captain. Let me know if you find anything juicy.
I'll keep trying to see what I can remember. I'll let you know if anything comes to mind.
Thank you, Kay. Emma?
Ready, willing, and able to investigate, Mr. Edgeworth.
Very well. Then let us begin. Boy, is there a lot of recognizable stuff up here. Wonder why it's all here. This looks like this stuff shouldn't be here. These are
What's the matter, Miss Edgeworth?
If I'm not mistaken, several of the items on display here are pieces of evidence from old cases of mine. But what are they doing here?
Maybe this is where the committee stores stuff it's looking into?
Can't be. Evidence like this is stored at the police department.
You keep stuff at the prosecutor's office too?
When a case is ongoing, yes, but once the last trial is finished up, it's supposed to go right back to the precinct. This is a very good reason for it to go elsewhere.
And yet, here it all is.
There's no point trying to figure it out the whys right now. I should take a closer look at it all. They all have labels. Labels with numbers printed on them.
Exhibit numbers, maybe? You said they were all pieces of evidence, right?
Yes, but judging by how the numbers are written and by the items themselves, I guess these are prices.
But prices? I would have never guessed that. Wait, but none of this stuff could be worth that much money, could it?
I like that. I'm guessing they probably just like erased the yen sign that was next to all these numbers and just left it like that. Nondescript currency, which makes that piece of cloth in the top left there look very expensive as a result. But when if you imagine that every item here had a yen symbol in front of it, I think some of these prices make a little more sense.
Prices are very high indeed. It's no wonder she's surprised.
But I guess they're just rolling with the idea that that random piece of purple cloth is worth $240.
Let's examine all of these in detail.
Unless something else was up here.
That's odd. This is the only spot with nothing on it. But still has one of those signs in front of it.
Indeed. And look, there's an outline in the dust on top of the cloth.
That's some very thick dust. Look how thick that dust is. Almost looks like an indent.
I'd say something was probably sitting there until quite recently, wouldn't you?
You know what? I think you might be right. But, I'm drawing a blank and trying to imagine what.
Well, I might have an idea. A star-shaped outline. Don't we have a piece of evidence that might well be connected?
We do indeed.
A certain potential murder weapon, even. The outline in the dust matches the bottom of the candelabrum exactly. I'd say there's a very strong chance that this is where a murderer took it from.
Which would mean the candelabrum is evidence from another case?
It certainly seems likely. That's not our concern right now. The key thing to note is that the murder weapon was taken from this storeroom.
How's this thing?
Oh, isn't he a cutie? Look at this fluffy little guy.
That's the stuffed animal we found at Gourd Lake.
It is? Does anyone else remember that thing? I don't remember that thing. Oh, right. That's the stuffed animal from the first case in this game. I forgot about that.
It should be in the possession of the prosecutor in charge of that case. Eustace. So how did he wind up here?
Actually, I don't think that one was Eustace. We didn't meet Eustace until case 2.
But look, he's missing his left horn.
He is, but he never had it in the first place. At least not as far as we ever saw.
Defective merchandise, huh? Then we need to contact the manufacturer. I demand a recall.
Now that I come to think of it, why would anyone give the president a broken toy to begin with?
Stuffed animal we originally found in the Shangfa presidential plane, missing its left horn.
So this storeroom is actually more of a stock room?
It would seem so, much as it pains me to consider such a thing. What kind of a person sells off evidence from serious criminal cases?
And who to? Who'd even want to pay for all this stuff?
Somebody, clearly. Price tags are proof of that.
Wow, people really will collect anything, huh? Fascinating. That's a cute little doll. Kinda looks like the Steel Samurai.
It's actually the Iron Infant, summon of the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess. He was born burdened with the knowledge that he too would one day be called upon to fight for justice. I can't imagine the pressure that must have put him under. More than most people could bear. Yes, he's young, but you can sense it nonetheless. A certain tragic refinement.
Edgeworth! Mr. Edgeworth! Are you even listening to me?
Oh, of course.
Nerd.
Bottle of ink and a lantern, both pieces of evidence from a previous case of mine.
But why? What's all this stuff related to you doing here?
As long as if any of it was in my possession for any length of time. The duration of the case and no longer. Perhaps this is all nothing but a coincidence. Seriously, a coincidence? I never thought I'd hear those words coming out of your mouth. Must always face up to the facts of a situation, however strange they may be. Isn't that what a scientist believe too? You want to talk about what scientists believe? Settle in. This may take a while.
This is all stuff from the first game, or Investigations 1 and 5.
Small bottle. One I've seen before.
Oh, that's all? Nothing else to add?
Well, no. What more did you want me to say?
Hold up, I gotta write this down. Mr. Edgeworth can turn even the most boring topics into something picturesque with his explanations.
Next time try taking those kinds of notes in silence.
Can't open the safe? Unfortunate. Oh, there's mannequin.
A mannequin, huh? Wait, I know. All thanks to my powers of scientific deduction, of course. It's evidence from an old case of yours, right?
Not this time. I've never seen it before in my life. Doesn't seem to fit with the other items in the room either. For one thing, it doesn't have a price tag.
Maybe it was meant to hold something? And then that thing is gone now?
So why is it here?
Okay. What other evidence do we have?
Scientifically speaking, I'd say this looks like some kind of wooden icebox. Yeah, the chains are probably to stop the cold air from escaping.
I don't mean to contradict you, Emma, but this isn't this just a box for storing clothes in? The wood is imbued with a natural repellent that keeps moths away.
Oh, yeah, sure. I guess you could look at it that way too. And keeping your clothes chilled would be nice for the summer, right?
Still not prepared to let go of that particular part of your hypothesis, I see.
A bunch of trophies and... Oh, look! Somebody's left a walkie-talkie here!
It looks to me like it was put there deliberately. Rather like it's on display, to be honest.
Hey, there are a bunch of batteries in here too. It could be useful. Let's take it with us.
Why are we stealing things?
Nobody will mind if I use it for a little while, will they? I could take it to the police station afterward.
Someone's starting to sound like a certain great thief.
Or someone purple-clad woman. Oh, I was trying to click on the thing next to it. This thing.
Oh, that's one heck of a desk. I wonder who it belonged to.
There are 4 male figures acting as legs holding up the tabletop in the center. It's hideously cringy. And it doesn't even have the good decency to be camp enough to look back around.
Is this from one of your old cases too, Mr. Edgeworth?
No, I can't think of anyone related to any of my investigations with such ostentatiously awful taste.
Are you sure you don't remember this? Think back real hard. There's a certain guy dressed in purple. He had a lot of rings.
At least I don't think there was.
How could he have forgotten this? I guess he was never at the building, so he would have never seen the table. Why is there just money sitting here? Fake or not?
Piles of banknotes just left out for all to see. A little tasteless, wouldn't you say?
No way, those are $100 bills. That's a fortune right there.
That's gotta be fake money.
How many years would it take for you to make that much money, Miss Edgeworth?
Please, Emma. I don't even want to think about it.
Someone bought the monkey head from the studio?
What is that giant head thing?
It's the head of the great Mrs. Monkey. I remember the case well. But how did they even get it up here?
Huh? Mrs. Monkey? That doesn't sound right. Are you sure you didn't get the name wrong, Miss Edgeworth? Or misremembered it somehow?
Don't be ridiculous. As if I'd ever make such a mistake.
Oh, there's his artwork in the back, too. From, what's-his-name's office.
This statue.
What is it? Got some new data for me?
Not exactly, it's just something from a case I worked on. A piece of evidence. I believe it's called the Alfred statue. And there were 2 of them, a real one and a fake. Whichever one this is, it shouldn't be here of all places.
An old case, huh? Guess you have worked on a bunch of different...
Is this just where everyone's just showing up? We're just having a party down here, you know? Someone sent out invitations.
It's like in The Sims, you just call one person, they bring like 20 more friends.
Gotcha. Calling me a red dang handed, guiltier than a torp cat and covered in cream. Huh.
My eyes. Stop that at once.
Ain't no stopping by snapping. Not till I get every dang detail and then some. Y'all think I'm about to lay a bunch of dirty criminals go before I get the shot? Think again.
How do you even have that much film in there?
We're not criminals. Yeah, sure. Pull the other one. It's got bells on. This here's camera is a weapon of justice. It ain't about to be hornswoggled by your cheap denials.
Oh, it's you.
Huh? You... Why, you're that low-down dirty jerk of a prosecutor, ain't ya?
Who are you calling low-down dirty jerk? This is Lotta Hart. A photojournalist by trade, we've crossed paths on a few occasions, especially on that one particular case. She's hard to forget, and even harder to get a word in edgewise with.
Quit making that face, will ya? That's the face of a no-good schemer if I ever saw one.
Seems like I didn't leave the best of impressions on her either.
Well, it's payback time, Mr. Schemer. Y'all be thankful all I went from you is a couple of pictures.
Yeah, a couple pictures you're going to give to the press, and then we're going to find out where we've been and get us into more trouble.
But we're just here to investigate. Sure you are. If I investigate, you mean pull the wool over a lot of miles wide eyes.
I think, weirdly enough, you probably have some of the smallest eyes here.
Sorry, Miss Edgeworth. I thought she might listen to me.
Didn't hurt to try, I guess, but we're probably better off leaving her alone for now. Yeah, we will be ignoring her for now.
It's kind of creepy, all these masks lined up here in the dark.
Not a fan of horror movies, I take it.
No way. That stuff's so unscientific.
I know, right? People just fumbling their keys when they need them the most, trying to get into their car, and then the killer just comes up behind them when all they had to do was open the door, get in, and drive off. Because the killer's walking at like 0.3 miles a year towards you. Idiots. All of them. If there was ever a competent person in a horror film, it would ruin the entire plot. Name one horror film that has a competent protagonist. You can't. I think you mispronounced terrifying. What kind of mess do we even have here? I don't recognize some of these.
That mask. That's global hero Onya Capone.
Why is that so shocking?
You really don't know? Everything about the show is secret. When it's on TV, who makes it, so the merchandise is super rare.
Sounds to me like whoever made it may have simply gone out of business. How is anyone supposed... Yeah, if you don't even know when your show is on, like, how is anyone supposed to watch it?
That's Captain Saipan. He's super popular overseas. Everybody loves dressing up like him. Kids, adults, you name it.
I find the flower in his head a little excessive myself.
What TV show are these from?
I don't know a whole lot about it, but I believe it's called The Students of Starry's School. It's about an elementary school where the students are all superheroes.
So their masks are modeled on sports safety helmets or something, right? And maybe the number of eye slits tell you their student ID number. So the one on the left would be number 1, and the one right is number 2.
I suppose that could be it, yes. How many students are at this school? And how many slits are we giving to, like, student number 357?
That would mean a ton of slits for the kids with the highest ID numbers.
I have to admit being a little intrigued by this show now. She's the only heroine on the Steel Samurai series needs.
You can say that again. I love the Pink Princess.
You watch shows like that, Emma?
Of course. You love them too, right?
Well, I don't really know all that much about them, but sure.
Really? Because I saw the Steel Samurai figure in your office, so I thought...
Can't believe that even Emma's seen it. Yeah, you're not hiding something like that from anyone. There's a selection of masks arranged on the back here. There's even a Steel Samurai. What an impressively authentic likeness it is, too.
Scientist in me is sensing something strange, though. A lack of consistency, you know?
In the sense that the characters represented here feel a little haphazard somehow. I don't disagree. There's even an empty space here.
Yeah, just an empty hook, right in the middle.
Somebody using that one, perhaps? Do we have any masks, perhaps? I think we do. Although this one looks a little cheap in comparison.
Kay was carrying a jammy ninja mask when she was found. But it looks like it might have originally come from this hook.
Scientifically speaking, that doesn't seem like a crazy hypothesis. Which would mean that Kay was really here?
As you put it, not a crazy hypothesis. But why?
Did she come to steal something, maybe? There's all kinds of stuff here.
Because she's a great thief who steals the truth, I suppose. No, I think it's too early to jump to any conclusions. It's a Steel Samurai and the Nickel Samurai.
The Nickel Samurai always seems kind of pleased with himself to me. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not just about being skinny and cool, you know? There's more to it than that. I'm Team Steel all the way.
You've just gone up in my estimation, Emma.
So what, if she ended up liking the Nickel Samurai instead, you wouldn't trust her as much?
These are all case files from various murders.
What? But why would they be here?
They should be safely under lock and key at the courthouse or the prosecutor's office, which would suggest that somebody removed them without permission. Something very suspicious is going on here. We need to find out more.
I love the idea of like a black market for evidence and murder files. Like, what kind of insane collector is buying this stuff?
You said the statue is a piece of evidence from an old case of yours, right? It's pretty weird looking, I have to say.
It's known as the Alfred statue.
The what?
The Alfred statue.
But it says here it's called the Alfred statue. Alfred.
What are you muttering about?
Oh, nothing. Let's carry on looking around, shall we?
I can't click on the suitcase. I really wanted to click on the suitcase. That hideous thing.
Oh boy, this whole experience is enough to boggle a guy's mind. Serious storerooms, damsels in distress. It's got the lot. Could you at least try to take things a little more seriously, Fender? Hey, I can try. No, but seriously, I'm as keen to help Kay as you are. She's safe with me. You go do your thing. You go do your thing. It's not Kay I'm worried about, it's you.
Alright, Lotta, you've been waiting here long enough.
So, what are y'all doing snooping around a fishy old place like this anyhow?
I think it's us who should be asking you that.
Me? I'm in it for the truth, for the good of society, and for little me, of course. I'm what you might call a photographer for the people. Snapping here, snapping there, snapping every dang where.
I'll just leave you to it then. We can talk once you've got it out of your system later.
Okay, what are we missing here? We've done everything, right? I mean, obviously not, otherwise we'd be complete, but... Elevator, perhaps? Ah, there it is. I'm confused, I don't recognize that statue. That statue was from the first game, the other investigations game. You remember the case on the plane? There was like the cargo hold, and half the case took place in the cargo hold, and there was like that thing about the fake statue and the real statue, and they're like transporting them and all that. I'm pretty sure it's that statue. Or one of them anyways. No idea if it's the fake or the real one. I think like, I would say 70% of the stuff in this room is probably related to Investigations 1. And then like a couple items like the desk and the head. And maybe the masks as well. Up there are probably related to like actual Ace Attorney games. Oh, and the painting, of course. My guess is the walkie-talkie might be the walkie-talkie that we interrogated in 2-4. But yeah, it's probably got to be that one because it's the only time a walkie-talkie's ever appeared.
That's some sturdy construction. Thick floor plates, sturdy supports. At a rough estimate, I could say it'd hold 50 of you easily, Mr. Edgeworth.
Except for the fact it's nowhere near big enough.
You say that, but pack yourselves in tight and I think you might just do it.
I really don't think so. And anyway, we have more important things to be investigating. We can theorize about the elevator once we're done.
Maybe you're right. Fine. 45, Mr. Edgeworths. 48 tops.
That's it? That wasn't the key evidence? I guess we have to do logic then. We did pick up a little bit of logic. I don't see a walkie-talkie. Oh, it was down at it was on the red table. It's right there. Can I
I can. Yeah, it's right there at the bottom left of the screen on the red table. I clicked on it earlier. It's by the trophies. I'm pretty sure that's the one you interrogate, quote unquote, in 2-4. You've seen items of old evidence marked with price tags along with a huge pile of cash. I think it's pretty clear that somebody has been running an illicit trading in judicial goods.
Shady deals on a hidden 51st floor? This is big. It has to be, right?
Okay, I'm gonna take one guess. Give you one guess who's running this thing. I'll give you a hint. It's the people downstairs.
I think it might be, but we'll need to investigate a little further yet.
Yeah, it's like the same shape and everything, right? The one that the killer gives you. By which I mean the guy's name who was the killer. And he was also the killer.
We need to find out more about what's going on here.
Maybe there was an eyewitness we could interview.
An eyewitness, huh?
You don't think she saw anything, do you?
Why exactly are you here, Miss Hart?
Me? I told you, I'm in it for the truth, for the good society, and for little me, of course. I'm a photographer for the people. For the people?
If you won't tell me the real reason you're here, perhaps I can hazard a guess. Somebody was carrying out an illicit police and evidence trafficking scheme here in this storeroom.
Oh, so she's after a juicy story. Makes sense. Well, how'd y'all figure that out? Guess it means I don't have to tippy-toe around it anymore. One of my sources told me on the down low about an underground auction.
What? So the items here.
We're sold to the highest bidder. Folks were slinging money around like it was going out of fashion. Had to come see for myself, of course. Get eyes on my subject, you know? Should have heard the tales my contact was telling. Told in 2 trees, or so I first thought. Anyhow, I wasn't about to write it up based on hearsay alone. So yesterday I snuck in, slunk behind here this here statue, and sailed in to wait. Bidding started late at night and carried right on through to the break of dawn.
So the auction and the murder happened on the same night. Coincidence?
30 deals in a secret storeroom. Talk about a story.
Wasn't there anything else on sale apart from the items of evidence in this room?
Yeah, sure. There was a regular old stuff too. Shady artworks from who knows where, that kind of thing.
In what way are shady artworks regular exactly?
I mean, given the context, I would say that's pretty normal compared to actual police evidence.
But the evidence was a big draw for sure. Reckon they were selling and fixing the crooks could smuggle them out of cop and prosecutor shops. And I'll bet you got pictures of the whole thing, right, Miss Hart? Well, you see, main event was down below. I had to try and see what I could from up here.
Having been up here since yesterday, I assume you witnessed the entire auction from start to finish then.
It was an underground affair, like I said, so folks wasn't exactly giving much away. All land customers came down one at a time from up on the roof there. They were unmasked just as soon as they got down the ladder, and that ain't all. They had a voice changer doodads on them, see? Teeny tiny ones, stinkier than the bugs behind. So you couldn't see their real faces and you couldn't hear their real voices. Surreptitious as all heck.
You mean
surreptitious, right? I surely do. Sweet, sweet surreptitude.
Also not a word?
Anywho, once they had their gear on, they went right downstairs. And then in came the next one. When it came time to leave, they all done the same, but in reverse. Up they came again, one by one. Mask back on the hook, up the ladder, and away. Whoa, that's a serious operation.
Selection of various masks was kept on a rack. Each participant in the auction wore one. Yeah, probably some like forgeries and stuff, which, I mean, yeah, nothing normal about forged artwork, but compared to like actual police evidence and like murder files, I would say a black market auction full of like fake paintings and statues and the like is pretty run of the mill. Like when you think of a black market, that's kind of more the stuff you think about.
And how many participants were there?
11 altogether. I counted them when they came down the ladder. I didn't just hear a stupid statue hide behind a stupid statue the whole time, you know?
You didn't? Then where were you?
Well, when I first got here, you know what? That ain't important right now.
So you were hiding behind the statue from the very beginning.
Anywho, I watched all them folks come in from my spawn spot there in the shadows. I see. So you're watching from behind the statue. They used that there elevator to get down below. And once they all were down there, I snuck up and took me a peek at what was going on.
You mean the elevator remained in the room beneath?
No, they sent it back up. But there's a little peeky hole if you know where to look. Elevator don't quite sit flush with the floor, you see. And if you bend down and squint just right, you can see the whole shebang.
Did you catch sight of who was in charge?
Alright, sure, I guess I did. Ain't half so good a story if you don't get a glimpse of the evil ringleader after all.
I wonder who this ringleader is. I'll have to ask her some more. You mentioned a ringleader. Can you tell me any more about them?
Y'all should know I came here to get me an exclusive. But an exclusive ain't much dang good if you done spilled the beans already.
I see. So you don't actually know anything about them.
You think that's why she won't give us an answer? Makes sense, I guess. You got me. Couldn't see if it was a man or a woman, kid or an old time. Nothing.
So what were they wearing? Could you see that at least?
Yeah, sure. White jacket, white gloves, and a magenta flower on the lapel. Them three things is what I remember. But what's good's the description of the outfit if I don't got a clue who was wearing it? So this ringleader disguised their identity too, just like everybody else? Yes, sirree. Mask, voice changer, the whole 9 yards.
They were wearing one of the masks? Which one?
Let me see. Oh yeah, this guy. Zervan.
Zervan? What kind of name is that?
Seriously, Miss Edric, you've never heard of Zervan? He's global hero Onya Capone's arch nemesis. Who hasn't heard of Zervan the Time Lord?
Oh, of course. How could I have forgotten? 11, but there's 12 mask spots? Ooh, good eye. You're right.
So one of them wasn't taken then. Maybe the one that we have in evidence wasn't taken. I think I might have an idea how Kay might have gotten her hands on that mask, perhaps.
I think you'd be better off asking who has. So you didn't get a glimpse of their face at all?
No, I dang well didn't, which kind of scooches my scoop. This whole mess has been nothing but a simple hunt. I should have never come.
Ringleader wore a white jacket, white gloves, a magenta flower, and a mask. Age and gender could not be discerned. Sounds familiar.
We know of somebody who was dressed like that. Maybe I should try showing that evidence to Miss Hart. You said that the ringleader was wearing a white jacket, white gloves, and a magenta flower, correct?
Sure did. Don't ask me why they was dressed up like a peacock on a parade day, but they was.
Is this the outfit you saw?
Well, holy smokes, it sure as heck is. But, wait, so the big cheese is dead?
All we know is that she was the victim in the case we're investigating.
Her name was Rosie Ringer. Do you know her? Nope. So the ringleader was a lady? Well, ain't that just slippery and dang eel? Throwing me off with a man's jacket like that.
Hardly think she did it to fool you specifically. But setting that aside for now, what's important is that we discovered something vital to the case. Namely, that the underground auction was chaired by none other than our victim.
So somebody done bumped off the boss, huh? Then that's what's happening.
When was what happening?
Oh, nothing at all. You'll just go on your business now. No offense, Miss Hart, but that made you sound about 5 times more suspicious. Suspicious, my foot. I told y'all it's nothing. And you won't get nothing out of me, more out of me than that.
Wait, so there is more?
How many dang times I gotta tell you it ain't nothing, okay? And I ain't saying nothing either way. You can tell us just a little more? Pretty please? I'll tell you this, okay? I'm a journalist, a news hound, a scoop hunter, you hear? Exclusive articles go out, money comes in. That's how the game is played. Tell you more. Heck, I done told you all too much already. Wait, what if I, examine some fingerprints for you, pro bono? What kind of cockamamie think you is that? I'd sooner get a teeth pulled. You want intel? You go dig it up yourselves, just like I had to. Okay. Guess she isn't gonna talk to either of us.
Oh, she will. I'll handle things from here, Emma. There's a certain technique I find useful in dealing with difficult customers such as her. She may not give up the information voluntarily, but that doesn't mean she can't be
persuaded to. I kind of had a feeling that she would be the next chess battle. We haven't had one in this case yet. Let's start by observing our opponent.
I ain't telling y'all nothing, you hear? Now quit wasting my time before I really blow a fuse.
As we've seen, she's very quick-tempered. She'll try to cut the conversation dead wherever possible. I won't have much time to think, so I'll need to be swift and decisive. Miss Hart is definitely hiding something from me, so my first move is to discover what that something is. Alright, let's try and, like, coerce it out of her. I can see you're a little agitated, Miss Hart.
I am calm, thank you. Leastways I'll be just as soon as y'all quit yanking my dang chain.
Let's see if this is it.
That's better. Being a news hound's all about keeping a cool head no matter what the world throws at you, see?
Speaking of news hounds, this might interest you. I met one a few days ago. She's a very hungry young reporter indeed. A reporter with a very particular turn of phrase. Similar to your own, in fact.
Oh yeah? She spoke a little like me, huh? Guess that could have been someone I know.
I think she was your apprentice. I remember that from the first case. I think it was apprentice. Her name is Tabby Lloyd. And if I had to close my eyes, I could have believed I was listening to you. She told me about somebody she called the Chief. She was talking about you, wasn't she?
Oh, so y'all met Tabby, huh? Well, ain't that something? Where'd y'all bump into her? She's a great kid. Reckon... Wait. Oh, no you don't. You weren't getting on my good side bringing her into it, you sneaky snake. Whew, you nearly had me too.
Interesting. Talking about Miss Lloyd seems to make her lower her guard a little. I think we can use that to our advantage. Okay, second option again. Exhausted this avenue of inquiry. Oh, okay, I guess we have to go to top. I need you to tell me everything you know, and don't you dare leave anything out.
Go jump in the creek, you big bully. Why should I tell you anything? You don't got nothing to do with me, nor me with you, nada.
Time to deploy my clue. I don't have anything to do with you. That's a little unkind, don't you think? After all, I know your apprentice. I know her pretty well, in fact.
Yeah, well, guess it does seem kind of cold for me to say that if you know her pretty good. Wouldn't want the poor kid thinking I don't give a rat's behind.
Good. Then you'll tell us what you know?
Fine. See, it's like this. Give you a scoop. Well, wait, what am I thinking? Dang it, love. You gotta lay and bamboozle you that easy.
Was that about a scoop?
Forget it. It was nothing.
How embarrassing. A professional journalist making a careless slip of the tongue. You have a scoop, don't you? Now tell me what it is.
All right. I got me a scoop. A big one. But I can't just go blabbing about it to y'all. I got bills to pay.
She may be hiding something very important. I have to get it out of her somehow. We need to know the details of this scoop. She's quick to anger, but she's also quick to let key information slip. Now that we know that, the rest shouldn't be too hard. Let's see what else we can get of her. Okay. Let's not jump to conclusions yet. Your big scoop involves something criminal in nature, doesn't it?
Meh. Might be it did. Might be it did.
Which is it? This is important.
Alright. Don't gotta holler at me like that. I ain't done nothing shameful or nothing. Just stuck in and did some undercover reporting.
I'll try this. I'll be the judge of whether your actions were shameful or not. And unlawful entry into private property is very shameful indeed. In fact, it's a crime.
Hey, you did the exact same thing, genius. Oh, but I guess you're a prosecutor, huh? You're allowed to do stuff like that.
Let's not mention the fact that I handed in my badge, shall we?
And still, it doesn't amount to a whole hill of beans, right? There's folks out there that have done way worse. Murder for one. Next to murder, trespass ain't hardly nothing.
From your mutterings about murder just now, I gather that your scoop has something to do with the homicide.
No, I was just talking all hypothetical like. You know, about murder being the big one and all. Ain't nothing worse than murder.
Not the most skillful evasion I've heard in my career.
Look, I done told you, okay? I snuck into the auction. I'll cop to that. But murder? I don't know nothing about no murder. Ain't seen nothing, ain't heard nothing. Scout's honor.
I don't have a clue as to how to proceed with this line of questioning. I better try another track.
Ah, unfortunate.
This scoop of yours, does it have something to do with the auction?
You know what? I clean forget.
But you tried to infiltrate an underground auction. It only stands to reason that you observed something. Otherwise, what would you have to write about?
I don't know what to tell you. I didn't hear nothing.
If you didn't hear the sound of nothing, does that mean you did hear the sound of something? Something during your time in this room?
Well, see, it wasn't nothing really. It was just a little noise, that's all. Wouldn't even make page 16. Forget I mentioned it.
So something happened during the auction. Something that made a noise of some kind. This could be a valuable clue. I gotta hurry on this one. Never been good at speed chess. Okay, time to deploy that clue.
Okay, so we do that.
Okay, scoop is about a murder. Time to deploy the clue.
Oh, that was too close.
Holy. You told me you heard something during the auction. You claimed it wasn't important, but it must have been. Otherwise, why remember it? I think it was something very memorable indeed. In fact, I believe it was the cry of a murder victim.
Keep doing that. Alright, it's true. I wound up smack dab in the middle of a murder scene. But only by accident. And that's all you're getting out of me. Won't be no scoop left otherwise.
The murder Miss Hart witnessed. It must have been the same murder we ourselves have been investigating. That should prove to be a very valuable piece of information indeed. Perhaps we should finish up by confirming the credibility of her claim.
Oh, that was too close.
I have her on the back foot now. Time to finish this. Okay, tell me more about the incident. I need you to describe the murder in detail. It's vitally important.
Wish I could help y'all, but I don't rightly recall a whole bunch. Ain't much I can tell you, so hurry. I mean, look at me. Can't even get my facts straight half the time.
Yeah, don't we know it? I don't have a clue as to how to proceed with this line of questioning. Okay.
We'll try bomb one first.
You said you wound up in the middle of a murder scene. Is that really true?
You're calling me a liar now? Hoo-wee. Now I'm mad. Real mad.
Okay, bide time. Bide time. Calm down.
I'm a journalist. How am I going to sell stories if folks can't trust I'm telling the truth? I got a motive, you know? Faster than anybody, honester than everybody.
A motto, huh? That could be an important clue. I should bear it in mind. I need you to describe the murder in detail. It's vitally important. Okay. Is this the clue that we need? Yes! I can't imagine being so vague on the facts is a trait valued amongst journalists. Surely accuracy and honesty are what's necessary when reporting on a story?
Well, see...
It seems your so-called information is not credible after all.
Look, there was a murder, and I was there. I can even prove it.
You can prove it, can you? How?
I've got it right. Wait, you heard that? I was just talking to myself. Don't think nothing of it.
She's still hiding something. This is a very vital clue. I'll use it to maximum effect. Be honest, Miss Hart. I know there's something you're still not telling me.
Ain't nothing left to tell, dang it. I done spilled my guts already.
Time to deploy my clue. I know you've been keeping something from me, and that something is proof. Proof related to the murder you witnessed. Proof sound enough to form the basis of a story you're hoping to sell.
Wait, have you not been around for any of the mine chests? Oh, you know what? I think that's right. I think, like, the last few times we've had a mine chest, you, like, left shortly before the mine chest happened, unfortunately.
Dang it all, the heck. Give me a break, will ya? I'll come clean, okay? That's what you want, right? Here, I done snapped me a photo. Happy now? You better be.
And that's checkmate.
That was definitely one of the more complicated mine chests segments that we've had to do.
Can't believe I let that happen. Betrayed by my own big mouth.
Well, it happened. So it's time to tell us everything.
I saw the whole thing. Watched that auction from start to finish. But you didn't just watch it, right? You took pictures too. Yeah, about that. So, like I said, I was spying on the whole thing right from the get-go. They was all shouting out bids, and somebody'd win something, and bam! Down comes the hammer. Head on upstairs and pay, shouts the old ringleader, and then the whole thing starts over again. Anyhow, as soon as that happened, I had to think quick. That's when I ran behind that statue and hid. And who was it that eventually appeared? Didn't see nothing, but I heard something that made me pretty sure it was whoever placed the winning bid. The sweet, sweet sound of cold, hard cash. I'm not sure I have any idea what that sounds like. Sound of someone counting bills, perhaps? Anyhow, the deal you sold was you sold your bills up here. I heard two people yabbering for a little while.
Wait, so two people came up on the elevator?
You betcha. My guess is the other one was our friend, the wing leader. Anyway, yabber, yabber, yabber. On it goes for a little while, then, a scream. Well, that shook me up pretty good, so I hunkered down in my hiding place and tried to stay out of sight.
So you didn't see the moment of the murder?
Nah, but I heard it real good. You trying to help whoever's being attacked? Quit trying to be funny, girlie. It don't suit you none. I'm just a dainty little journalist on her lonesome. You think I was fixing to jump in and save the day?
Dainty?
Anyhow, then there was a bunch of rustling sounds. Right about when that was happening, I got to feeling pretty bad about what I'd done. That makes sense, I guess. After all, I didn't remember to get out my camera and even snap a single picture. Scoop like that drops right in my lap and I miss it. Somebody ought to tan my hide. Anyhow, then a little more time goes by and there's this kind of clattering noise. I'm there thinking, gotta get the shot this time, and so I grab one real quick from the shadows there.
Could we see this photograph?
Oh, do I have to? Here. Oh, it's the red cloak.
That's...
Person in the red raincoat, the one who attacked Kay.
So Kay's red-coated assailant also attacked the victim here in the storeroom. Then proceeded up to the roof where they assaulted Kay? There's only one person in this picture. Where's the victim?
Weird, huh? I wondered the same thing. Heard two people, but there was only one in the shot I got. And I didn't see nobody nowhere else in the room, either. That's the killer, alright. Leastways, I'm pretty sure it is.
So are we saying that the victim disappeared? Maybe the victim's hiding in this room. Or, well, I guess the victim's downstairs now, but maybe they were being stashed in this room. It could be evidence of it. How did you know it was the killer just by looking?
Because they're literally red-handed with blood. How else would that get there, huh? And the oxen just carried on after that? Sure did. They just went right along like nothing had happened. Rich folks crazy in a box of frogs. I'll never understand how they think.
Funny, I find journalists struggle to understand as well. Miss Hart's observations about what had happened during the mysterious auction. Okay. Who else are we talking to? You again? No, you're done. Shouldn't need to do anything else here. I thought that was gonna end it. You know, so we can move on to the next part, but... I guess logic. Yeah, we still have logic to do. Never mind. If the storeroom was the actual scene of the crime, then you'd expect the body to have been up here at some point as well.
Huh? Well, yeah.
But think back to what Miss Hart told us about how the customers left the auction. Do you remember?
Of course, they came up from downstairs back to the storeroom and... Oh.
Exactly. The killer would have had to hide the body in order to avoid its discovery. The question is, where did they hide it? Emma, if you would mind putting your skills to work for me now?
I'd love to. You just say what you need and I'll get right on it.
Very well. Then I'd like you to check for blood residue. A luminol test, in other words.
Sure thing. Prepare to witness the power of science.
Never seen somebody's eyes actually sparkle with anticipation before.
Alright, how about we test the ladder over there first? Based on Miss Hart's picture, I'd say the person in the red raincoat is about to climb in and make their escape. Which means there's a high chance of a positive result.
Makes sense. Probably still got a wet hand after doing it. Okay.
Happens to land on some blood, you'll see it react like this. Oh yeah, same tutorial
As last time.
Still feels super raw to see it just appear like that. Anyway, that's a positive, but it's still faint. Spraying it a couple more times should be enough to really make it stand out. Yeah, that brought it out nicely. And made it feel that much more real. Anyway, I think you've got the gist of how to look for blood traces now, right? I'm sure there's still more to be found, so why don't you give it a try?
Okay. 2 on the ladder. Connections referenced.
And that's how it's done.
I'd love to know what sound pack that sound came from. Because this is now the 3rd game I've heard this sound in.
Take a good look around and see if you can find some other places to test with the luminol.
Okay. Maybe... How about the money?
Careful with that, you can't go around spraying others with luminol.
I wasn't about to. Yeah, I was trying to click on the money.
Want to test there? Sorry, it's a negative.
Okay, the button's probably the obvious one, but I'm going through the other things there. Nope, nothing there either. Okay, let's start with the button then. Maybe? Oh, here we go. Now start the button. No! Okay, so the murder happened after it came up here. Which makes sense. That checks out with Lotta's statement. Oh, there we are. Perhaps it happened near the elevator then? What if the victim was on the elevator, so went down after the kill and the people downstairs moved the body? Ooh. Yeah, maybe everyone was in on it? Could be kind of like the airplane case, where they just sent the body up the elevator.
We got a positive. There's blood here. But how come?
Probably because this is where the murder actually was committed, I'd say.
Ooh, looks like some of it dripped through to the floor below too.
Blood was detected on the secret elevator. Looks like it dripped through the floor below. Is it possible that's where the giant pool of blood in front of the statue came from? Up here? Okay, where else can we try testing? How about this statue? Nope, nothing. Table? Oh, the masks probably. That'd be a good one. No! Okay. In here. Oh, there we go. There's some blood in the box. So they probably hid the body in the box and then moved it later.
Miss Edgeworth, blood. But
How could it have gotten there?
maybe someone put something with blood on it in there.
I guess the body wouldn't really fit. It's kind of a small box.
I think that's all the blood there is to be found.
Alright, and that concludes this phase of our investigation. Cool. Now what? What is our next phase of investigation? Do I have to talk to her? Or wait, no, we probably have some logic to do, don't we? Did we finish the logic? No, we didn't. Yeah. I mean, I guess you could maybe stuff a body in a box. I don't know how big the person was. It was hard to tell. Blood in the clothes box can only mean one thing. That is where the body was hidden. I'm certain of it.
I wonder who won the box in the auction.
I haven't the foggiest. Still, it's a very helpful discovery.
Now you just hold your horses there. There's no way the body could have been in there.
What do you mean?
I took a look at that there box when I first got in here. Looked to be just about the perfect size for a little hide-and-go-seek if the need arose. And maybe it would have been, if it could have opened it. But it was wrapped in chains and locked up tight. And I ain't no escaping apologist. The murder happened just a little after I scoped it out, so can't nobody have been put no body in there.
Wrapped in chains and locked up tight, you say? That's odd, because it doesn't look to be wrapped in chains any longer.
Huh? Well, slap my head and call me silly. Could have sworn it was, though.
So who opened it? Maybe the person who hid the body?
I think we've examined all we can now. Great, time to see what's waiting down below.
Chicken leg already, are we, Miles? Okie dokie. Hey, K-Maester.
Yes, Mr. Fender?
We're about ready to move out. So I want you to stick with me, okay? Can't have you getting lost.
Of course, I'll make sure to stay close.
When did those two start getting along so well?
Probably whenever her personality shift happened. Alright, where's this elevator going? How many people you think we're gonna surprise? Dropping in on him. Oh, is everyone gone? And yeah, that's clearly where all the blood came from. That's a lot of blood, though. Holy shit.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Mr. Edgeworth.
Missed me? Hey, you forgot something. Why'd you take the body and leave the weapon?
This room.
This is the auction room? Oh, this is the committee chamber.
Way to drop right into my lap, Cave Faraday. You've got real guts, I'll give you that. Arrest her, men! Arrest her right now! Wait, but she's... As for the rest of the riffraff, throw them out into the streets where they belong.
Yeah, but, like, he's working with Franziska. He's working with Interpol right now. You can't just throw him out.
Can't do this. This is going way overboard.
Yeah, what she said. Miles, this isn't looking good. I gotta say.
Oh, good. She came after all. Thank goodness. I love the rumble when she cracks her whip. The best part of the switch port here.
What did I do?
You'll have to forgive me. I meant to hit a certain cowardly ex-prosecutor.
You weren't aiming for him, you were aiming straight at me.
Something keeps getting in my way. Something...
Uh.
Right there.
Franziska.
So what are you doing here, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor?
I still believe Kay to be innocent.
And we're supposed to care what you believe. You no longer have the right to an opinion. I am Franziska von Karma, and I have no intention of stopping here or now. But you chose to stop by giving up your badge, and so our game has already come to an end.
My badge was an obstacle to proceeding along the road I've chosen. I haven't stopped. I've simply cleared the way ahead, and now I'm free to follow that road, all the way to the truth. So don't you think for a second that my conviction has changed. I'm every bit as dedicated as I ever was.
You seem to think you know what lies at the end of this road to the truth. In that case, I demand that you show me. I'll explain my current theory first, and if your road fails to lead anywhere, my whip will happily guide it.
Alright, let's get ourselves reinstated on this case then.
The victim used her keycard and entered this chamber with the killer. She was then stabbed with the candelabrum by the culprit, and subsequently died as a result. We know the identity of the murderer thanks to the letters she exchanged with the victim. And we know the location of the murderer is here in the committee's trial chamber. The blood on the floor of this room proves my theory. Game set and match Miles Edgeworth, QAD. She seems pretty confident, huh?
She doesn't lack the courage of her convictions, that's for certain. And I gotta say, I can dig that vibe. Could even give her a no hard feeling.
Pathetic. Well, Miles Edgeworth, do you think you can bring my case clashing down around my ears? If you really have found the road to the truth, perhaps you'd be so kind as to point me toward it?
I'll be very happy to. Settle in, Franziska. I'm about to pave that road with incontrovertible evidence.
Hold it!
And you're sure the data from the security system is accurate?
The data is just like me, perfect in every way. There's no room for doubt on either front.
Well, your theory is far from perfect. I suppose I'm not going to change your mind on this so easily, am I?
Correct. As I said, the victim enters the room with the killer.
Well, she's not wrong about the victim and the killer possibly hanging out together. Sadly, she's got the location incorrect.
and the stab wounds she sustained are a perfect match with the candelabrum in question. 3 wounds inflicted by metallic spikes of some kind in 3 places simultaneously. Even you have to agree that there aren't many objects that could do that. Furthermore, Grandma Hertz confirms the murder weapon in her report. Then there's absolutely no doubt in your mind that it was the candelabrum? None whatsoever. And as for the culprit... Have you managed to prove conclusively that the letter found on the victim was sent by Kay? I wasn't aware that there was any doubt on that front. Are you suggesting it was a forgery? Well, if there was any doubt, there isn't any longer. Document analysis turned up nothing. Nothing to suggest the involvement of anyone other than the sender and the recipient or any of forgery. But it's a printed note. Well, how can you prove it wasn't forged? Anyone could have typed it. Are you saying that they found Kay's prints? No, only the victims. Well then, how can you say for sure that Kay did the deed? Haven't you been listening? Document analysis found nothing to suggest that the letter was a forgery. Face it, the letter was sent by Kay Faraday. How can you possibly determine that? It's printed. Anyone could have done it, especially if you can't find her prints. The fact that the more than adequately proves the identity of the murderer. You can prove that the murder happened here in the committee chamber, I suppose? I found karma is perfect in every way. Or did you forget that when you handed in your badge? Has the blood been analyzed to see who it belongs to? It has, and unsurprisingly it was confirmed to be that of the victim. And has it occurred to you that where it was found may not be where the murder in fact took place? How quickly you forget, Miles Edgeworth. Evidence is everything in the courtroom. So please, present your proof that the murder occurred elsewhere. Or kindly stand down. Proof that the murder occurred elsewhere, huh? This isn't a courtroom, but that doesn't mean I can't give her the evidence she so clearly desires. This makes a pretty watertight argument, huh? Perhaps. But she doesn't know what we know. You're right. We've got a certain scientific discovery up our sleeves. And that discovery will show her to the road I've found to the truth. Alright, is it gonna be this one, probably? What evidence did we actually pick up that proves it wasn't there? This guy's got blood on his hands, but that doesn't mean anything at the moment. Is it this? This is an auction being held in Big Building. Items on sale, mainly items of police evidence related to homicide cases. 11 attendees altogether, all were wearing masks. Auction continued even after murder occurred. Okay. That doesn't mean anything to us right now. So all we have is a picture, the suit of the ringleader's appearance. I don't actually have evidence to show that it happened upstairs. Blood on the floor of this room proves my theory. Okay, well, it's gotta be this one then, right? We know the identity of the murderer thanks to the letter she exchanged with the victim. Do we show this picture and be like, nuh-uh. Look at this guy in his blood. I mean, she's just gonna be like, yeah, that's totally Kay wearing a red thing. The blood box? Oh, yeah. Oh, there it is. Elevator blood. Never mind. Okay. I looked at the wrong thing that you told me to look at, but that gave me an idea. I found the item I was looking for, so thank you. That's the one. No, it's not that one. Okay, it's probably the box then. You're right. I'm shocked it wasn't this, though. Look at this blood in this secret elevator in this secret compartment. You're telling me that the murder took place down here? Then how did blood get up there? Apparently that's not good enough, though. Okay, it's probably the box in that one. Alright, try the box. No, it's not the box either. Probably right idea, though. I mean, we need to be... this is definitely the statement. Because we know that the murder didn't take place here in the chamber. It had to have taken place upstairs, because that's what Miss Hart said. There was no screaming or anything until after they came up.
No, that doesn't say that the murder took place upstairs, though, unfortunately. Damn, the murderer thinks the letters we exchanged victim. I mean, we could try the hooded guy. Stabbed with a candelabrum by the culprit and subsequently died as a result. Okay. That much we pretty much know is true. I guess we'll try this. No, okay. I didn't think that was going to be it. That's too flimsy at the moment. It could be the wrong statement, but, like, which of these other statements could it be, then? It's the only one that, like, the only statement that's directly untrue. The others are at least partially true, and we can't really prove otherwise. Like, let's take a look here. Wait, what did she say? No, okay. Present some other evidence, yeah. Okay, we know the identity of the murderer thanks to the letter she exchanged with the victim. We don't know the identity. We're jumping to conclusions. So that's partially true. But we don't have direct proof otherwise. We know the location of the murder is here in the committee's trial chamber. This is the only one that is false. 100% false. And then this is just her bragging. And we know that the killer was killed with the candelabrum. Victim used her keycard and entered his chamber with her killer. This might not be true, actually. Do we have... Okay, her statements about the auction. Nothing about the elevator, though. That's the problem, is we don't have the elevator in our evidence. And I don't know how to show that. Elevator blood is not elevator. Blood here says it's down here, show elevator blood. Wait, which one is that? Yeah, I tried it on this one, if that's the one you're talking about. Blood on the floor is... Oh! I see. Yeah, no, you're right. That definitely makes more sense. Okay. There it is. Yeah. No. I feel like the other statement should have worked, though. I see no reason why both statements couldn't have been true. Because one statement is her saying that the murder took place in this room. The other statement is her saying the murder took place in this room. They're basically the same statement. The second statement is just reaffirming the first statement. So both statements should probably have worked, but whatever, you know. That's Ace Attorney for you. If I remember correctly, the blood discovered in this room was located at the foot of the Goddess of Justice statue. Matter under the gaze of the divine, a brazen act even for a cold-blooded killer. Except that may not be true at all. Take a look at this, if you will. It's a bloodstain we discovered in the storeroom directly above the committee chamber. As you can see, the blood we found looks to have dripped through to the room below, and the elevator dripped down from descends directly to the foot of the statue. Ah, you noticed. And you'll agree that the murder cannot have, in fact, happened in this room. I put it to you that the victim was killed in the room above, and only afterward was she moved down here. The Goddess of Justice did not witness a murder. She witnessed a killer trying to cover their tracks. Why is she smiling? Sorry, I was just thinking back to a very similar situation. Well done, Miles Edgeworth. You've proven yourself to be even more foolish than I thought. Mr. Edgeworth is anything but a fool, sir, and you know it. Have you forgotten the picture you just showed me? Or you feel he's that airheaded? Even a cursory glance shows that there is far more blood here than the committee chambers and upstairs. Ouch. We've then ignored again. Which I could do... You're trying to tell me that all of that blood dripped down from above, Miles Edgeworth? Yeah, even I thought that might be a little too much. If it had, your storeroom stain would need to be 10 times as big. I say the murder happened down here. There's no way it could have happened anywhere else. As insightful as ever, Francisca, but you've played right into my hands. How so? You are correct. There is far less blood upstairs than one would expect. The question is, why? A trifling detail in the face of my previous explanation. Alas, your explanation doesn't account for why there was blood in the storeroom in the first place. Surely you don't think some spatter managed to shoot itself all the way up there, do you? Whoa. Some crazy fountain of blood? No way. No way indeed. It's completely impossible.
So how about this? What if this explains the difference in the amounts of blood observed? There's far more blood in the committee chamber than in the storeroom above because...
Well, the victim had to have been stabbed here, right? Or the weapon was removed here. That has to be it. The weapon was blocking the wounds. The other two would just, like, contradict our previous arguments.
The victim died of 3 stab wounds, wounds that would have bled profusely. Exactly, as proven by the amount of blood we found on the floor of this room. But that doesn't make any sense. Not if she was stabbed in the storeroom. You said there wasn't much blood up there already. Huh. Silence, you half-baked harebrained rookie. Hey, harebrained is a little... Stab wound believes heaviest at one particular point in time. Oh, I know. When the weapon is removed, right? Precisely. I believe the body was brought down to the committee chamber with the candelabrum still in its chest. And then, when it was finally removed, it created the difference in the amount of blood we see between the 2 locations. But why? Why was the killer trying to do? I imagine they were trying to give the impression that the murder happened down here. As we know, Mr. Ringer's keycard was used late last night. Judging by the time listed in the record, I'd hazard a guess that it was used by the killer when they entered the room to create their elaborate setup.
Wait a sec, if the auction continued after she died, she can't be the one leading the auction. No, you're right. Probably not. Probably not the ringleader. Or she might have been the ringleader in charge of, like, the whole thing, but maybe not the actual auctioneer, perhaps? I mean, she just doesn't have to be the auctioneer. She could just be the one running the auction and watching everything, making sure it's going smoothly.
But why would they have the need to do all this in the first place? Perhaps because a person with face to hide would fear the storeroom being found in the investigation. If they were involved in the underground auction, they couldn't afford to have their dirty secret exposed. Underground auction? You should take a look at the storeroom for yourself. The items up there tell quite a story. One that should more than explain what was going on here last night.
Yeah, a story that I'm sure she'll recognize a few of.
It's almost endearing, Miles Edgeworth, how desperately you want to protect your friend. There's something just beneath the surface of this case. Something bigger than all of us. And Kay's only crime was to have the bad fortune to fall right into the middle of it. That's quite the hyperbolic claim, Miles Edgeworth. Hyperbolic? Me? Surely you're the one making a mountain out of my perfectly reasonable molehill.
Well, then she wouldn't need to have ties with the auctioneer. Yeah, so whoever's, like, running the thing. My guess, it's the entire committee. Everyone on the Committee of Prosecutorial Excellence is in on the auction. How else do you think they got all the evidence? How else do you think maybe the murderer knew how to hide the body properly and make it look like the murder took place elsewhere? They would have had to have knowledge on how murders happen. It would have been trivial for the committee to get their hands on all this evidence. All they'd have to probably do is ask the police. They wouldn't have to explain their reasons or anything, and just do it. You know what my guess is? Verity was the one doing the actual auctioneering. She's even dressed for it. She's got the hammer right on her as we speak. She's got to be the auctioneer.
You're working with Interpol on international cases, so why are you investigating domestic murder? I'll tell you why. Because this case has something to do with the smuggling ring you've been chasing. You followed the trail of items being smuggled by the ring, and wound up here. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me that the something I sense isn't related to any of this. I'm very happy to learn that your giving up your badge didn't completely relieve you of your senses. Scuffy here told me about the circumstances that led up to that, by the way.
Sorry, sir. I thought it might help, you know?
You did the right thing, detective. So am I right, Francisca? Is this incident part of the broader case you're working? Was the underground auction already on Interpol's radar? Wouldn't you like to know? But you needn't do, you don't need to, and so you won't. Then you knew, didn't you? That the auction was being held here in this chamber.
Hey, y'all, if I mind if I butt in for a sec? Your victim over there, the lady in the white. Yo! Hey, let a gal finish, will ya? No good button in pain until you know what. Youch! White Ice Leopard sure ain't changed her spots. Your testimony is not required, and neither is your presence. What do you mean? I'm a journalist. You can't now. You're a liar is what you are. You lied under oath at one time. Seems like Miss Von Karma is none too fond of Miss Hart, huh? I like how she's signaling out Lotta specifically for lying under oath, as if not every single person ever cross-examined in this series hasn't lied under oath. I don't think she's her biggest fan, no. What's she called? Ringer, right? She was the member of this here committee? Well, she's dressed exactly like the ringleader of that there secret auction. Stop it! Stop whipping me, dang it! What is the meaning of this interruption? How's Edgeworth? Explain. Miss Hart here helped us out by describing how the auctioneer was dressed, and it seems they were wearing the exact same outfit as the victim, Miss Rosie Ringer. What's that would mean? So the victim was also the ringleader. Now, how about we just calm down, sir? Seems we have some new information to consider. It's true that I came here to investigate the underground auction, and to arrest its head of operations, the auctioneer. But if Miss Hart is to be believed, the ringleader is dead. I guess that means your journey here today was wasted. I suppose it does. Nonetheless, I, Franziska von Kammer, refuse to leave empty-handed. Time for a rematch, Miles Edgeworth.
It's actually everyone except Gavel. Ooh, you know what? I could see that too. Like, she's just like, oh yeah, you know, the committee's the beacon of law and justice and perfection. And then it turns out every single coworker that she's ever known was in on this, like, twisted black market auction. Who's selling off key evidence in past cases. And she just rethinks her entire moral views right on the spot. Fine by me. But you may find that your whip will go sorely underused this round.
Fine. I accept your little explanation. That would make the storeroom the actual scene of the crime, yes? In which case, the murder is someone connected to the auction. And if the photographer is to be believed, the victim was the auctioneer and the culprit was an attendee. The killer lay in wait for the victim in the storeroom, where the exchange of illicit goods was to take place. Then they stabbed the victim in the chest with a piece of merchandise, the candelabrum. So, does that about sum it up? Because I won't be accepting rebuttals.
I'm afraid you might have to. There is a serious hole in your testimony.
There is? I didn't spot any. Good thing you're the one in charge here, Mr. Edgeworth. Alright then, time to fight back. You have to win this for us.
And I will. Time to take Franziska's testimony to task. I feel like she's presuming that all the auctioning stuff took place upstairs and doesn't realize all the auctioning took place downstairs. You conceded that point rather easily. I can't help but be suspicious.
I'm not in the habit of denying facts that are readily supported by the evidence. That's all there is to it. You were able to show that the murder actually took place in the storeroom.
And how exactly did you come to that conclusion?
Members of the big building staff were questioned extensively, but none mentioned in a secret storeroom. It seems its existence was known only to a handful of people.
And of course, that storeroom was where the items that were to be sold in the auction were being kept.
Very good, which suggests a link between knowledge of the storeroom and involvement in the auction.
So you believe that the victim and the ringleader were one and the same?
I do. And the murderer was... Why are you asking her this? You just said the exact same thing yourself, dummy.
So I did. But I was merely confirming Franziska's reasoning in order to...
Oh, don't give me that horse feed. You get caught saying something stupid, you give a little laugh, and you move on with your day. The murderer is one of the auction attendees. What? You don't got no notes for our friend here after that little performance of his? Of course, assuming that our friend's a photographer's word can be trusted.
Can't quite tell if they love or hate one another.
Anyways, the more relevant point here is how the culprit actually carried out the plan.
How exactly did they manage that, I may ask? Miss Hart was in the storeroom too, remember?
Yes, hiding someplace. And if you've seen the storeroom yourself, you'll know that there are plenty of other places to hide too.
So you're saying the killer was hiding out of sight while they awaited the victim's arrival?
I believe we can reasonably assume that the murder took place after the auction had concluded. After all, the victim was the auctioneer herself. She would surely have needed to be present throughout the proceedings.
She thinks it happened afterward. Would you mind adding that statement to your testimony, Francisca?
Ooh, perfect.
After the auction had ended, you say? And you're sure of that?
If the victim was the auctioneer, I don't see how else it could have happened to you. I mean, she's right. You don't have an auction without an auctioneer.
No, you can't, can you? Why does this suddenly feel significant? How do you know that the candelabrum was one of the auction lots?
Because if some other weapon had been deliberately prepared beforehand, it seems highly unlikely that the killer would have chosen such an unusual object. Furthermore, based on the culprit's movements, the candelabrum could have only come from the storeroom. We did find evidence that showed where it was standing, I guess. Exactly. Therefore, it could only have been something that was up for sale. Not that the issue of where the killer obtained the weapon is really the point here.
It's a reasonably coherent explanation of events on the surface, but something's off. I need to see if I can tease a little more out of her. Alright. Reasonably assume that the murder took place after the auction concluded. Unfortunately, that is incorrect because the auction continued. Somehow. We don't know yet, but apparently it did. If we can believe Lotta Hart, that is. Seems you're one step behind yet again, Francisca.
How so?
The auctioneer was not in fact the victim, and I can prove it. This is the statement Miss Hart gave us.
But if she made it, it's not worth the as she used to say it. I don't told you, I'm a journalist, Agnes. My word is yeah. Did I ask you to open your mouth?
Let her speak. Calm down and listen for a second, Francisca. Miss Hart witnessed at least some of the events surrounding the murder, and she confirmed that the auction continued even after the murder had occurred.
You bet it did. Went right on like nothing had happened at all.
How would that have been possible without an auctioneer, It wouldn't. So you see, the victim couldn't have been the auctioneer. She was one of the attendees. One of the attendees or whoever's in charge of handling payments, because Lotta also talked about how they were dealing with money. She heard money. As I've been saying since the start, there's no way Kay can be the murderer, because she had been pushed down the hatch by her assailant and knocked unconscious by that time. So then, who was the victim really? Right, well, if the auction carried on after the murder, the victim must not have been the auctioneer, but attendee.
That's enough.
I know that sound all too well. Someone, I think, might be getting a little scared that we're getting too close to the truth.
Order in the courtroom. All rise for the chairman.
Oh, there's no need for all that pomp and circumstance, Verity. Please, everyone, feel free to call me Celsius. Yes, that will do nicely. Oh, wait, Celsius, what are you doing here? Oh, I just stopped by to see how my boneheaded boy was getting along. He said there are all sorts of families, but I'm not sure these two are what they meant. I thought I might need to light a fire under this investigation, but it seems not. The suspect everyone's searching high and low for is right back here where we started.
Men, detain the suspect immediately.
Wait, Miss Faraday's innocent.
Shut your meddling mouth.
You're becoming something of a problem, Miles, my boy. I thought I told you. The committee wants this matter cleared up as soon as possible. It's a matter of trust. We can't have our organization be seen to drag its feet. He's bad for us. And it's bad for me, too. Personally. Sorry, it must be my age.
Your unlawful investigation ends here, and it will not be permitted to resume. In case you have forgotten, you are no longer a prosecutor. You have no authority here. And what's more, there is the matter of you aiding and abetting a suspect.
Ah, she's right, of course, as always. You really are a godsend, Verity.
Everything I do knowingly. If you wish to prosecute me for it, be my guest. But know this. We have uncovered a new suspect. This person here. Miss Faraday was attacked by this person.
You can stop right there, Mr. Edgeworth. The raincoat in your picture was discovered nearby a short while ago. The victim's blood was found on the hood, along with some cherry blossom petals.
Cherry blossom petals? Like the ones on the roof?
Yes, they were stuck to the edges of the bloodstains. Probably due to the blood being fresh at the time.
The results came back already, my boy, so there's no mistaking it. The person in your picture is the victim, Miss Rosie Vinger.
What? How? Worn by the victim whose fingerprints and blood were found on the hood?
No, this completely undermines our entire case. All our assumptions were based on the person in the red raincoat being the killer. But if they were the victim instead, then Kay remains at the top of the suspect list.
Miss Faraday, you testified to having encountered a person in a red raincoat up on the roof, correct? Yes, I did. We now know that person was the murder victim, and you are the only person we know of who came into contact with her. Since one of you wound up dead, I think we all know how that encounter went.
This feels like a forced conclusion. They want her to be the fall. To take the fall.
No, Kay was attacked by that person. She is the victim here, not the aggressor.
As far as I recall, we have yet to see any evidence that proves she was attacked as you claim. And even if such proof existed, Miss Ringer could simply have been acting in self-defense.
Well, you can't just jump to conclusions like that. Kay is innocent.
But I'm not.
Kay?
I'm not innocent. I don't want to believe it, but I remembered something. Hearing about the raincoat brought it back. It's just a flash, but I remember what I saw now, right when it happened. The murderer, it was me. I remember looking down and the person in the red raincoat was on the ground. It was me, Miss Edgeworth. It was me all along. I'm the murderer. I'm the murderer.
No, you're not. You can't be.
Then what am I? Why do I have a memory like that? They were on the floor in front of me. There was a pool of blood. Why was I just standing there? Why didn't I do something?
There was no blood up there, though. That's the thing. No way it just absorbed into the grass that fast.
I know why. It's because I was the killer.
And who knows? Maybe someone just, like, took the coat. Why do we think that that was the victim walking up the ladder if they were already dead? That doesn't make any sense.
This court recognizes the legitimacy of the accused's memories.
What? What do you mean?
What? But didn't you just believe... You didn't believe it like 5 minutes ago. I commend you on your bravery, Miss Faraday. It will not go unrewarded. Praise be to the goddess of justice for her many blessings.
Oh my god.
As an official representative of Interpol, I hereby request that the suspect be... We don't have time for this. We must arrest Kay Faraday this instant. How dare you take that tone with me?
This is a gross overreach of authority. I demand that you give us more time to investigate. You say my investigation is unlawful? What could be more unlawful than this?
Unfortunately, you no longer speak for the law.
Indeed you don't, but I do. And while I can't help but be moved by your dedication to your friend, I have to agree with Verity.
Speaking of the law, it seems there's one other we must arrest.
Ah yes, I almost forgot. Miles.
What are you talking about? Mr. Edgeworth was just doing his job. He didn't do anything wrong.
He wasn't doing squat. By which I mean to say, unfortunately, Miles is no longer serving in any kind of official capacity.
You went too far this time, Mr. Edgeworth. You conducted an unlawful investigation. Worse, you aided and abetted in the flight of a suspect. You are no longer even an ex-prosecutor. You are a criminal, nothing more.
Oh, that reminds me. There was supposed to be a hearing today, wasn't there? Concerning your conduct. I'll make sure it's officially rescheduled for tomorrow. Although, I fear I already know the outcome. Look at this as an opportunity to reflect on your actions, Miles. A chance to really think long and hard.
This court is adjourned.
Holy shit. Well, we're not going to jail, are we? Kinda hard to investigate from jail. Oh fuck, we are going to jail. Actually in jail. Enjoy jail.
Never thought I'd spend another night here again, and they stripped me of all the evidence we'd so painstakingly gathered. Even if they did let me keep Kei's Yatakarasu pin, I can't help but worry about her. They'd better be treating her well.
The murderer, it was me. I remember looking down and the person in the red raincoat was on the ground. It was me, Miss Edgeworth. It was me all along. I'm the murderer. I'm the murderer.
Come on, let's go. You've got a visitor.
A visitor? Who?
Someone by the name of Dick Gumshoe. Want me to send him away?
No, I'm not sure what I'd even say to him.
I'm guessing this isn't the guard that's usually on duty if he doesn't recognize Dick. Wait there.
You're leaving me unsupervised?
You're not Dick Gumshoe.
Judge Cavell.
Please, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a seat.
Are we having the tribunal here, one-on-one?
What are you doing here? I was told it was Detective Gumshoe.
I imagine you wouldn't come if you knew it was me.
What could she possibly want from me now? I suppose I better find out.
You may not be aware of this, but you are only permitted to meet with specially approved visitors.
So I'm to be treated like a dangerous criminal, am I? I suppose my reputation has rather plummeted.
It has indeed. For you, of course, and your friends. That attorney and the other girl were raising quite the fuss earlier. Bender and Emma. I saw them launch some extremely heated words at one of the guards.
No, you didn't.
You may thank the goddess in that regard, for even she is too busy to deal with each and every infraction. They will not be punished for their bad behavior.
Did you come here just to chit-chat with me? You must have a lot of time on your hands.
Oh, speaking of which, Ms. Von Karma is continuing the investigation where you left off. I just thought you'd like to know. I figured you would be worried about how they were all doing.
I hate to admit it, but she read me like a book. Let's cut to the chase, Your Honor. Why are you really here?
I'm here simply to talk, nothing more. There is something I wish to know about you.
Me?
Yes, who else? Objectively speaking, you are highly intelligent and quick-witted, and a born prosecutor at that.
Please, Judge Cavell, your sarcastic praises but salt on my wounds.
But I sincerely mean every word, Miss Edgeworth, and it is why I fail to understand you. Take this latest case, for example. You were up against the very committee itself. You had no hope of succeeding. Even a child could have seen that. And yet...
I don't imagine the old me would have been so reckless. The old me had power, and because of that I thought that justice was always on my side, just as you and the committee believe now. But a certain person changed my mind. He made me reckon with my selfish and skewed sense of justice. And once the scales had fallen from my eyes, I began to look at people differently. I saw that I was only able to be an effective prosecutor thanks to the efforts of those around me. Detective Gumshoe, the many investigative officers of the force, and even Kay. It changed me. The degree to which changed me still surprises me to this day.
I see. Thank you. I feel that perhaps I understand you a little better now.
You understand me? I highly doubt it. Someone who's so focused on forcing their idea of justice onto others can't possibly see what I see.
that so? Is that what you truly believe? I will say one thing. This has been a very interesting conversation. That is all. Before I go, there is one remaining matter. I was asked to inform you that the date of your hearing has been confirmed. It will be held today, in the trial chamber. The committee sends its warmest regards.
That was all you had to tell me. You could have just sent a message.
And entrust the goddess's words to another? That wouldn't do now, would it? Until then, Miss Edgeworth, I'll see you again very shortly.
Why is the ball and chain attached to the table like that? Wait, the table's getting locked up now? You want anyone stealing it? I've barely spent any time here and I already can feel my personal appearance slipping. I may have given up my badge, but I mustn't give up on myself. My collar. It's slightly creased. There. A tidy outside begets a tidy inside. Which is why it's more important now than ever to take care of myself. Gets locked up in jail, the first thing he thinks about is how he hasn't ironed his clothes recently. There's a menu here on the table. Seems that detainees are able to pay to have their meals brought to their cells. What looks good? Spaghetti and mac and cheese lunch. Add linguine for only $1. Why 3 different types of pasta? Basmati and brown rice special. For a limited time only, add regular white rice at no extra cost. Again, why 3 different types of rices? It's probably for the best. I'm not very hungry. There's a note on the wall next to the toilet. Sorry, we are currently out of toilet paper. Please make the necessary mental preparations before using the toilet. What sorts of mental preparations can one even make? Oh, you don't want to know. The horrors of noticing an empty toilet paper roll after you finished. The window is barred with heavy steel. That reminds me of a movie I once saw. A prison inmate hatched a plot to escape by using a file to cut his cell bars. I won't be doing that, of course. For one thing, I don't even have a file on me at the moment. What am I saying? I wouldn't do it even if I did have one. Why doesn't he have a file? Whatever happened to, like, keeping up personal appearance and taking care of yourself? Very basic bed. Can't say it was very comfortable to sleep on, however. I mentioned Detective Gumshoe would sleep soundly on it nevertheless, loudly snoring all the while. I suppose we'll never get to work together again, but I don't have any regrets about the bed I've made. I will follow my own path till the end. There's a poster in the corridor outside. We regret to announce that due to the warden's arrest, the Die of Destiny game will be discontinued. Inmates will no longer need to roll a die every morning to determine their meals for the day. Well, thank God for that. We wholeheartedly apologize to those who are looking forward to their daily casting of the die. I guess it does sound kind of fun, though. You know, you don't have to pick. Sometimes that's very hard. It's hard for me. It's fun to see what you could get. There was a board game cafe I went to last year, and they had a thing where you could, like, roll a d20, and you got a drink depending on what number was rolled, which was pretty cool. I think I got some sort of, like, blueberry, like, berry thing, but it was, like, I can't remember what was all in it. I want to say it was, like, not hot chocolate, but it was, like, milk or something, but it was, like, a warm drink. I can't remember exactly what it was. It was very strange, but it was quite good. Does anyone really need an apology for the cessation of such a ridiculous idea in the first place? Do I have another visitor? Kay!
Oh,
Thank goodness you seemed alright. That's a load off my mind. Such a heartwarming scene. It's enough to make a grown man cry. But you're still not your usual cheery, you have to stay positive, Kay. You didn't do anything wrong. In fact, I guarantee you didn't.
no, you don't have. You have to let it go. I'm the murderer. I know that now.
But you're not. You can't be. Why don't you have any faith in yourself?
How can I, Mr. Edgeworth, when there is no me left to believe in?
Not at all. I don't think that's true. Before you lost your memory, we spent quite a bit of time together, and I dare say you left quite the impression on me. So you see, there's still plenty of you left. That's why I believe so much in your innocence, and why you should believe in yourself too.
Thank you. But I can't. It would just cause more pain for the both of us. Please, you have to forget her. Forget that, Kay. She's gone.
Hey, no! You remind me of my younger self, you know? So noble, so bold. This is the justice you and the committee stand for? Justice. I suppose Vil could call it that. What is he up to? Why is he going to such lengths to control everything? Can't shake the feeling that something is very wrong here. Is there some hidden agenda at play? This is no time to second guess myself. If I'm going to find out what it is, it's now or never. Well then, my boy. I suppose I should be... Wait. Oh, we're going straight into it. Damn. Okay. Why is the chairman so intent on seeing Kay charged with this murder? Doesn't make any sense. There must be some rhyme or reason to this madness. Ooh, 4 pieces. Come now, Mouse. I'm a busy, important man. I can't be wasting my precious time talking to you. One way out of our current predicament is through Chairman Winner. There's so much to ask and so little time. Let's start by trying to find out why he rushed to have Kay arrested so quickly. Can't just let this happen. I'm getting answers, if it's the last thing I do. Why were you so keen to push through Kay's arrest? I've yet to hear any satisfactory explanation. An explanation? I'm not entirely sure of what you mean. Don't give me that. You know exactly what I mean. I advise you to moderate your tone, dear boy. Need I remind you of your position? It's by time. Give him a sec with his lighter. He's having some problems. And suppose we did let you go free. Your friend go free. What then, What do you mean, what then? Think how that would look, my boy. And who would you have to take the blame? Me. That's who. You're right to keep your mouth shut. That way you won't say anything foolish. Sorry, but I can't stay silent forever. Not while Kay's innocence is in doubt. You're breaking my heart. Just look at this flood of tears. Spilling out. Please, just leave it alone, will you? Things were coming along nicely until you interfered. Coming along nicely? That's a pretty strange way of putting it. It's almost as if you wanted Kay's arrest to happen. Certainly doesn't sound like the kind of statement an impartial and representative of the law. You think so? Well, that wasn't my intention. Has it occurred to you that you might just be overthinking things a little? Chairman Winter certainly knows how to dodge a question, but it doesn't change the fact that serious doubts remain concerning Kay's arrest. Next will be need to press him on whether he really believes the investigation was sufficient. Can't allow any of his statements to go unexamined. No matter how trivial they may seem, one of them may just give us the breakthrough they need. I'll start at the top, I guess. How much time was spent on your investigation altogether? Well now, let's see. You know what? I'm not sure I can remember. And I'm sure you can. You won't bluster your way out of this one. It's not bluster, my boy. I honestly don't recall. It's a problem when you get to my age, you see? Why, I even forget my own son's name sometimes. Never mind your fool of a son. Answer me. How long did you spend on the investigation? You're right, of course. The boy's a fool. Never meant for it to grow up like that, but... oh, woe is me. It's only too happy to derail the conversation no matter where I take it. I have to force him to take this seriously. Now let's try another tack for now. You can hardly say your investigation was sufficient, and you're the one who called all the shots, weren't you? Including the decision to have Kay arrested. I'm afraid I'm nowhere near as influential as you think, my dear boy. You're the chairman of the committee. Doesn't get much more influential than that. Not that I care about such things. You've warned me, it's enough. Drive an old man to tears. You'll have to forgive me. I'm not the differential type. Well, if you're going to insist on being so blunt, then I'm afraid you won't be seeing your Prosecutor's badge anytime soon.
Let's go with this, maybe. Oh, okay, no. I was supposed to buy time. I fell right for his trap. Damn it. Okay, try that again. It's okay. We got this. Okay, we'll just go for a bide. I think that's the correct choice here. Since he's crying.
Nothing more to say? Wonderful. Then I'll be on my way.
Oh, that was also the wrong choice. Okay, it's the middle option then. Shoot. Oh, this one's actually kind of tricky.
Let me make something clear once and for all. That badge isn't the be-all end-all for me. Far from it. I'm not concerned with titles or roles. Even you must understand that much. So young. So very young. A word of advice, Miles, from someone who's been around the block. You're hopelessly naive, my boy. Idiotically so. Well, that certainly got under his skin. He might be less guarded in his answers while he's in this state. Now's my chance.
I'll go with the top one again since we kind of got blocked on it earlier.
My. You really don't give up, do you? But even my patience has its limits, you know. What a coincidence. So does mine. Now answer the question. Do you believe that your investigation was sufficient or not? The youth of these days are wont to be reckless. Makes me want to put you in your place. You're going to regret that, my boy.
Is this not the right path? Maybe this one? No! Oh, I had it, I thought. Okay. I hope we don't have to go through the first one again. Okay, no, good. I thought maybe we had to, like, get him angry again. Okay, we'll try the middle. Okay, it was bide. I didn't think he was mad enough for biding. But I'm not gonna really get any more mistakes after this.
Well, maybe you do know your place after all. What's the matter, scared? Hardly. I was just thinking about how best to proceed. Getting answers from the elderly requires sensitivity. They can get quite emotional after all. You have no common sense whatsoever, do you? Don't you understand? Your fate rests in my hands.
Please? Please?
Let's say you do manage to get some answers from me. There's nothing you can do with them, so why not give it up, dear boy? No. And why not? It's simple. Because I'm not about to let the truth escape me. Interesting. I think I'm beginning to see what makes you tick. But what you're doing is pointless. Tragically and miserably pointless. Please, just give up. She's guilty. The decision has been made. Once again, your choice of words intrigues me. It's almost as if Kay's guilt has already been determined from before her arrest. What are you trying to imply? I'm implying that things haven't gone as they normally should. In fact, everything has proceeded as if Kay's arrest was the end goal, right from the very start. Well, Airman winner, was it?
Yeah, why did they want to arrest her so badly?
That's certainly an intriguing theory. But it's also a complete work of fiction. and I'm afraid I don't have time for such flights of fancy. I think it's time we brought this shabby little farce to an end, don't you? No, he's trying to make his escape. We must confirm the legality of Kay's arrest before he slips away. It's faint, but the truth is finally beginning to emerge, and I'm not about to let this opportunity pass me by. Okay, we're going with Kay is innocent. If we're going for legality, it seems like the right option. Kay is innocent. No, my boy, that's just clumsy. Anyone can put out a baseless assertion like that, even a disgraced superstar prosecutor. Ah, okay. He's right. Okay, we need to get some information first. Okay. Wait, we're not done yet. I'm tired of all this talking, so make it brief, will you? What grounds you have? Based on everything I've heard from you so far, it's clear that Kay's arrest is entirely unfounded. Yes, I think we're all familiar with this particular refrain of yours by now, but I'm afraid it doesn't matter either way. You don't have what it takes to secure her release anyhow. How dare you take this so lightly as a man of the law? My, aren't you a rude little boy? But my fuse is only so long. Honestly speaking, I don't have the time to waste on every last question you can dream up. I have certain responsibilities to attend to, you know? I really am quite the busy man. Or are you just pretending to be busy, That's awful thing to say to a fragile old man. I work harder than I should at my age. I ask you, my boy, what could I even hope to accomplish by putting up such a pretense? How old is this guy? He doesn't look that old. Oh, I'm going for another bite. Bad idea? No, it's a bad idea. Okay, it's fine. Preserve as much time as possible here. Middle. No, it was tough. Okay, all right, that's fine. It's fine. Oh, I don't want to lose this. He'll probably checkpoint though. I think we'll be okay. No? Okay, shit. Did I not bite? Oh, I thought I tried biting here. Ugh. No! Fuck, okay. Is that the first time we've lost one of these? I think so. I mean, obviously it's gonna game over. Can't give up now, I have to keep pushing. Okay. Doesn't really game over. It just, like, soft game overs. Alright, once more into the breach. Wait, we're doing the whole thing again? Oh, okay. No, thank God. Okay. And we can still skip. Maybe this was the wrong one. Maybe I messed up on the first set of 3. Okay. You're hoping to avoid talking about the case. That's gotta be it. You obviously don't want to talk about the case anymore. That's why you're so keen to get out of this conversation, isn't it? He's just so tragic. It really is. That you would suspect me of such things. It's not a suspicion, it's a certainty. There were no clear grounds on which to base Kay's arrest for a start. Now, my boy. Let's not get carried away. There is plenty of evidence to support our case. The masks, the letter, the corsage, they were all in her possession. And of course, her confession. More than enough to prove her guilt, I'd say. But those are... I would say that being amnesiac would make a lot of that stuff under... or at least a confession under duress. Or at least similar to such. What's the matter? Struggling to come up with a new way to explain everything away? Okay, well, we'll go with anger. Well, there we have it. Your silence speaks volumes. It's true I can't counter your argument right now, but you did just let something valuable slip. A suspiciously detailed knowledge of the evidence against Kay. He rattled off that list like he knew it inside and out. I think that might prove to be a valuable clue. Kay is innocent. No, my boy. That's just clumsy. Anyone can blurt out a baseless assertion like that. Even a disgraced superstar prosecutor. No, we can't use that one yet? Okay. Okay, still questions. Wait, we're not done yet. I'm tired of all this talking, so make it brief, will you?
What grounds you have again? Okay. Maybe it's the top one this time? I don't think I've tried that one yet.
Who gave you the order? Who decided that Kay should be arrested? You know, I can't seem to remember. Don't ever get older, Miles, my boy. It wreaks havoc on the memory. Time to deploy my clue. I'd appreciate if you stopped playing the old man card. You remember the details of the evidence against Kay pretty clearly. Perhaps if your memory didn't fail you only when it was convenient, I'd be more inclined to believe you. So let me ask you again, who gave the order for Kay's arrest? You're a sharp one, I'll give you that. My son could learn a thing or two from you. If he wasn't such an inscrutable numbskull, that is. It's a tragedy, really. I don't want to hear about your son. I want to know who authorized the arrest. You're very mean. You know that, don't you? The arrest, you say? I believe the order was given by...
Was it Gavel, technically? No, okay, it was, I guess, him. He wants me to think it's Gavel. And yes, she probably said the words. But no, technically it had to have been him. Okay, still questions. Who gave the order? Use clue. And the order had to have been him.
Come now, Chairman Winner, we both know it was you. Alright, you got me. You make it sound like it was somehow a bad thing, though. But I have a reputation to uphold, so I guess I'd better clear up this little misunderstanding. I'll entertain your questions for a few more minutes. Let's see if I can't put your mind at ease. The key thing to do now is to establish how intimately he knows the details of the case. I just have to ask the right questions. The endgame is at hand. We're but a few moves away from the truth.
Okay. You seem to know an awful lot about the case.
You seem to know the case in quite some detail. I know about lots of things, my boy. I'm just smart like that. Too bad the same can't be said about the way you handled Kay's arrest.
Careful with that later. No? Wait, is it actually the lighter? Oh, that'd be funny if it was. Oh, please tell me it's actually the lighter. We'll try the lighter. No, okay. Maybe it was just a bite then. It's gotta be one of these three. I think this is the right question to ask first, though. Or is he just gonna be like, oh,
I'm a very busy man. Do try to remember that I can bring this little chat to an end whenever I so choose. It's only taking so long because you won't give me a straight answer to any of my questions. If only you'd stop giving me the runaround, we'd be done already. So let's try this again. You seem to know the details of this case quite intimately. Why is that? Because I've read the case file. Not exactly the most thrilling news of my time, of course, but it's part of the job. I have to be a good role model. I can't be seen slacking. It can be so hard. But I had some time on my hands, so I read the whole thing from cover to cover.
buy time again. No, okay. Damn, this guy's hard to read. Okay, so we buyed the first one. No, I guess it was the top one. Both of those are hard to differentiate between the two. Okay. That's strange. I could have sworn you just told me you were a very busy man. I mean, it's part of the job, right? To read the case file, even if you don't want to do it. I'd say the cracks are starting to finally show, wouldn't you? If you're so keen on being an upstanding leader, you can start by releasing Kay, you know. You really don't give up, do you? It's a moving sight indeed, my boy. But a tragic one too. After all, your efforts are for naught. I'm afraid your little friend was found unconscious near the scene of the crime. We've yet to hear much about the circumstances under which Kay was found. She was lying unconscious in the storeroom, correct? That's right, although I'm not at liberty to tell you how I know that. He knows things even we didn't. In fact, he seems to be aware of every tiny detail about this case. This could be a valuable clue. Okay, we'll go with the top one now. The suspect, Kay Faraday. How much do you know about her exactly? I know that she's the suspect. Aside from that, not much else. Cross my heart, but it's true. Quick reminder, mind chess heavily revolves around the opponent's reactions. Yeah, it's paying attention to sprites, but with this guy, it's like... God knows if him burning the paper versus like crying or versus smiling is like, when is with each? That's the problem with this one. I've been relying on the sprites like pretty consistently and reliably for all the others, but this guy's actually kind of hard to read. Sorry, but the more you tell me, the less sense your story makes. I think this is the first one I actually, quote-unquote, died on. All the others I was able to do first try, but this guy's like actually kind of hard. For one thing, you know details that even those investigating the scene were not aware of. Why is that? Just how much do you really know, Chairman Winner? That's that intimidating face you like to make again. Well, two can play at this game. How do you like me now, hmm? Okay, bide. He's angry, so let's bide. I do have to commend you on your doggedness. It really is something. I'll take that as a compliment. Take it however you like, but wrap this up, will you? I just don't have the stamina anymore. She's the culprit, the only possible suspect. Just accept that already. How much more evidence did you want us to load down her with? For goodness sake. Load her down with? Yet another interesting turn of phrase. One that makes it sound a lot like the items Kay was carrying might have been foisted upon her. Has actually been consistent. There's two states in which you need to read them. Yeah, I know it's consistent. I just mean like this guy's... It feels a lot trickier than the others. It's like when it's the first case of LA Noire versus like the last case of LA Noire. People are making fucking cartoon faces by the end of the game. And you still have to figure out how to read them properly. Impressive. You really do pay attention, don't you? It's no wonder they used to call you a prodigy, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor. I think you know the answer to your own question by now. Why don't you just go ahead and say it? I want to hear it from you. It's finally time to shed light on the truth. All that's left is to play one last move. Now we use this one. No, we don't use this one yet. Oh, yes, we do use this one. Yes! Kay was framed. The true culprit set it all up so she would take the fall instead. That is my answer, and I won't let you deny it any longer. Oh, I was waiting for that. Oh, he didn't burn his beard yet. I'm sure when we get the breakdown in a little bit, that beard is gonna be gone. my, you really are a sharp one, hmm? It's a bit of a shame you chose to handle it in your bench. I admit it, you're right on all accounts. And that's checkmate. There we go. Mind chess complete, and we're not even at case 5 yet. Can't even imagine what's ahead.
You knew Kay wasn't the real murderer, and yet you still had her arrested. What's worse, you thought you could get away with it. Well, you won't. Not if I can help it. There you go with that naivety again, my boy. I guess that was always your problem. With the girl arrested and a conviction secured, this whole mess goes away. And that's what will happen. But whose interest does a conclusion like that serve? The committee's, I suppose. And mine? You know, listening to you just now, well, it really got the tears flowing, I have to say. It was poignant and heartfelt and sincere and utterly infuriating. Look, I'm not perfect, I know that. But your lack of sophistication in these matters is beyond the pale. You insist that the truth is more important than anything else. Why would you say the same if you knew what the real value of the truth is? What are you trying to say? When you get to my level, you don't uncover the truth. You make it. Little by little. Kay Faraday, murder. That's the truth. The truth I created. Yes, my boy, that's what I like to see. You're so sincere sometimes it's painful. It just makes me want to punch you and put you in your place. Knowing the real truth will get you nowhere, because that's how much it's worth. Nothing. Shocking, I know. But why not go after the real killer? How much do you even know about what really happened? You're still not getting it. That's your truth. And it is worthless. Mine is all that matters. You understand what I'm saying, don't you, Mr. X Prosecutor? I have all the power here. Curse you. Well, aren't you menacing? You and your little friend are just as bad as each other. Violent criminals who deserve to be locked up. You'll pay for this. And with that, yet another person disappears from my life. Oh, it just makes me want to cry. And cry. And cry. I'm not planning to disappear just yet, Chairman Winner. There's still the hearing later today. Just you wait. One way or another, I'll prove Kay's innocence to the world then. Finally! The hearing! Oh, somebody's missing. Oh, maybe they're just late. I'm sure they'll show up eventually. I thought she was higher up on the totem pole, and yet she's stuck here at the end of the chairs. 10 members. Over a majority are present. I hereby call this hearing to order. We are gathered here today to assess the professional competency of Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Here, in the sight of the goddess, we do solemnly swear to pass fair and frank judgment. Fair and frank? Don't make me laugh. Verity, if you would be so kind as to summarize the case against Mr. Edgeworth. On April 5th, despite having been advised of the illegality of an investigation he was conducting, the accused refused to desist and eventually had to be detained by myself and Chairman Winner. His actions compromised the investigation into the murder of a certain defense attorney, and despite having been presented with copious evidence of her guilt, he continues to insist that the suspect, one Kay Faraday, is innocent on all charges. Perhaps you could explain the details of the murder to us as well? Of course. On the morning of the 5th, the body of the victim was found here in the committee chamber. Further explanation will be provided by me, Eustace Winner, Premier Prosecutor. The floor is yours, Mr. Winner. The murder itself happened late on the night of the 4th. The victim was Miss Rosie Ringer. That same night, an illicit auction was being held here in this very room. Ringer took part in that auction, I think. Yeah. Meaning that the murder took place sometime during the auction. When she was found, Ringer was dressed in an outfit that matched the description of the auctioneers. However, due to the fact that the auction carried on after the murder had occurred, I deduced that Ringer was not in fact the auctioneer. Oh, you deduced it, did ya? Okay then, if you say so. You deduced nothing of the sort. And what about the basis on which the suspect was detained, Mr. Winner? Yeah, I got this. So Faraday was overcome by...
Crushing remorse, Eustace.
Yeah, that. Tons of crushing remorse. So she confessed. According to her confession, she was on the roof of this building when she encountered a person in a red raincoat in the viewing platform. And that person was Miss Finger, I take it?
Precisely, Mr. Chairman. The killer dressed the victim in the auctioneer's outfit after the fact. But at the time when she was killed, Miss Ringer was wearing a red raincoat.
And who won the race to find that raincoat nearby? Me, that's who. Did you? I thought it was somebody from forensics.
Strictly speaking, it was found by one of the forensics investigators under Mr. Winner's command.
I knew it. The blood analysis on the coat showed that it was indeed Miss Ringer who had worn it. And the suspect's confession was the final nail in the coffin. She confirmed having committed the murder. So as you can see, McKay Faraday was the killer. There's no way anyone else could have done it. Alright, Myers. I expect you have some objections. Let's get some out of the way, shall we? I have no objections, Chairman Winner. Well now, is that so? I thought it would have taken more than a single night. No objections in the matter of my unauthorized investigation, that is. But in the matter of Miss Faraday's supposed guilt, I have plenty.
I can personally attest to the fact that Mr. Winner's investigation was fair and impartial.
Of course it was. When it comes to carefully conducted ops, I'm the winner every time. You know, Myers, it's within my power to offer you a plea deal of sorts. If, and this is purely hypothetical of course, you were to withdraw your objections. You might wake up tomorrow to find yourself the proud owner of a seat on this committee.
What? That's not just a plea deal. That sounds like a whole bribe. That sounds like a promotion, even.
So I ask you again, do you have any objections, Mr. Edgeworth?
Which really means that obviously he's not going to withdraw those objections, because that just makes him more suspicious. If his silence, if he's willing to pay that much for his silence, there must be something crazy going on here.
If you think you can buy my silence, think again. You will watch your mouth. Only if the chairman watches his. I didn't come here to talk about committee seats. I came to talk about the murder case. I demand a statement under oath. They won't rest until I have one. I want to know exactly what the committee's view on the incident is. You want to put us on trial, my boy? Very well, if it will make you happy. Verity, please provide Mr. Edgeworth with the materials pertaining to the case.
Really? But, sir...
This will be his last hurrah. So let's humor him with the seat and off he desires.
If you say so, Mr. Chairman.
Evidence data received from Judge Cavell.
You have no objections to Verity representing the committee, I assume? None whatsoever.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Don't worry, Kay. Everything will be fine. You'll see.
Alright, this must be it. The beginning of the end. Me knowing the future of Edgeworth means seeing some of his later appearances. Alright, well at least he doesn't die. I'm happy about that. Didn't think that was a possibility, but I mean, you know, we're dealing with a bunch of murderers here. I guess it wasn't a 0% chance.
Miss Ringer attended the auction as a potential buyer. The red raincoat was one of the items up for sale. So our assumption is that after winning and paying for it, she left the auction with her purchase. The only exit from the storeroom was, of course, the hatch leading up onto the roof. After she had emerged onto the viewing platform, that's when Miss Ringer was attacked by Miss Faraday. Shortly thereafter, her flame went out. Thus concludes the committee's view of the case.
I like that at no point we're not even addressing the fact that there's this illicit auction being taken place in this very room under the committee's noses. Like, they don't have any comments about this auction and who's all involved in it and how they got into this room or why they're using it. Did they not know about the secret storeroom?
The raincoat was on offer that night. Is that really true?
We believe so, yes. You remember the failed assassination attempt on the president of Shangfa, I presume? The raincoat is a piece of evidence from that case. It should, of course, have remained safely under lock and key in the appropriate facility, but our inquiries reveal that it did in fact go missing under mysterious circumstances.
and wound up in the auction along with everything else. That makes sense, I suppose.
Yeah, murder first, I guess. I mean, you know, maybe solving a murder is pretty important.
Wonderful work, Verity. Just wonderful. Crystal clear as ever.
You flatter me, sir. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, perhaps you could save us all some time and simply admit defeat?
I'll do no such thing. Thank you very much.
Very well. It's good to know that you still have some fight in you.
It is? Why? Come to think of it, she said some strange things when she visited me this morning too. What exactly is she up to? In other words, a member of the committee was actively involved in the illegal evidence trade?
It is unfortunate. I don't know what else to say.
And of course, we'll be looking into any such activities just as soon as this hearing is over and done with.
I commend your decision to pursue the matter further, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, don't be silly, Verity. It's the least we can do, really. Not that it's any of your business, Myers. Not anymore. If only you had remained a prosecutor. But you didn't. Now, if we're quite done making an old man cry over this old sad affair...
Very well. Allow me to continue.
So the raincoat really was one of the auction lots?
That's correct. I believe it originally belonged to a Mr. Shelley the Killer.
Considering its status as a piece of evidence, it's the only logical conclusion.
It's from when he made his attempt on the president's life? There was an unexplained mannequin standing amongst the other items for sale. It could very well have been used to display the coat prior to the auction. Do we know how the items were being smuggled in?
That is still under investigation, and is entirely unrelated to the matter at hand, especially considering that you will soon officially be a prosecutor no longer, Mr. Edgeworth.
Sounds like the outcome of this hearing is a foregone conclusion. No surprises there. My personal circumstances aren't important right now. Please, continue, Your Honor.
As I was saying, the raincoat was one of the items up for sale.
Why did she leave so soon after making her purchase?
Because of the auction house rules. Winning bidders are expected to pay for their items immediately.
Miss Hart told us pretty much the same thing.
Miss Ringer, having paid for the raincoat, probably left immediately afterwards in accordance with the rules.
Miss Ringer was a member of the committee. Could she not have left the committee chamber via the main door?
While the auction was still underway, that would risk exposing its existence to those outside the trusted circle of attendees.
Given that Miss Hart found out about it, I think its existence is already well and exposed.
The rules of the auction stated that the attendees were to enter and leave via the hatch in the roof. Miss Ringer had no reason to not follow these rules. And given where the murder took place, we know that she must have done so.
How did they find out all these rules? Did they talk to Hart, maybe, and she told them all? That's the only thing I can think of. Because any other answer is a little suspicious.
But why? What possible motive could Kay have had?
That is exactly what we're hoping to establish in our upcoming interviews with Miss Faraday.
Coercive interrogation after the fact. Something you seem to specialize in.
If the murderer knew that the attendees would all be leaving via the hatch, then the roof would have been the perfect place to lie in wait. So as I was saying, after she'd emerged onto the viewing platform, that's when Miss Ringer was attacked.
Her flame went out?
The flame of her life, Mr. Edgeworth, though perhaps her flame was stolen from her is more apt.
But the candelabrum that extinguished her life was one of the auction lots, meaning Kay had no way of getting a hold of it to begin with.
Miss Faraday could not have lain in wait for the victim without knowing of the storeroom's existence. She could only easily have sucked down the ladder and stolen it while the auction was underway.
If only we knew where the candle holder was during the auction. That would surely clear up the matter, no? Well, either of you?
Sadly, we don't have anything that could tell us much on that front at the moment.
Forgive me, sir, this is something we are hoping to establish through further investigation.
Well, isn't that a shame, Miles, my boy? Seems that this line of inquiry is something of a dead end then, isn't it?
So the theory is that the victim and her killer met on the roof and that's where the murder took place. In other words, it assumes the viewing platform was the scene of the crime.
Is that really the case? I thought I had evidence that clearly shows the story of what happened that night. Time to double check.
Okay, so we need to use probably some of that blood evidence to disprove the rooftop thing. Leftover purchase, only exiting the storm room was caused the hatchling up to the roof. After she emerged on the viewing platform, that's when Miss Ring was attacked by Miss Faraday. Shortly after, a flame went out, and thus concludes the committee's view of the case. Okay. Probably here. And probably literally any of these pieces of evidence. When they say this was worn by the victim, but... So Miss Ringer was attacked by Miss Faraday. We could even use this picture, because it has blood on the hand. Perhaps. Attack on roof of elevator, blood is my thoughts? Yeah. That's the one I'm on, right? First onto the viewing platform, that's when she attacked. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to use this one again. It kind of was my first thought as well. No, okay. Probably the right idea, though. Because we have evidence, we have lots of evidence that proves that the murder didn't take place on the roof. Is there another one here that might be better? No. We don't have an autopsy report, right? Nothing like that. Oh, we kind of do. Okay, cause of death is a set of 3 puncture wounds on left side of the chest inflicted by a candle holder. Victim also suffered a head injury post-mortem. Other marks, prominent burn mark on the back of victim's right hand. Okay, nothing about the specifics of how long it took to die. Only exit from the storeroom was, of course, the hatch leading up onto the roof. We're not going to be all cheeky and be like the elevator is a perfectly valid exit point, because that would have just led down to the auction room again. After winning and paying for it, she left the auction with her purchase. Isn't this actually a thing that we have? No. We don't actually have a statement about... Because, like, Lotta said that it happened after they exchanged. Yeah, I guess that's true. But she didn't leave yet. She left the auction with her purchase. Maybe this is where we do the elevator blood? Because she didn't get a chance to leave and she was attacked down here. No, okay. Okay, after waiting paying for it, she left the auction with her purchase. Only exit from storm was, of course, hatchling up to the roof. After she emerged on the viewing platform, that's when Miss Ringer was attacked by Miss Faraday. I'm gonna try this picture, actually. Because there's already blood on the hand. So clearly some sort of attack happened already. Photo taken just after the incident by Lotta Hart, who snuck into the storeroom. The ringleader and an auction attendee came up on the elevator. A scream was heard not long after. This would be it. I forgot that that was part of this evidence. There it is. That's where the statement went. They hid Lotta's statement about the murder inside that photograph. I thought we had something like that. Maybe you can clear something up for me, Judge Cavell. But what is Miss Hart doing here at this hearing?
She is an eyewitness. I thought it would be obvious. Well now, ain't really an eyewitness, more of an ear witness, I guess.
She's not exactly the most confidence-inspiring choice to help you make your case, is she?
I'd like to think I choose my allies a little more carefully than you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Then you should question them more thoroughly, because there's something she hasn't told you. Take a look at this. It's a photo taken by Miss Hart.
Yes, in the storeroom, correct? What of it?
According to your theory, the murder occurred up on the roof. But according to Miss Hart's testimony, she happened to witness the entire incident unfold in the storeroom, just before she took this picture. Wait, you're saying Cavell got it wrong. That's exactly what I'm saying. What? Miss Hart, if I may confirm your account of the events you witnessed that night, you saw the person in the picture, correct?
I sure did. Clear as day. And with my own 2 eyes to boot.
And what were your impressions at that point?
My impressions? This right here's a scoop of the century. Something like that.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was hoping for more of your impressions of the person in question.
Oh, that there's a walking meal ticket?
Seriously?
It's just my little joke. And no need to look at me like I done saying your lunch. Oh, red raincoat, right? Wow, I took one look and I thought, that's our perp right there.
And therein lies the rub. For Miss Hart to have thought such a thing means that the murder occurred.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, when will you learn to use your words? If it's an explanation of the facts that you require, you need only ask, you know?
What do you mean?
I assume you're about to raise the issue of the voices Miss Hart heard? Voices that may be unrelated?
What about the blood on the hand? Unrelated, you can do better than that.
Was one of the voices Miss Hart heard really even Miss Ringer's? You're kidding me, right? Them folks was talking crime-related turkey or my name ain't Lotta Hart Dane Hart. Ah, but did you hear them clearly? Well, can't rightly say for sure, but, can't rightly say nothing, and you know it. They was using voice changes, I done told you all that. Precisely. Miss Hart heard voices, but those voices were disguised. Which means we cannot even be certain that whatever she did over here had anything to do with the murder.
There was a scream. You don't just scream for no reason. And there's a very big difference between like a normal scream and a blood-curdling, I'm getting murdered scream.
No need to yell objection in order to side me, Mr. Edgeworth.
It seems I overestimated you, Judge Cavell.
Nonsense. Verti's the best of us, my boy. The very best.
And yet she believes that what Miss Hart had heard might not have anything to do with the murder? Even supposing that is the case, it doesn't prove the murder didn't happen in the storeroom. The incident happened before the victim was able to go up to the roof. That much we can say for certain. And I can tell you why. This proves that the incident happened before the victim went up to the roof. Oh, I guess they don't know about the hand, do they? We initially thought that the person in the red raincoat was the culprit.
Yes, because Miss Hart said as much.
Indeed. She told us about the blood she saw in this person's hand, and I doubt many people would have thought differently given her testimony. Ergo, if this person is the killer, then the blood we see would be from when they attacked the victim. But knowing what we know now, that this person is in fact the victim, it recontextualizes everything. The presence of the blood still shows that the picture was taken after the attack, but now it tells us something very important about the victim too. This picture tells us that the victim...
Well, obviously they survived the attack.
There's no doubt in my mind that the victim was attacked in the storeroom, but here we have a photographic evidence of her standing upright and alive, albeit with a bloody hand. This can only mean that Miss Ringer survived the attack. The blood on her hand is from the wound she had sustained. So what, she climbed the ladder, reached the courtyard up top, and then just keeled over and died? Maybe? What are you talking about? Who dies from a hand wound? The wound wasn't on her hand, Mr. Winner. I imagine she used her hand to try and staunch a wound. That's right. While it's impossible to tell from this angle, the victim is already mortally wounded here.
Well, that certainly would change things, wouldn't it?
It very much would. Not less by making it absurd to suggest that Kay was the attacker. Her encounter with the victim happened after this picture had been taken. After the victim had already been attacked and was in critical condition. I put it to you that all Kay witnessed was the victim finally succumbing to her wounds.
That would have been quite the coincidence.
It's a textbook case of a wrong place, wrong time, I'd say. Unfortunately, a situation like that needs a little more convincing in court.
You seem to be forgetting a rather important fact, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, that pretending not to remember it.
What? What fact am I forgetting?
I think it's time to wrap things up, don't you, Verti? Put the boy out of his misery.
Dad, Cavell works for me. Why do you keep giving her orders? That's my job. Because she works for him?
You really are a total and utter embarrassment.
I'm not. I hate to break it to you, but you both are. Go to it, Cavell. Put Edgeworth out of
his misery. As you wish.
How did this guy pass the bar? He's like... forget the fact he's 17, because Franziska exists, but this guy's like a fucking idiot. There's no way he passed the exam, let alone high school.
Miss Ringer's body was found with 3 wounds in her chest. And we all know what those wounds are from, don't we? That's right. They're from when she was stabbed in the chest by a 3-armed candelabrum. I doubt anybody could survive such grave wounds. If you care to read the coroner's report, I'm sure you would change your tune. Nicely done, Gavel. Now Edgeworth will make several objections. Yes, I'm afraid I will. What? Why? Weren't you listening? Oh, I was listening. Very carefully, in fact. Hence my objections. Come on, why do you always undermine me? That's never my intention, I assure you. It isn't? Because you do it so well to yourself every single time already. Of course it isn't, yeah, I knew that. Because I'm... Please, Eustace, just stop for goodness sake. You've already embarrassed me enough. Huh? What do you mean, Dad? I like that even his dad doesn't like him. Like, this kid's actually just a disappointment all around.
Hold it!
3 wounds. That can't have been pleasant.
Yes. Yes, which is why we must see that the perpetrator of this cruel act pays for their sins.
Don't listen to her, Kay. She's just trying to scare you. If we could please continue on, Judge Gavel.
Very well. As I was saying, there were 3 wounds.
Hold it!
I do, but perhaps we should ask Mr. Winner.
He does, I'm sure. Don't you, Eustace?
Who, me? Oh, you bet I do. I know this case inside and out. Who does he think he's fooling? Eustace, my boy. Make an old man happy and at least glance at the coroner's report, would you? Sure, let's see. Yada yada, 3 puncture wounds, blah blah, candle holder. No way, that's what they used? Crazy. Holy shit. He was in the room when we looked at all that stuff.
Precisely. The wounds were inflicted just as Eustace says.
Hold it!
And you're sure the stabs to the chest were the cause of death? There's no doubt about it?
None. One of the spikes in the candelabrum even pierced the victim's heart. Unless you mean to call Dr. Hertz's professional opinion into question, we can only treat that as fact.
The coroner's opinion backing up my own winning ones. Now that's what I call a flawless victory. Well, I'm certainly not about to ignore the coroner's findings. Hey, what about my findings? You can't just ignore them. If the cause of death really was a puncture wounds to the chest from the candelabrum, that would seem to contradict one of the pieces of evidence we gathered. He's not just ignoring my findings, he's ignoring me. Do something, Gavel.
As you wish. At the very least, I will ensure that he cannot ignore my own conclusions.
Hold it!
But the victim may not have necessarily have died instantly. I think we can say that much at least.
Perhaps, but she would surely not have lived for longer than a few moments either. So, there were people who could survive even if you stabbed them in the chest?
Sure, there might be, and there might not be too.
So, which is it? Trust me, there are not. And in case you're still tempted to believe there might be,
Hold it!
Cause of death is a set of 3 puncture wounds to the left side of the chest inflicted by a candle holder.
well done for reading, Miss Edgeworth. That report forms the basis of my own conclusions.
In other words, if I disprove what it says, I disprove your conclusions too?
You have the strangest sense of humor, but I wouldn't mind seeing you try. However, before you do, I would advise you to read that report very carefully. After all, I'm not interested in your opinions, only in solidly grounded deductions.
Very well. Then you shall have my deductions.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Don't worry, Kay. Everything will be alright. I need to find something to prove that the victim was still alive and breathing immediately after the attack. If I can't, Kay's fate will be sealed. Okay, so we need to prove some way that she could have probably survived for a little bit. What is the coroner's report? That's what we have earlier, right? Just this, nothing new. Cause of death is a set of 3 puncture wounds on the left side of the chest inflicted by a candle holder. Victim also suffered a head injury post-mortem. So how would they have suffered that? Falling off the ladder, trying to climb out, perhaps? I want a burn mark on the back of victim's right hand, but I think we can maybe ignore that right now, because those are apparently old wounds, from what we understand. Okay. From when she was stabbed in the chest by a 3-armed candelabrum. Now there's something interesting that came up in this press. So it pierced the heart, so that's pretty damning. Probably hard to survive that. Cause of death really was the puncture wounds to the chest from the candelabrum. That would seem to contradict one of the pieces of evidence we've gathered. Would that be the coroner's report about the head injury? But that was apparently post-mortem. Is there something else that could have... Is he talking about the letter from earlier? The photo of them standing up? Maybe. I see what you mean by that. But we just presented that. We're not presenting that again, are we? I mean, yeah, like what else would it be though, right? She could have walked up and only bled out when she removed it. Maybe. I mean, they're all doubting the idea of her even doing that, but which is kind of what we're here to prove. Okay. Be kind of weird if we're using this evidence twice in a row. What I was kind of thinking of was like the letter and how it wasn't pierced, but... Is there something else here that would have also done it? There's always the box and how it was, the body was hidden in there. But I think that's for later. Okay, well, let's try the picture again. Yeah, I didn't think we'd be using that twice in a row. I can't think of a single case where we had to use the same evidence twice in a row. So I think what we need to do really is like disprove the coroner's report somehow. So the coroner's report... So it says 3 puncture wounds on the left side of the chest inflicted by a candle holder. Is there something else that we have? I mean, yeah, the photo and her standing up means that maybe they weren't actually lethal, the puncture wounds. I doubt anybody could survive such grave wounds. Maybe this is one we need to present? Do we put this out there and be like, well, Kay survived a fall off a 50-story building? Surely someone could survive a couple of puncture wounds to the chest. Or stabbed, bled out, then fell off the ladder. I'm almost wondering if that's what the head injury came from. So yeah, I doubt anyone could survive such grave wounds, so I'm thinking... Do we have something about the ladder specifically? I don't think we have any... Aside from this, I don't think we have anything for that. Never bothered checking the floor by the ladder for blood. I mean, there wasn't any, obviously, because... if the game says you did everything, the game says you did everything. So there wasn't any blood on the floor then. If we didn't get to check for blood on the floor, that means there wasn't blood on the floor. But you're right, that could just be a case of like conveniently leaving that part out. I don't know what else we might have here. Aside from this. Wait. Okay. Weird theory here. No, okay. I was like thinking maybe that's where the missing horn went. But then I remembered the horn was missing in case 1 as well, so that can't be it. When she was stabbed in the chest by a 3-armed candelabrum. The press on this one seems to imply this might be the correct statement. But it contradicts one of the pieces of evidence we have. Do we have anything here about this? We checked everything on here? Judging by the wounds to the victim's chest. Stabbed in the chest by a 3-armed... So, we need to... I think we need to disprove the murder weapon then.
was what might be the case. Or when she was stabbed in the chest by a 3-armed candelabrum. Well, there's definitely blood on all 3. To be fair, I'd say fall from a great height. This is not as drastic as a direct stab through the heart. Yeah, it's a very different kind of injury, to be fair. Wait, raincoat? Oh yeah, we do have this. Worn by the victim whose fingerprints and blood were found on the hood. Yeah, and there's cherry blossoms on it, which at the very least imply that she made it up to the surface. Maybe that's it? Maybe we need to present that here? And be like, well, she did because look, there's the... Yeah, okay, this is it. No, it's not it. Oh, I thought the music stopped. God damn it. I had it. It would have kind of made sense because it's like, she had it. That's evidence that she did make it to the surface then. You know what? I'm going to present Kay anyways. No, okay. Damn it. Only the hood? That feels right. Try a different statement. Wait, the raincoat thing? Yeah, maybe. Okay. We'll continue down the raincoat thing. We tried it on this one. Yeah, from when she was stabbed in the chest by a 3-armed candelabrum. It's found with 3 wounds in her chest, and we all know what those wounds are from, don't we? They're from when she was stabbed in the chest by a 3-armed candelabrum. Wait a second. No, that's fine. Never mind. That makes sense. Worn by the victim whose fingerprints and blood were found on the hood. But you're right, only on the hood. Whose fingerprints and blood were found on the hood. Okay, let's read, seeing if this could relate to this somehow. Well, that checks out because the blood on the hood would have been probably from the head injury. But there was no, if there's none of her blood on the rest of the coat, then that means she would have been stabbed before she put it on. Which, I guess that just further proves Gavel's statement, though. The blood isn't on the chest. Yeah, no, it's on the chest. So, she was stabbed first. She was stabbed first and then put the hood on and then went upstairs? That doesn't make any sense. From when she was stabbed in the chest by a 3-armed candelabrum. So maybe this is it then. I didn't actually try it on here. That was it. Yeah. But if she was stabbed after putting on the coat, that wouldn't make sense because 1, there should be holes. At the very least, there should be blood. But the only holes in blood that were found on the white coat that she had on originally. So the timeline doesn't add up. Chairman Winner, you know what this is, of course. The red raincoat. That's right, isn't it, Verity?
Yes, sir. The one Miss Ringer was wearing. I warn you, Miss Edgeworth, you will not be thanked for retreading old ground here.
Well, I'm afraid I might have to regardless. Now then, if you'll answer me this, Judge Gavel, you told us that the victim's bloodstains were found on the coat. But do you remember where exactly they were found?
Of course. They were found on the hood and...
What's the matter, Verity? The hood and... was blood found anywhere else on the raincoat?
No, it was not.
Doesn't that strike you as odd? The victim died of stab wounds to the chest. Wouldn't that lead to one expect to find bloodstains in that area? And yet, there was blood only on the hood.
That's a glaring contradiction if I ever saw one. The head wound the victim suffered wasn't just some incidental injury, it was inflicted before the stab wounds to her chest. Perhaps you're correct. Perhaps the victim did sustain the head injury first. As you said, if she had been stabbed first, then there should be blood on the chest area of the raincoat. Therefore, Miss Ringer could not have been stabbed before the head injury had been inflicted on her.
Are you telling me the coroner got it backwards? The infallible coroner who bragged about never having gotten anything wrong and immediately identifying every cause of murder possibly got the cause of murder and post-mortem injuries reversed.
But even if we concede at this point that the head injury became before the chest wound, what difference would it make? How does it change our understanding of the case?
I'd say it changes things a great deal. In fact, it raises an even more fundamental contradiction.
That is quite the bold claim, Mr. Edgeworth. I have to admit, you have me intrigued. Perhaps you could show us this fundamental contradiction with some evidence.
Which piece of evidence best demonstrates the contradiction the order of the injuries revealed?
Okay, so how do we want to approach this? Alright, so we know, with that in mind, with the idea that there's no holes in the coat, could it be this? Well, it's probably this, wouldn't it? Because she has the coat on, and yet she's still around walking.
Take that!
No? Okay. I thought maybe the fact that she was still alive at this point. She needs to update the autopsy. Oh, man, you're right. Well, okay, now, I know I'm defending the coroner here, but it does say right here, initial findings of Dr. Hilda Hertz, which means we don't have an official autopsy report yet, technically speaking. We never got one. Maybe they have one that they're hiding. We haven't gotten one yet. So there is no need to update the autopsy report because an autopsy report does not yet exist. I wish it did, just so we could get an updated autopsy report. You know, really stick it to Edgeworth for the very first thing he does to Phoenix in the series. I hope that happens in the next case. Just, you know, go full circle. You're pretty funny. Okay. That wasn't it, though. So it's not the fact that she's standing. Okay. We now know that it's impossible for the head injury to have happened after the victim was stabbed. Right. The head injury came first, possibly even being the cause of death. One of our pieces of evidence is beginning to look very suspect indeed. Is it the... Okay, there's two things I can think of. It's the actual, like, the coroner report. It could still be the letter, and the fact that the letter... Well, no, we kind of determined that earlier, though, that the letter was probably added to the pocket after the body was put on the table. Victim had been struck on the head before she was stabbed in the chest. Then this piece of evidence makes no sense at all. Okay, she was clonked on the head before being stabbed in the chest. Which piece of evidence makes zero sense? Is it? No, it wouldn't be that. That doesn't matter. The blood? That could have just been blood from bringing the body back down. Could be the blood here, maybe. The whole point was countering the coroner report. True. Which makes me wonder if... Oh yeah, so that would be what we put, right?
Take that!
Obviously. How didn't I think of that? I just finished explaining that! Oh my god.
This is Dr. Hertz's preliminary findings, according to which the victim suffered a head injury post-mortem.
But the order suggested by the bloodstains on the raincoat is...
Exactly the opposite, yes.
Yeah, y'all right. I even, like, agreed with you and said it, and I was, like, still being like, I wonder which one it could be.
Bailiff, this court hereby subpoenas Dr. Hilda Hertz to the committee chamber with all due haste. Until she testifies, this case cannot be brought to a close.
Oh no. We have to cross-examine the coroner? Never done that before.
Unfortunately, Dr. Hertz is a very busy woman. I doubt she'll be able to come immediately. In the meantime, there is another important angle I would like to explore. Frankly, something has been bothering me about the person at the heart of this case. The so-called ringleader. Who exactly are they?
Yeah, good point. We never looked into that, huh?
Despite having been mentioned repeatedly in this hearing, we still don't know even the most basic facts that might help us uncover their identity. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any thoughts on the matter?
We've seen nothing that might serve as a clear evidence of the auctioneer's identity as of yet, but there is one involved with the case that I can name. I suspect at the very least they might be able to point us in the right direction. And that's... Chairman Winner. I demand that you testify as to what you know. What?
We're just calling him out right here and now. I love it.
Are you crazy? What would you accuse my dad?
You would cast doubt on the integrity of the chairman of the committee? Do you understand the implications of such an act?
I don't care who or what he is. We're talking about the truth here. And about a man who seems dead set on framing Kay at all costs. The man, Corsage, the mask, the corsage, ticket stub, and everything else. The items Kay was carrying when she was found. They were deliberately placed in her possession somehow. By Chairman Winner himself.
A shocking accusation, one I find hard to believe. But for the sake of completeness, I must ask, why would he do such a thing?
To cast suspicion on Kay, of course. Why else? I even managed to get him to say something to that effect.
Chairman Winner, your rebuttal, please.
I think the good chairman might be in shock.
So what if I did? Did you hear me, dear boy? I said, so what if I did? You say you got me to admit as much, but where is your proof, hmm?
Oh, we're just gonna go like that. Is that how it is, eh? Just we didn't talk at all in the detention hall.
With no witness to speak of, your word alone is hardly enough to make an accusation like that stick. Or do you mean to tell us that you have something more to base your outburst on?
He sells the arrogance he showed back at the detention center, and yet...
It was in front of my cell. But where's the proof that it happened? It was just a couple of guys talking. No one heard anything. No one there would see it.
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm going to have to ask you to explain yourself. If that's all right, Mr. Chairman.
Not at all. I'll be very interested to hear this for myself. I'm intrigued to learn where Miles might have gotten the idea that I'm some sort of criminal. Because you'll never find a more fine and upstanding citizen than myself.
He has a lot of nerve acting all innocent like that. Very well, let's start at the beginning. The fact that the auction took place right here in this hallowed child chamber is a point of suspicion. Location that should, by rights, only be accessible to members of the committee. Yeah, they all have key cards to the room after all. Furthermore, these auctions seem to be held on a somewhat regular basis. And for that to be possible, there can only be one winning explanation. That's right, Mr. Winner. That the auctioneer is a member of the committee. No! What on earth is wrong now? What do I do, Dad? I played right into his hands.
Oh, you did indeed, you utter nitwit. But Miles, my boy, you do realize that you've cast quite the wide net with your explanation.
That's true. There are 11 members of the committee altogether. 10 given Miss Ringer's unfortunate passing. 10 potential suspects in total.
Well, it certainly isn't me.
It can't be the chairman. Can it?
Wait a minute, speak up. Right now. Calm down, all of you, please. Well, Miles? Is that all the proof you got against me? You're very quiet all of a sudden. But it's too late to back out now. You accused the former chief prosecutor and current committee chairman of a crime. I will tell you to prepare for the worst. But there's no preparing for what you're about to face.
Final boss? Question mark? Nah, I don't think we're close to final boss yet. We're getting there, I'm sure.
You've been forcing us to argue over very little detail for a while now. Where the murder happens, the order of the victim's injuries, some
Other things I hardly even remember. But you needn't have bothered, my boy, because it's all irrelevant in the end.
Final boss actually. I know. I meant for this case.
Think about it. The suspect herself has already said she did. She did it. That's all that matters in the end of the day, and her sentence will be right afoot. So rejoice. And there you have it. Feel free to pick holes in it as you see fit.
How can I when I was barely a testimony to begin with?
The man. He's a very powerful person, isn't he? It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. Please, just let it go. I did it. I'm the murderer. I even remember doing it.
You saw a flash of something half remembered, Kay, nothing more. You must believe in something. Believe in me when I say you should believe in your own innocence instead. Yeah, I think Edgeworth has some first-hand experience with a situation like this.
But
I'm up against the head of the committee here. This isn't going to be easy, but he seems to think he's already won. Perhaps I can use that against him. Well, there were cameras. There are cameras, if you recall, in the detention center. The problem with those cameras is they have no audio. They were very poor in their picture quality. There is no real proof of them. They kind of sucked. We used them in the case 3 in this game. They were kind of shit. They barely helped at all. And in fact, we had to watch them like 10 different times before we actually figured out exactly what the cameras were showing. So to be able to point to one of those cameras and be like, look, we talked. This is where you confessed. It's pretty much meaningless.
Hold it!
Even if the broad strokes are correct, it doesn't make something true.
Oh, don't be such a stick in the mud. I'd say the bigger picture is more than enough here. After all, every case has its little inconsistencies and contradictions. If we let ourselves get bogged down in every single one, we'd never make any arrests. And once we did, the trials would drag on forever. Even you understand that, right?
Yeah, it's almost like this is court or something.
Not in the slightest, hence my inquiry into the details. Oh, to be so young and pig-headed. Anyway, we'll keep digging into those little details.
Hold it!
I seem to recall the ringleader's identity and the faulty coroner's report being critical points of contention.
Yes, I was listening, my boy, but critical is a matter of opinion.
How can you possibly suggest that such fundamental issues are not important? Perhaps it is your ability to make sound judgments that should be on trial here today.
Oh, bravo, my young hothead. Wonderfully cutting stuff. You do like you try, though, don't you?
Hold it!
There's no way any of what you've discussed today is irrelevant, not unless you intend to bury the truth.
Oh, but none of it is relevant, my dear boy. The only reason you keep trying to make it relevant is because otherwise, you're up the creek without the paddle.
Hold it!
Just because she confessed to something doesn't make it the truth. Kay's suffering from amnesia, so any statement she makes should be taken with at least a grain of salt.
Even so, it doesn't exactly solve anything for us, does it, dear boy? And it would be nonsensical to dismiss her confession outright. I tell you what, why don't you ask her one last time? Though I'm sure she'll say she did it again.
Fine, let's do it. Let's ask her again. We'll see if she really believes herself to be the culprit.
Huh? You mean me? Is this really what you want, Miss Edgeworth? If it goes badly, it could significantly weaken your position.
I know, but there's no other way. I only request that I be the one to question her.
You really know how to tug an old man's heartstrings, you know? But fine, ask away. On one condition. If this turns out to be a waste of time, that's it. We'll call the proceedings to an end, then and there. Agreed?
Call the proceedings to an end? You mean the hearing?
Yes, dear boys, that's right. Perhaps you aren't a complete muddlehead after all. Now, just so we're clear, if we ask again and all that happens is the girl confirms her guilt, she is officially declared guilty on the spot. Yes, that sounds like a great plan, if I do say so myself. That's it? You just declare her guilty just like that? That's the gist of it. It's a big risk, but he's going to find a way to condemn her either way if we don't do something. Okay. Yes? I know it's a lot to ask, but I need you to think. Do you remember anything else about what happened on the day of the murder? Anything that might help us prove your innocence? Why? Why are you still fighting it, Miss Edgeworth? It's no use. I can't be of help to you. I'm sorry. Too scared to try and remember anymore. What if I remember something even worse? And if I did, I'd just be making more trouble for you. Please, just accept it. The Kay you thought you knew is a dangerous criminal. A criminal who let you down and betrayed your trust. Don't worry, Kay. You have nothing to be afraid of. I may not have known you for very long, but I know you well enough. And right now, I'd say that I know you better than you know yourself. You would never commit a murder. You could never. Because this is who you really are.
Take that!
You're the great thief Yatagarasu, a noble outlaw who would never stoop so low as to kill. I can't do it. I'm sorry. Because all I can see is the one memory that's returned. I have to face it.
Hold it!
No. The only evidence of your guilt is the confession they forced out of you. As I said earlier, you have to believe that you're better than that. Are you saying you don't believe a word of what I've been telling you? No, it's not that. You're trying so hard to help me, and you're risking so much for me. It's too much. You have to stop. I'm begging you. Ah, so that's what's going on. I thought it was strange, but now I see. The reason you're allowing yourself to be railroaded into accepting your fate is because of me, isn't it? Which is exactly what the Kay I know would have done. You're a good person, Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry to burst your bubble, but I'm not. And I don't plan on becoming one anytime soon. Because despite all your wishes to the contrary, I'm still trying to help you. So you see, I've merely been servicing my own ego, regardless of what I put you through. Now, let's try this again. See the good in yourself, Kay. Remember the noble thief you truly are. That memory of you committing the murder? You'll need to question it with all you have. That's all I ask. So please, do it for me. Kay! Wait, I thought we were supposed to be breaking the chairman, not her. What's wrong? Did you remember something? It'd be like some cliche movie plot if she did. A cow. What? A cow? Mr. Edgeworth, if you could perhaps ask her for a few more details? Well, Kay, what can you tell us about this cow? I remember now. The person in the red raincoat. She had it in her hand. A stuffed cow. I can see it so clearly now. Are you sure, Miss Faraday? Are you absolutely certain? Yes, I'm sure. Then this court acknowledges the defendant's latest statements as new testimony. Have you lost your mind, Verity? We can't accept testimony like this. With all due respect, Mr. Chairman, information pertaining to the victim and her possessions is new and highly relevant evidence. Need I remind you of the adult state of her memory? No, this simply won't do. Adult? But if we claim her memory is unreliable now, then our own argument is weakened, sir. You said yourself only a few minutes ago that thanks to the suspect's confession, we need not worry ourselves over the finer details, did you not? Were we to call the validity of her memories into question, then we must also call into question the confession on which her entire argument is based. Is that really the most advisable course of action? Yes, you're right. Proceed as you see fit, then. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
We're still in the game, but only by the skin of our teeth, and only thanks to Judge Gavel's intervention. It's almost as if she was on our side for a second.
Well, Miss Edgeworth, the stuffed animal?
I believe the cow in question is this thing here, Your Honor. We found it in the storeroom and believe it is yet another auction lot.
Wait, that's...
Do you know something, Gavel?
No, it's just not what I imagined.
I suppose it is a rather odd-looking thing for the victim to have been carrying. I should look over it carefully.
What can we possibly find? Oh.
Left horn is missing.
This hole. It looks like that's where the horn would have gone.
But that doesn't look like stuffing in there. So what is it?
Let's take a look at the rest of this toy and see what else we can find. The right horn seems intact, but I can't say it's doing much for the overall symmetry of this stuffed toy.
Look, Miss Edgeworth, it moves.
It does? What?
It sounds like sand being crushed?
It would seem there's a recording device hidden inside. Oh, how convenient! I don't know what it's saying. I knew it was you the moment I laid my eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. Nothing to say for yourself? I've waited so long for this day, and now I'll finally have my revenge.
What is it with, like, mundane household objects having, like, the weirdest secrets to them in this series? Like, we've got this little figurine of the Thinker, but it's actually a clock. A stuffed cow toy, but it actually has a recording device inside.
Could this be the moment of the murder?
And someone made a recording of it.
Fitted with a recording device that captured part of a conversation. One of the people recorded had a prominent burn.
Hey, that's him right there. Them's the voices I heard. Sure as eggs is eggs. Unfortunately, we have no way of verifying when these voices were recorded. It's possible they have nothing to do with the murder. Only there was some accompanying video footage. You got bugs ears or something, lady? I done told you, them's the voices I heard. And we already know the victim was holding that thing, right? So it's gotta be from when she got got. Yes, it is a possibility, but a weak one without more than your word to back it up. We need something more. Something credible.
We need? Yet again, she seems to be stepping in to help. Judge Gavel, I think we all know the voices are from the moment of the murder. Considering for a moment the words we heard one of the speakers say. I knew it was you the moment I laid my eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. I believe we have something that could explain what those words are referring to and how it's all related. Which piece of evidence proves that the voices are from when the murder occurred?
Okay, well, we know that she has a burn. Do we present that? It's the only thing that could maybe be it. Where's the one speaker saying? I knew it was you the moment you laid eyes on you. Can't hide that burn from me. I'm gonna present the body. It's gotta be the dead body.
Take that!
The coroner's preliminary findings, how do they prove anything?
Ah, okay, we gotta get specific here.
Indeed. One on this page shows the voices must be from the time of the murder.
Prominent burn marks on the back of victim's right hand. Here, maybe? I've never seen, like, does Apollo Justice do this? I've never had to, like, point at words on a page in the first 3 games.
Think again on the words we heard.
And yet we've had to do it in both of these ones, at one point or another.
This part in particular sticks out in my mind. You can't hide that burn from me. The victim had a prominent burn mark on the back of her right hand. And what of it? According to Kay's testimony, the victim was carrying the stuffed cow toy, and a burn mark, an identifying mark unique to the victim, was mentioned on the recording it captured. It's just a coincidence. Stuff like that happens all the time, right?
I'm not so sure that it does, especially not in this case. The court accepts that the recording may be from the time of the murder.
In which case, one of the two voices must belong to the real culprit. And based on the content of the conversation, it seems likely that's the one we hear the most. But that still doesn't tell us anything about the killer's true identity or even if they're male or female. Due to the voice changes, correct. Unfortunately, but unavoidable.
One thing, however, has become clear. We are now able to say that the voices Miss Hart had heard were those of Miss Ringer and her killer. Just like I done told you they was.
We can say something else now too.
Then let's hear it. That is, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman.
Do as you wish. According to Mr. Hart, just before the murder occurred, the two people came up to the storeroom from the committee chamber on the elevator, the ringleader and one of the auction attendees. It seems that this was the point at which money was exchanged hands. The murder happened immediately afterward, and the auction carried on after that, all of which points to one key fact.
Okay, so if the ringleader can't be the victim then, because the auction carried on, right? The ringleader had to be the killer. Miss Ringer was one of the attendees, but not the ringleader.
Since the ringleader was the auction's sole auctioneer, then it follows that they cannot be the victim. Hey, Gavel.
Not right now, Eustace. There's a good boy. There's a good boy.
If they weren't the victim, then they can only have been the killer.
A compelling argument, but hardly conclusive.
I'm fully aware of that, Your Honor. I was merely warming up for the main event.
Got any of that fire left? Could probably use it, you know, get warmed up.
There were certain traces left on the scene that seemed to suggest that the ringleader was the killer.
Then please hurry up and show us.
What is something that was placed on the scene that points to the ringleader as having been the killer?
Something on the scene. Well, it's got to be the ringleader is the killer. Okay, there's a few different things here. It could be the corsage, but that could just be part of the costume. The gloves, maybe? Because they were never worn. They're completely void of blood. Do we, like, present this and hope that the game lets us point at them? The card, maybe? Because this person wouldn't have used the entrance. They wouldn't have had any reason to have this card on them. Blood in the room, perhaps. Something that was placed on the scene that points to the ringleader as having been the killer. Could very well be the blood. All this blood out here. Or something that's placed on the scene that was points to the ringleader's been the killer. Oh, could it be the costume? If this is the ringleader's appearance. Ringleader wore a white jacket, white gloves, magenta flower, and a mask. But the victim had all this stuff on. And the victim is not the ringleader. So I think it's all these things. They put them on the victim to make it think that the victim was the ringleader.
Take that.
I guess it doesn't definitively say it, though. Yeah, never mind. I see now where I made my mistake. That's okay. The ringleader was the killer is something they would have wanted to hide. You can present a piece of evidence that suggests that. What was on the scene that proves that they were the killer? Something I've seen that. Okay, maybe the corsage? Well, it was torn from the victim's clothes. Because if the ringleader... Okay, so we know the ringleader wore a corsage. But then it was torn off and put... Where did we find this anyways? Was this on... Oh, this was on... No, this was on K. So it wasn't on the scene. So that doesn't really count. Found in the victim's hand. It could be the key card. Because we know that... Where is it? Where's the key card list? Well, it's Verity's key card that was used at 10:15 before it happened. 12:52 is Rosie's key card. We don't know when the murder happened yet, though. I guess we could try the blood in the room. What found in the community chamber was a
placed there to hide the existence of the storeroom. I mean, the ringleader would probably want to keep it hidden. So he tried to make the murder look like it happened down here. Gonna be a little careful about this. I mean, game overs don't really matter, but we'll see. I don't think anything in this picture is going to be relevant because I don't think we're going to be able to click on this and get a thing saying point at the thing. Maybe though, I guess we could. I mean, it is a picture of the scene after all. What's something that was placed on the scene that points to the ringleader as having been the killer? Placed on the scene. It could be the card. It could be the book. The book wasn't in the auction room, so where did they get the book from? We'll try the blood first.
Take that.
Okay, it was the blood. Killer deliberately left a large pool of blood at the foot of the Goddess of Justice statue. It was due to that blood that we originally thought that the murder had happened in this chamber. But it was simply a ruse, designed to cover up the blood that had dripped down from the storeroom.
In order to conceal the existence of the underground auction, correct?
Correct. Which, yeah, that would be something that the ringleader would want to do. The culprit had nothing to do with the auction. They would have had no reason to cover up the blood, which further supports that the theory that the ringleader and the killer were one and the same.
And as to the identity of the ringleader, do you have anyone you'd like to name?
The auction is always held in this committee chamber with its storeroom located just overhead. So at the very least, we know that the murderous ringleader has some connection to the committee. Yes, yes. And you suspect me, correct? As the committee's most powerful member, that should hardly be a surprise, right?
Objection.
You're a fine prosecutor. That much I'll give you. But as I think I may have mentioned already, you're also hopelessly naive. You've got nothing, dear boy, have you? No evidence whatsoever. Unless you've got something to share after all. Have any evidence to show that Chairman Winner is the murderer? No, not really. I don't think we do. We don't have anything conclusive. I don't... It was Chairman Winner himself who brought up the fact that I suspected him. He seemed confident right from the get-go that he's untouchable, which means he knows. He knows I have nothing. Well, Miles, my boy, time to pay the piper. Ah, I've always wanted to say that. Verity, he's all yours. Did I answer wrong? Oh, okay.
Wait, dang it. I just remembered something.
Huh? Do you have amnesia too?
No, it just came to me. Flash me sprays, you know how it is. Very well, say your piece.
Objection.
What are you doing, Verity?
Mr. Edgeworth has made it clear that he won't give up until every last lick of hope has been extinguished. So extinguish we must. Lest he try to drag us through this excruciating process again in the future.
Yeah, what she said. I don't quite get it, but it sounded pretty cool. Don't worry, Dad. I'll help Gavel bring this to a winning finish. We'll show them how wrong they are. Fine. Let's hear what the witness has to say.
You heard the chairman, Miss Hart, if you'd be so kind. Well, all right then. Here goes nothing.
The facts, Miss Hart, and nothing but the facts, please.
Don't you worry your pretty little head on that front. I'm a journalist, truth's my middle name.
Color me officially worried.
So the ringleader's the killer, right? Which makes the victim one of them auction goers. Thing is, that don't add up. I count 11 people coming down that hatch, see? Then the murder happened, then the auction started back up again. Now, I had me a look back downstairs right after that.
No.
And wouldn't you know it, there were 11 little duckies all lined up in a row again.
Huh?
And you're served this, Miss Hart. Sure can be your gavelship. Your gavelship, saw him with my own two peepers.
So 11 before the murder and 11 again right after means... Wait. That's a thingy. A contradiction, Eustace. Do try to keep up. Miss Hart. Did nothing really change at all? I done told you already. They carried on right on again like nothing even happened. Oh, except for, it wasn't nothing much, but, what is it? That little old mallet doodad. Can't have yourself an auction without one. Kinda like the one Missy over there's got, but, different. The auctioneer's hammer? It's the bunny. I done heard that thing banging and clanging right the way through, then nothing. Just like that. So the noise of the hammer stopped midway through? Could it have something to do with the murder? Okay. So the hammer disappeared. Maybe that's where the blunt force trauma came from? You didn't think he was the killer until now? See, I thought that was obvious, which feels like it had to be misleading. And he can't have been the killer. Because it was too obvious. Like, the game's just, like, straight up, like, dangling it in your face and teasing about it. Like, even he's going about saying, oh, you think I'm the killer, do you? It's like, yeah, I kind of do. It's pretty... it's pretty obvious you're probably the killer. I just don't have a way of proving it. If what Miss Hart is telling us is true, we have something of a problem. Namely, that if the victim is neither the auctioneer nor one of the attendees, your entire theory cannot stand, Mr. Edgeworth. So what the fuck happened? But then there was only 10 people today. They were missing someone. And they even said that person was one of the people that was on the board. Although I do still think it's kind of weird that a defense attorney is on the board of prosecutorial excellence. Chuck went up for justice. Eat that, Edgeworth. See, Miss Edgeworth? Really was nothing we could do. No, there must be something we're overlooking. Something we still don't have an explanation for. I just need to think. If I can't, Kay is... Alright, kids. Do we finally have all our answers now? If so, then I expect you to make good on... I was honestly convinced it was Gavel until his mind chest, and this confirms it. I still think maybe Gavel could be it. I mean, she's carrying a hammer right now. And if there's one thing that's been consistent in all of these cases so far, is that props on the characters and parts of them are relevant to the case. Every time we face off against, like, the actual perpetrator to prove that they're the killer, there was always some part of them, something they had on them, that gave them away, and we used that as decisive evidence against them, whether it's a piece of clothing, something they're holding, or what. That's been a consistent theme up until now. And if we're now coming to the idea that maybe a hammer was the murder weapon, there it is, right there, in her hands. She's holding it. She could be the killer. After all, we have one more matter yet to resolve. I mean, look at that range. That's a great murder weapon right there. And until we do, we cannot claim complete and total victory over Mr. Edgeworth. Is that not so, Mr. Edgeworth? Frankly, I expected you to have raised your voice by now. A loud, hold it, perhaps? Oh, yes, of course. And once again, she has rescued us from the jaws of defeat. And this whole, like, helping him out could just be a ruse. Like, wouldn't that be... That would be interesting, because that hasn't happened before. Stringing you along, making you think that she's on our side, and then bam, turns out she's the killer. Very well, let's get this over with, shall we? What is this one matter that still remains? Why, the contradiction in the coroner's report, sir. That's... I'm back with the witnesses, Your Honor. Oh, we have to interview them still? Oh, great. What's this all about? Why'd you call us back down here? Did somebody fall ill? I'll have a compress ready in 2 shakes of a... Ouch! This better be good. And someone else drop dead? Well, they might soon wish they had.
Dr. Hertz, Miss Needler. Thank you for coming on such short notice. Let me assure you this won't take long. Quit trying to butter me up and cut to the chase, will ya? Of course. We summoned you here to confirm something. What is Judge Gavelle up to? Dr. Hertz, this court asks that you provide the unabridged truth regarding the following. Do you stand by your preliminary findings? Can you vouch for their complete and total accuracy? Grandma doesn't make mistakes, ever. That's strange. Huh? What do you mean? In the course of this trial, an error was indeed found in her report. And so I ask again for the truth, Dr. Hertz. Did you alter, tamper with, or in any way falsify your findings? It's awful. How can you even say that? What are you asking me for? Why the heck would I want to do that? To help the true culprit, of course. As if I know anything about all that. I just know I didn't do anything of the sort. That seems doubly strange. What other explanation could there be for the discrepancy in your report? Mr. Edgeworth? I wonder if you might have any thoughts on the matter. It's not like you to be coy, I must say. Why does she keep taking charge and helping me? I still don't know what she's trying to do. But I'll happily take what I can get. If everything was recorded accurately, then handed off to Mr. Winner according to protocol, then the report shouldn't contain any mistakes. Wait. For the record, I didn't do anything to the report. I guess we'll see, won't we? Dr. Hertz, perhaps we could begin with your side of the story? Why do we even need to? This is pointless. I'll be the judge of what's pointless, thank you very much. We have patients waiting back at the hospital. Surely you have other nurses that could, like, take over for now? But Grandma... Ouch, we don't really have time for this. Would you please help us? I can't stress how important this is. Grandma says she'll testify. But could you please make it quick? If we're not back soon, people will suffer. And yet you had no qualms about taking your time and buying cotton candy the last time we saw you. We'll let you go as soon as we can, I promise. Assuming you tell us the truth, that is. Wait, who writes the report? Well, it's apparently her. The old woman. But, I don't know. I mean, if it was handed off to Eustace, I mean, he could have done anything with it. Kid's an idiot. Who knows what he would have done. No way there's a mistake in Grandma's report. Never. I've been dealing with the dead longer than you've been alive, Sonny Jim. Me writing something wrong is like, about as likely as... Ouch. And what the heck do you think I stand to gain by doctoring a file, Don't make a lick of sense. That's all she has to say. Nothing funky here. See, it's just as I thought. There's no chance the good doctor doctored her findings. And you swear by the holy gods that this testimony is true? Of course, Grandma's never told a lie in her... Your opinions are not necessary, Nurse Needler. Your grandmother is the subject of this inquiry, not you. Not necessary? That's not fair. I'm the only ally poor Grandma has. Go ahead and show objection left and right, but you best be prepared than Mr. Ex-Prosecutor. Oh, I'm more than prepared. I'm ready to expose the truth behind the error in the report. The old lady doesn't write it herself or translate. I don't think that she needs a translator so much as just, she just doesn't like speaking. I think someone said she was an introvert earlier, so I guess that's what we're going with. Not a big fan of talking in public. I doubt she has any qualms with writing things up. Never. You're saying that Dr. Hertz is infallible? She has to be. A doctor can't afford to make mistakes. Even a veteran like Grandma would be out of a job if she messed up even once. So there's no way she of all people would... I got a whole hospital relying on me. Might be that you can't bungle your work and survive, mister, but I can't.
Hold it!
And you've really never made a single mistake in all that time? Doctor is all about experience. The longer you've been at it, the better you get. If only the same were true of prosecuting, Chairman Winner would be the best in the business. But I think we can all agree that's not the case. Oh, you really are a devil, Myers. But you're also quite wrong. I've never once made a mistake either.
After all, I have people to do that for me. I'm too busy for follow-ups. And luckily for me, I don't have to make them. Isn't having people just grand?
Don't you go try and making Doctor and Lawrence sound the same. They ain't nothing alike. Nothing alike, I tell ya.
I mean, doctors make mistakes all the time. They're very dangerous and deadly things to do, but it's not... They're not perfect.
The victim appears to have put this raincoat on after sustaining the head injury, and yet there was not a single drop of her blood in the chest area of the raincoat. Therefore, she must have been hit in the head before she was stabbed in the chest, making it pre-mortem.
Oh, that's ouch. Don't need you to teach me how to suck eggs, young man. My dang report already says what you just said, don't it?
Your report states that the head injury appears to have been sustained post-mortem, which is the exact opposite of what I just said.
Oh. Sure. I diligently dictated that poor report to Florence here, and she wrote it all down just like I said it.
Oh, well there you go. Needler wrote down the report. Not Granny. You're right.
Something happened to it after that. It weren't nothing to do with me.
You dictated it. If you could please tell more.
Hold it.
Just so we're on the same page, what were your conclusions regarding the body?
Well, like I said, ouch. Sorry, it was, death from a good hard knock to the noggin. And can you say for certain that when that knock happened, Dr. Hertz? Pre-mortem, of course. Just wouldn't happen after the poor girl died. I told Florence and she wrote it right down, so that's why it says in my dang report.
That may be what you told her, but I think we're finally getting to the truth.
Hold it.
You may not have stood to gain anything from it, but what about your granddaughter?
Me? I didn't stand to gain anything from it either. Never mind her. What about your little friend over there, huh? She stand to gain something for sure. Look at you trying to accuse my sweet innocent Florence of wrongdoing. Yeah, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Would you tell that to Chairman Winner?
Anyhow, nobody doctored that report, you hear? Nobody.
Well, she's gonna be very disappointed when she finds out the truth here. Oh, I know what to do, don't worry. I know exactly what to do.
Did anything stand out as strange to either of you when you were examining the body?
Let's see. Huh? What's that, Grandma? Pretty strange young fella showed up, that's for sure.
A strange man? Who?
Just like a dang fool he was, all frilly around the neck and such. And the dangest thing of all, even though we all know the idiot boy was about to get fired, he still insisted on messing with my scene. That's right, I'm talking about you, mister. Ruffle-necked ruffian, crimson-suited creep. Oh, so Mr. Edgeworth is a ruffian and a creep.
Those are not words you need to commit to memory, Kay. Doctor.
Dr. Hertz doesn't sound like she's lying.
No, but she only communicates to her granddaughter. I should probably try to make sure that Nurse Needler is being truthful too.
Alright, where is it? Diligently dictate that report to Florence. Anything after that were nothing to do with me. So you don't check over your granddaughter's work or anything? Is that what you're saying? After she writes it all out? I mean, looks like you wrote it out here. But, hey, what do I know? I'm not a coroner.
Dr. Hertz, I'd like you to take a look at the report for yourself.
Oh, I'll read it too. Ouch! This ain't what I said. This ain't what I said at all.
What? What do you mean exactly?
Hey, you're gonna give her a concussion. Someone's gonna get hurt here. It ain't gonna be us.
I don't know. But I can't say that. Miss Needler, if you're attempting to bury Dr. Hertz's truth, I will gladly hear her confession myself on behalf of the Goddess of Justice.
Dr. Hurt seems to be telling Judge Cavell something in private.
What? I see. Very well. Allow me to relate to everyone what you've just told me. Ain't no doubt about what I said. I dictated my findings to Flourish just like I told you I did. The fuddle-headed young thing must have wrote it down wrong or something. Wow, that was a great impression.
Yes, but it was really necessary. So in summary, there was an error in the report. It was all because of you, Nurse Needler.
The true facts have been now shown to be that the head injury occurred prior to the chest wound. The question now, Miss Needler, is why did you introduce such an error?
Just a minute, Verity. You make it sound as if the poor girl did it deliberately. Whereas it seems to me she just made a little mistake. Pre-mortem, post-mortem, they're practically the same word, don't you think?
Except they mean two completely opposite things. This was deliberate, no doubt about it.
But why would she want to change it? Exactly, thanks, ouch! You won't get away that easily. Explain yourself, young lady. But Grandma,
You submitted a falsified report, and that led to Kay being accused of murder. You owe us an explanation.
I can't tell you.
Not don't want to, but can't?
This is really rather unpleasant, don't you think? Ganging up on this poor considerate girl who's only looking after her grandmother. She has nothing to do with anything. She simply made one tiny mistake, so why not leave it there?
Little rally of back and forth Nox and Needler and Hertz had there. Yeah, they're probably going for... I wonder how they were written in Japanese. Because they're clearly going for a manzai comedy routine. Which, I mean, that's not really something you can localize very well. I mean, it could be as simple as them just physically acting in such a way, but the dialogue had nothing to do with it. But I feel like they probably changed it pretty drastically for the English version.
You'd like that, wouldn't you? Because the only person her testimony would hurt is you. What on earth do you mean, my boy? Seeing as you're now a de facto ex-prosecutor, you're going to need to explain yourself better than that.
I'd be happy to. I'll even spell it out for you. Nurse Needler's role in this crime is very important because... well, she's a co-conspirator, obviously. I mean, she's not the real victim. She's kind of alive. And she's the one that messed up the report, so I wouldn't call her a victim in that regard. That would be such a weird, out-of-pocket thing to say, that she's the murderer. Nah, she's a co-conspirator. Oh, for sure.
Nurse Needler doctored the report in order to cover for her accomplice.
Ouch!
So she's a co-conspirator, this innocent young thing? Do show your guts for making such a wild accusation, dear boy.
The murder couldn't have been committed by one person working on their own. Without at least two people, it wouldn't have been possible to maintain attendee numbers. If the auctioneer was the murderer and the victim was one of the attendees, the fact that a witness testified to there being 11 attendees even after the murder doesn't make sense.
Hey, watch it. You're gonna call my good word into question now, too.
That's not what I meant. In fact, it's quite the opposite. I'm taking you at your word, which means there must be a co-conspirator.
I know it's hard, my boy, but sometimes you just have to accept that you were wrong.
I wasn't wrong, I just hadn't considered the possibility of the killer having an accomplice. But as soon as we do, things will start to fall in place. If the killer's accomplice returned to the auction room in place of the victim, there would indeed have been 11 attendees both before and after the murder.
Well, so that's your thinking, is it? It's certainly an intriguing theory. But surely the imposter would have been spotted right away.
I don't imagine that Nurse Needler looks strikingly different from the victim in build and stature. With the help of a mask, she could very easily have been replaced Miss Ringer without anybody noticing. Well, Nurse Needler, is that what happened? Did you take the victim's place at the auction?
I wouldn't do something like...
Now tell us, the ringleader, Who were they?
I can't tell you. I just can't. It hurt Grandma too. How? But Grandma... Don't you worry about me, I can take it. You just tell me everything, child. But... Grandma!
So I was right. She was an accomplice.
Miss Needler, why? Well, Miss Needler, can you explain yourself? Yes. Huh? Oh, thank you, Grandma, but I'm alright now. I confess it. I changed places with Miss Ringer.
So you admit that you were working with the ringleader?
Yeah, I was helping them. I don't know how, but they found out Miss Ringer was going to attack them.
The culprit was going to be attacked by the victim?
They seemed pretty sure it was going to happen that night, so they made a counterplan. They wanted to strike first, and they wanted me to help them. I was told to go to the storeroom before the auction began and wait there.
Why did you even get involved in the first place? Like, is it just because your grandmother's a coroner, so that was the connection? Like, that just seems so random.
Now hold on right there, Missy. I didn't see nothing, and my eyes don't lie. If you'd have been there from the auction, I would have bumped right into you. I was there the whole way through, and you weren't there for a bit of it. But I'm not lying.
Well, that's easy for you to say. But you were lying about altering that report only a few minutes ago.
I think we were all well aware of the number of potential hiding places in that storeroom.
Are we? Where exactly are you trying to say your friend the nurse was hiding, huh?
Nurse Needler hid here while she was waiting in the storeroom. Was she the one in the box?
Take that!
She hid inside this clothes box.
Oh, she did she?
Huh. Well, it was there the whole time, even before I moseyed on in. But like I done told you, I had them chains around it. Wanted to hide in there myself, really, but it was locked up tight, so I had to go elsewhere.
I imagine that's because Nurse Needler was already lying in there by the time you arrived.
That's right. We didn't want anybody to open it or would have really blown our cover. So the ringleader told me to climb in and wait until it was time for my part of the plan. And then they wrapped up the whole box in chains. I think they took the elevator downstairs not so long after. It was just before the auction was due to start.
So the auction was beginning. You and Miss Hart would have been the only people in the storeroom.
Yeah, I think so.
The auction proceeded as it always did, until a certain customer came upstairs to complete her purchase. That was when the incident occurred. Miss Hart overheard the victim and the culprit exchanging words around them.
You betcha. I was behind that there statue, shaking like a dang leaf the whole time.
In the middle of their quarrel, Miss Ringer was killed by the auctioneer. I imagine that the auctioneer then carried Miss Ringer's body over to the clothes box. From which Nurse Needler emerged and swapped places with the victim. After placing Miss Ringer's body inside the box, Nurse Needler's role was to pretend to be Miss Ringer. The two of them then returned to the room below as if nothing had happened. Does that about sum up what happened in the storeroom, Nurse Needler? But then what about walking back up the ladder, the victim? Was that Needler pretending to be the victim still? Throwing the code and everything?
Yes. In fact, that's exactly what happened. Hold up. So you just waltzed right back on in and nobody noticed? This is two completely different people we're talking about. You're telling me not one of them, or one of the other folks down there at the auction caught and all?
Why would they? The other auction goers had no reason to notice the difference when Nurse Needler entered because she was imitating the victim, or she had stolen the victim's clothes. That has to be it. If she has the clothes on, she would have had the mask on too, possibly the voice changer. I don't think anyone would have really realized. I mean, that's kind of imitating the victim, but... Wait, which is more accurate to say then? Well, it's all of the above, right? She was imitating the victim. She used her name, used her clothes, used the mask, used the voice. It has to be this bottom one. You think it's just the clothes?
Yeah, I guess if she just entered, the first thing they would see is the clothes. Alright, let's go with the clothes. Yeah, okay. Although the bottom answer I think is perfectly valid too. As we've seen, Miss Ringer and Nurse Needler are about the same build. What's more, the auction rules required attendees to wear their masks at all times. If Nurse Needler was wearing the same clothes as Miss Ringer, nobody would have been any the wiser.
No, and they weren't. I borrowed Miss Ringer's clothes and... Ouch! And left the poor child in her smalls? Have you no respect, girl? No, Grandma, I thought the same thing. It wouldn't be nice to leave her like that. So when the ringleader wasn't looking, I put that raincoat on her.
So that's how Miss Ringer came to be wearing it. Thus, the auction was able to carry on as before.
Guess the part about where I caught the red raincoat on film came just after.
So maybe the smack to the head wasn't quite enough to kill?
Yeah, it must be. Then it all makes sense. Right after that was when I went over and looked downstairs through the gap in the elevator. Spied me 11 happy little auction goers, then back I snuck into my little hidey hole.
Don't tell me you were hiding back there the entire time after that.
Well, that is, not exactly.
What is it? Did something happen?
So maybe I ought to have mentioned this before, but I fell asleep for a few winks after that. Well, passed out. Unconscious, you might say.
What? What happened?
Oh, nothing much. Kind of silly, really, but there was this sudden loud noise, and it startled me just a little bit, you know? Alright, maybe more than just a little. But I just witnessed a murder. Can't blame a girl for getting jumpy. Guess that got my heart shook and my head feet. And before I knew it, I was out like a light. By the time I came to, it was the next dang day. And there y'all were clanking down that ladder.
I see. So you were startled by a loud noise and fell unconscious. I suppose that means you didn't know what happened after that.
Yeah, not per se, but, well, after the auction was over, all the masks went back on the rack. So I reckon the guests done finished up and filed on out, like, one by one like they were supposed to.
Nurse Needler, once the auction had restarted, what exactly were you doing?
I was pretending to be Miss Ringer and placing bids, just as the ringleader wanted. I had to win the clothes box as I'd been instructed. It had the dead body inside, after all. Imagine if somebody else had won it. Oh, we would have been in real trouble then.
So you had no idea that the victim had vacated the box in the meantime?
No, not until we came back up so I could pay for it. That was when we noticed. The ringleader told me to go look for her right away. Except, I found some other girl collapsed at the foot of the ladder instead.
Kay.
Yeah, she must have fallen from up on the roof and been knocked unconscious. Guess the victim must have left that hatch wide open, huh?
That would explain it. And I guess that would also explain why Kay was in the care of Miss Needler in Hertz Hospital. Just happened to have a nurse right on scene. Kay would have been so shocked by seeing Miss Ringer fell motionless right in front of her that she would have seen the open hatch and fallen right through it. That explains the noise that caused you to faint as well, Miss Hart. Is this why they wanted to frame Kay? Because she was a witness to the crime? They were afraid that she was going to be a witness? So they made her the fake perpetrator? But, like, why did they want to kill Miss Ringer in the first place, then? That still doesn't answer that question. It's the sound of Kay crash landing onto the storeroom floor.
Yeah, I suppose. Can't believe something like that done knocked me out for so long, though.
So in summary, by the time Miss Needler found Kay, you were already sound asleep behind the statue. I think we've got a good grasp on what occurred up to this point now. Nurse Needler, if you would continue.
Sure. So I found Kay, and next I found Miss Ringer, and I put both of them in the clothes box.
You were able to put both people inside that little box. That's impressive.
We couldn't risk any of the auctioneer goers seeing them. That would have caused a real hullabaloo.
Was that your idea or the ringleaders?
Theirs. But putting the raincoat on Miss Ringer was my own idea. So I tried to get rid of it before they found out what I'd done.
I imagine they were none too pleased when it showed up as a surprise piece of evidence in this case.
And lastly, the ringleader and I put her in an auctioneer's outfit we'd prepared.
Of course. Which completed the deception and made everyone think she was the auctioneer.
All in all, the auction finished up without anybody noticing anything, and that was that.
Now that we know the extent of your crimes, Nurse Needler, if you have anything further to share, I'd advise you to do so immediately.
I wish I could tell you more, but I'm sorry. That's all I know. Oh, except for one other thing. It did seem a little strange, I guess. When I was borrowing Miss Ringer's clothes, I took everything I could, but I couldn't take her hair, obviously, so... Ouch.
You're dang right you couldn't take her hair. What kind of medical professional are you?
That's where you draw the line, so taking her clothes was okay. Her hair was totally different, the style, the length, everything. I kind of panicked. But the ringleader thought of everything, including wigs. 2 of them, in fact. There was a straight one and a wavy one. They were both stashed in a clothes box. 2 wigs. But why? Right? I wondered that too. I thought maybe they were worried she might have changed up her style. Anyway, I took the straight one. That was the one that matched her hair on the day. Even a wavy wig in the box. We didn't see any wigs in the box, though. And that's everything you knew? There's nothing else you're forgetting? No. Huh? No, really, Grandma, that's everything. I take it that you really have no idea who the ringleader might be? Sorry, I only know that they were in charge of the auction. I didn't see them without their mask on. And they were pretty careful to keep their identity a secret from everyone. Ugh, I can't get something concrete on them.
Well, Miles, are we about done? Your phone's the nurse was part of the murder plot, but sadly for you it doesn't change a whole lot. Because it does nothing to prove that Kay Faraday isn't the ringleader. And justice must prevail. We can't change the law, even for your sake.
Is this it? Am I not going to be able to save Kay?
Objection!
Finally, she returns! What have you been doing this whole time? Franziska, what are you doing here?
As I told you before, Miles Edgeworth, where the case leads, I follow.
Your dedication is an inspiration to us all.
But don't go getting the wrong idea, little brother. I'm only here to deliver the truth regarding the suspect. I'm certainly not here to forgive you for abandoning the way of the prosecutor.
I understand that.
You should thank your former subordinate for what I'm about to share. In his desperation to help Kay Faraday, he gave me a valuable piece of information.
Detective Gumshoe did that?
Prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. Was the final piece of the puzzle. Rosie Ringer's head wound was the first of the injuries she suffered, not the second.
Wow, really insightful stuff there, Franziska. Thanks. Couldn't have solved the case without you.
Well, somebody say something.
Yes, there's no easy way to say this, Franziska, but we already proved that ourselves.
What?
Yes, just a few minutes ago.
But why did you say so sooner?
You didn't exactly give us a chance.
And I suppose you know about the murder weapon too?
No, not yet.
Huh, good. Then listen up. The victim was struck on the head with a blunt object bearing a circular surface. And the wounds to the chest were actually inflicted post-mortem.
A circular surface?
And you're certain of that, I assume? Your sources are above board? 2 trusted medical professionals reached the same conclusion independently. You couldn't ask for more.
Objection.
That's certainly good to know. Unfortunately, you're overstepping the bounds of... Of what? I am the prosecutor in charge of Interpol's investigation into the underground auction. Has this murder occurred during the auction? It would be negligent of me not to pursue leads pertaining to related parties. Especially the victim. My. You've really become quite the force to be reckoned with, haven't you, my dear? Then all parties are in agreement. The victim died from a blow to the head. Sadly, the murder weapon itself has yet to be identified.
Based on the shape, I might have an idea or two. But guys, I didn't turn up any other weapon during my investigation. And yet, one only need think about the setting and an auctioneer's tools and the answer should become obvious. An object with a circular surface used in an auction. We're obviously talking about...
an auctioneer's hammer, right? Yeah.
What would an auctioneer have readily at hand? An auctioneer's hammer, of course.
but we've never found one of those. If the auctioneer was indeed the killer, it does seem like a likely candidate for the murder weapon. But without evidence to support your theory, remains nothing more than that.
Yeah, it's a real shame we just can't find any hammers around here.
Oh, I have just the evidence you need right here. This piece of evidence strongly suggests that the auctioneer's hammer was the murder weapon.
We have something like that? Huh. What, I mean, the coroner's report says it, but, the hammer sound did stop, yeah, because they stopped probably using it. Think about it, if the hammer were to be used to kill.
He sounded strongly suggests that the auctioneer's hammer was the murder weapon.
Okay. Well, okay, let's think about it. So, you use a hammer, you smack someone on the head with a hammer. Would it... It wouldn't break, would it? Well, not that we have anything. Okay, what would... Is that why this is torn? That doesn't make any sense. That seems irrelevant. So I would strongly suggest that the auctioneer's hammer was the murder weapon. I didn't think we had anything like that. Is it something in here? One wig was straight and the other wavy. Ringer's hair was straight, so wavy not used. Does the wig have anything to do with it, maybe? Probably not. It would have some trace on it, right? That can't be seen by the auction goers. Yeah, I guess, like, you're right. It would have, like, blood or maybe even a chip or something in it. Auction continued even after Ringer's murder, but the sound of the auctioneer's hammer can no longer be heard. So they probably had to put something over it, like a cloth or something, right? That's why you can't hear it, because they soften the sound of the hammer with whatever they're covering it with. Maybe it was this after all then? I don't know why this would be the case though. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Is that why a horn is missing? But it was always missing a horn, even back when even back during the case. So that can't be it. Overthinking it. Okay. That's saying anything in Lotta's statement. Oh yeah, it's talking about how, like, you can't hear it. So if they were still using a hammer, then if you can't hear the sound, then that means the sound was muffled. But, like, what would they have used to muffle the sound? I mean, this is the only thing that can even remotely be something in our evidence that could muffle the sound. It's not gonna be the plushie because the victim had the plushie. It's not the coat because the victim had the coat. Nothing else here is really something you could put on a hammer. So it's probably the flower. I think they'd have noticed, especially the hammer was covered. True. Yeah, I guess so. Is nothing. Sean says the auctioneer's hammer was a murder weapon. Yeah, I guess there wouldn't really be a way to do it, but then why did the sound stop? But the auction was still going, but the sounds of the hammer stopped. Was the hammer abandoned then? But wouldn't they have noticed if the hammer was missing? Did they use the ninja mask as a hammer? That doesn't make any sense. I don't think they would have used this. Okay, the ringleader was wearing a white jacket, gloves, a magenta flower, and mask. Could any of those items helped cover up the sound of the mallet? If I were the ringleader here, I'd ditch the hammer entirely. Yeah, but like, how do we prove that it was the murder weapon then, in that case? Is it because it was in the box? There's traces of blood detected inside. I mean, that could just be from the victim itself. Could be from a hammer. Did they hide the hammer in the wig? Is that's not proof though. We're not covering the sound. Yeah, okay, so they got rid of the hammer then. That's like either they covered the hammer or they got rid of the hammer. It's the only two ways the mallet sound stopped. Right? So then where did the hammer go? How does that... Dear Kay, I'll make sure you get your precious thing back, Rosie. That does nothing to do with this. So where did they hide the hammer then? In the box? But we don't know it's in the box. As far as I know, the box is empty. Prove it wasn't used, yeah. Okay, so I guess we just present the statement then? Yeah, right, I guess I am overthinking if it's just simple as presenting the statement. I was thinking like we needed to prove exactly where the hammer was, or like how it stopped being used or something. Or like how it actually was, but I guess yeah, if it was just... It's as simple as if the hammer was being used as a murder weapon, then you wouldn't want to carry it around and continue using it for an auction where people could probably notice whatever's happened. Miss Hart told us something very important about the auction after the murder occurred. She said that the very prominent sound of the auctioneer's hammer could no longer be heard. Now why would that be? I'll tell you why, because it had just been used in a murder and was covered in the victim's blood. It would need to be disposed of. Isn't that right? Chairman Winner.
I'll have our people look into this right away.
Oh, you really are like a dog with a bone, aren't you, dear boy? But if you can't dedicate yourself to a cause when you're young, when can you, huh?
He seems very confident we'll never find it.
Very well. A search for the murder weapon will be conducted. In the meantime, this court is in recess.
Oh my gosh. We're not done yet. Surely we're close though. Okay. I feel like this is probably the last section. I won't leave this on a cliffhanger, don't worry. We'll finish it. It's like 2 AM, but that's fine. It's been a while since we did a long Phoenix Wright stream. Well, you find anything?
Silence in the courtroom, please. Miss Von Karma, if you'd be so kind as to update us on the progress of the search. It's not good news, I'm afraid. The entire big building has been searched from top to bottom, and no auctioneer's hammer was found anywhere. That is bad news indeed. Then, we have no choice but to move ahead with the verdict.
Ah, such a terrible shame. But I suppose only a fool would have left the murder weapon behind. It's certainly not what I'd expect from a first-rate criminal mind.
No, it's just not enough to work with here. I can't carry us any further on my own.
Yes, it really is a...
Oh, oops.
Yes, it really is a tragedy, but such is life, I suppose. I was just thinking back over the defendants I've made plea deals with over the years. People who poured their heart out to me, who trusted me with every detail of their crimes. And then when it came to their sentencing, I recommend life in prison every time. For every single one. Oh, if only you could see them. The stupid, dumbfounded looks on their faces. The verdict will now be passed. All present will accept the goddess's word as law.
There's nothing more I can do. Kay and I are both...
If only we had some proof. I never imagined I would be passing judgment on you under such circumstances.
The end of the road, huh?
By the power vested in me, Excelsius winner, this court hereby indicts you for your crimes.
Oh, what? Okay. That feels like it came out of nowhere, but sure. I mean, we knew it was coming eventually, just not like this.
What on earth's gotten into you, Verity?
I submit for the court's consideration the case file of a certain incident, namely the IS-7 incident, a murder that took place 18 years ago.
But what does that file have to do with... Wait, you mean... Your late-night visit to this chamber, that was to...
Precisely. I came here to retrieve these documents. Though sadly, it would seem that I arrived too early to catch the auction itself. When we spoke of the matter before, I implied that I'd come to retrieve the files pertaining to your own case. You'll have to forgive me. That was a ruse to buy myself more time.
Wait, that guy was the perpetrator of that case? We never did learn the truth. What the heck are you doing, Gavel? You can't just accuse my dad. Without proper grounds, it's defamation.
An excellent observation, Eustace.
It is?
And of course, I have the grounds to make such an accusation. 18 years ago, Mr. Manfred von Karma had some details about the victim's body fabricated.
Details he was forced to fabricate when the sculptor Artie Frost's body went missing.
My papa fabricating information? What is the meaning of this? Ian Seidman, the detective originally assigned to the case, did in fact report that the body had gone missing. However, it seems that a certain someone wasn't very pleased with Mr. von Karma.
Cannot let this literal sprite flip go past us unobserved. It is... Okay, I know that they've mirrored like pretty much every single sprite just to put them on each side, but like hers actually looks kind of weird on this side. Maybe it's just because I'm used to seeing it the other way. But I don't know, you get used to seeing all the other sprites on the right hand side and then they get flipped to the left once in a while and they're fine. But something about hers, I don't know, it's just the way that's like the angle it's at, it doesn't work left to right. But it works right to left. What?
This individual refuses to allow anyone to go against their wishes or to challenge their power, and they're known to go extreme lengths in order to bring those who defy them to heel. 18 years ago, they were no different. In fact, they even ordered Dr. Hertz to create a fake autopsy report for the IS-7 incident.
Oh, so that got her thinking like, wait, someone did it 18 years ago, maybe it's the same person. What? She was responsible for the fake report? Hey, wasn't that something I brought up earlier too? That she may have been involved in that?
Wait, you have to understand, Grandma, she's not a bad person. She had to do what he said. She didn't have any choice.
He?
Person in question was the chief prosecutor at the time.
The chief prosecutor 18 years ago? No.
The man who gave Papa as the first penalty of his career. Excelsius winner, it was you.
Objection!
What are you all talking about? My dad would never do something like that. I don't know, he definitely looks like the kind of guy who would.
I'm sorry, Eustace, but your opinion on the matter is not needed here. Well, Chairman Winner, do you have anything to say for yourself?
Oh, that's that nonsense with the body. That was Manfred's doing. Such a willful boy. And the fake autopsy report. Hilda, how could you? I can't believe you naughty kids would do such dishonest things behind my back.
Hold it!
We could just ask her why she did it. She is standing right over there after all.
Wait, Grandma can't. She's... Ouch. Grandma, I'm sorry. I knew. That's why I... Right, exactly. If I didn't, everybody would have found out about what you did. They said he was going to charge you if you didn't help with them with their plan. They said he would... They would... had to do what the auctioneer said.
So you were coerced into it, were you, Nurse Needler? And just to be clear, the auctioneer was Chairman Winner?
I'm sorry, but I honestly don't know. The person forcing me to help them was the auctioneer, and they definitely looked to be about the same build as the chairman, but I never saw their face.
Well, there must be something. Any detail, no matter how small, will do.
Oh, wait! Their mask didn't cover their whole face, and the part that wasn't covered had a tattoo on it. I remember that much for sure.
A tattoo?
Objection.
And where would this tattoo be?
This all sounds very dramatic, but I really don't know what you're talking about. There's no tattoo anywhere on my face. I think I'd know if there was one, wouldn't you?
Well, why don't you let us check then? I mean, if there's no tattoo, it'd take like 5 seconds to confirm it, and then all would be fine.
This means I can't be so ringleader no matter how much you might want me to be.
Then again, if he was the ringleader, if her first thought was to think about someone's tattoo on their face, considering that this thing only happened like a day ago, would it be more likely that maybe she would have noticed the beard over the tattoo if it was him? I mean, that's a pretty big beard. That's not something you can grow in less than 24 hours.
I only hope that you can figure out who this shameless manipulator might be. Oh,
Your contempt for this court is an insult to the goddess.
Are you sure it's not you who's feeling insulted here?
I am not the only one who's been trying to bring you to justice. Miss Ringer has been trying too.
I think you know what it is. I think it's the fact that she all of a sudden became a lefty. That's what it is. That's what's weirding me out here. She flips over to the other side and she goes from righty to lefty. Ambidextrous is cursed. Yeah, underside of the beard, exactly. Like, where would a tattoo even be that she would have seen? It's under the beard doesn't make any sense. Maybe she just mistook the beard for a tattoo? I don't know, maybe it was like tucked into his shirt because it's so noticeable.
young Rosie was looking to take me down, you say? But why? I barely knew her. I've always had a certain magnetic charm, but I don't remember ever catching that particular eye.
You barely knew the victim? Why, I do believe that is a new statement. The goddess demands that you offer your full testimony on the record.
So that's how this is going to go, hmm? You mean to hound me until I finally break? Well, if that's the way you want to play it, fine. I'll destroy you all. Every last one of you.
Mr. Edgeworth, please allow me to work with you on this one. I doubt we'll get another chance to put him on the stand. So let's make the most of this opportunity.
This feels like the end of the game, but I know we still have one more case to go.
Of course, Your Honor. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Now, Chairman Winner, you will tell this court everything you know about Miss Ringer.
Young Rosie was a member of the committee, of course. But we never really had any personal interactions. At least, none that I remember. I had no motive to murder that poor girl whatsoever. And I have absolutely no idea why she was after me.
Even Edgeworth is not immune, as a matter of fact. He typically does the casual point with his right hand here, whereas it was his left in the main series. Yeah, they just mirror everything. I mean, I get it. It definitely saves time, but you don't like to see it. It's less noticeable with Edgeworth than some of the others. There's some characters that have like text on their sprites sometimes. Emma earlier was super noticeable whenever she was on the left-hand side, because the reflection in her glasses was always backwards. Some shirts are very noticeable when they're flipped backwards. I think Larry's was a victim of it in the previous case once or twice.
So you don't mean to accept your part in any of this?
Of course he doesn't. He isn't guilty. How could he be? He's my dad, the winner of the winners. Even, like, Eustace, I think, appeared on the other side once before, and his badge gets, like, flipped, which is super obvious.
That's very kind of you, Eustace, but you'll need more than mere words if you plan to cover for me.
Right, you got it. I won't let them pin this on you. I believe in you, Dad. You'll beat Edgeworth. I know you will.
Yes, yes. You really are such a sweet, simple child.
He really loves his dad, huh?
But that's no excuse for him to ignore his father's crimes.
No matter how much he respects him. Regardless of their station in life, all criminals will be made to atone for their sins in time.
This won't be easy on Mr. Winner, but it has to be done. We can't let his father get away with this. Good guys are right-handed. Shit, I guess Gavelle is the murderer after all then, since she's left-handed now. Pretty sure she was on the other side in AA Investigations 1. She was. She's swapped sides tons of times in both games. She's constantly flip-flopping. Depends if like we're talking to her, talking with her. Just wherever the case needs. I like to think that maybe the right-hand side for most of these characters is like the canon orientation. I don't know of any of the characters here that are canonly on the left. Now that I think about it, even like you said, even Edgeworth uses his incorrect hand to point when he's on the left, despite him like being on the left for most of the game.
Young Rosie was a member of the committee, of course.
Hold it!
As a member of the committee, you must at least have been familiar with her face.
Sure, but that's about all. I saw her every once in a while.
Hold it!
So you're saying you barely knew the victim at all?
That's exactly what I'm saying, my boy, yes. Why, I never even knew about that burn mark on her hand.
You didn't.
I mean, what's the point? You get to know someone before you know it, they're gone. It's become such a pain to remember things about others. They're here one day and gone the next.
Yes, because they dare to stand up to you and you make them disappear. If you could please add your remark about the victim's burn to your testimony, Chairman Winner.
Hold it!
You sure you didn't know about the burn mark?
You really don't let up, do you? I'm not in the habit of memorizing who has a scar in the hand and who doesn't.
But this wasn't just any old scar. I'd say it's pretty noticeable, in fact.
That's under normal circumstances, but now that I think about it, Miss Ringer did always wear gloves. Truth be told, I wasn't aware of the burn mark until after the incident myself.
The victim's hands were always covered by a pair of gloves?
It makes sense, of course. People can be very self-conscious about such things. I can only sympathize, of course, being something of a sensitive soul myself.
I hope you're not too sensitive to append that statement to your testimony. It's a small point of contention about Edgeworth being canon right-hand side. Really? It's a small detail, but the buttons on his jacket flip around too. Oh, true. But like, wouldn't he be canon right-hand side because that's like where his first appearance came from?
Hold it!
Yeah, his button. You're right. His buttons are proper. If he's on the right-hand side, his shirt would get flipped, which is interesting. You bring that up, considering that there was the point of contention earlier in this case about a men's shirt being on a woman's body, or yeah, a men's shirt being on a woman's body, which was weird because the button side was wrong. Are you telling me that maybe canonically Edgeworth likes to wear women's blouses? So you remember her always wearing gloves?
I mean, it was something of a trademark of hers, yes. Oh no, it was to hide a burn mark. I always imagined it was just a fashion statement. Does your little friend have there something to hide under all those bandages, I wonder?
Who, me? No, I don't have anything to hide.
You don't? Not even the stony visage of a cold-blooded murderer?
Thought we established that she didn't do it. Think about this, front-facing Edgeworth AA 1 to 4. Oh god, no. Don't even. I don't like that. Do we get front-facing Edgeworth in any of the 3D games?
I'm looking forward to seeing that, but no, that front-facing sprite is cursed. Like, even when he was on the stand, like, when it was necessary as part of the case in 1-4, yeah, it's like, oh. Doesn't he go front-facing in a couple other cases later in the series, too? Like, I think it was in one of the cases in 3, he does it. It was, like, during, like, some adventure segment. I want to say it was maybe 3-4, like the one with the bridge and the shrine. If anyone here is hiding such a thing, it's you. And I'll expose your true face if it's the last thing I do.
Oh, you'll never fail to entertain, my boy. Go ahead and do your worst.
So Miss Ringer always wore gloves. That reminds me of something. I should look over all the evidence again.
Hold it.
You never had any trouble with her professionally?
Oh, don't be silly, my boy. I'm far too important these days for such trivialities. And by all accounts, her work was unimpeachable. Besides, our difference in standing meant we hardly ever interacted.
But that doesn't prove you didn't kill her, does it?
Well, you would say that, wouldn't you? Anything to save your little friend, hmm?
It certainly seems that Miss Ringer had some personal interest in you, at least.
Indeed, indeed. But I can't for the life of me imagine why. Too bad, so sad. Without a motive, you can't logic your way into pinning this on me.
He does it all throughout the Phoenix trilogy. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's been a couple months since we last touched the original trilogy. Yeah, with 3-5, not 3-4. I was thinking of 3-5 for sure. 3-5, it happens. 2-4 was another example. I don't know if he appears in Apollo Justice, so maybe he does it there too.
Hold it.
I don't see why he would appear in that game. That game was supposed to have been a reboot that failed. You have no idea at all as to why she was after you?
Let's see now.
It's because Dad's a real catch.
I suppose you could say that, yes. The admirers, they come, and then they go again.
You could even dream of being like my dad. No, I don't think I could. I couldn't dream of being a murderer, that's correct.
Very true. I doubt many ordinary people could quite match his achievements. It's remarkable, really, to have so many people come into a life and then for so many to leave it.
I certainly won't complain if you choose to leave, Verity, my dear.
I think it's far more likely that you'll be the one leaving today, in handcuffs.
Yes, very tall. But if you think I'm finished, you will be sorely disappointed.
To think back over what we know about the victim.
If you're not sure how to approach this, take another look at the evidence. You just might find a new way to interpret old information.
Are you trying to help me, Francisca?
I'm trying to help Kay Faraday. I couldn't care less about you.
Nice to see she really is worried for Kay, in her own Francisca sort of way. Okay, where's that new one we got? Was it this one? I didn't even know about the burn marker on her hand. Yeah, I think that's bullshit. Because we have this right here. Do we have the transcript of this? Or do we have to listen to this whole damn thing again? Because he was surprised about to see the burn.
Objection.
No, that's not it. He was definitely surprised to see the burn. Like, he was shocked, like, I know you, the burn. But never mind. Okay, never mind. Thought it was gonna be that easy. It's not. He doesn't appear in AJ? Yeah, I figured that was probably the case. Unfortunate, but that's okay. Kind of makes it like we're front loading all the Edgeworth stuff, and then we have to go a whole game without him. Sadly. Well, we kind of did that in game 2 anyways. He showed up briefly at the end, but he wasn't there for most of it. It just made more sense to play this first, and it kind of worked out with the release of these remakes. It was timed perfectly. Okay, although I suppose she was always wearing gloves, perhaps it was to hide the burn. Do we have anything about gloves? So we have this. The ringleader was wearing gloves. She wasn't wearing gloves, though. That's the thing. If she was wearing gloves, then wouldn't her hands not be covered in blood?
Like, why did she have her gloves off today? The gloves are clean. They look like they've never been worn.
Objection!
No? I mean, I guess that wasn't her costume. That was planted on her. Yeah, fair. But still, like, her hands shouldn't be covered in blood. Maybe I need to present the other photo that Hart took. She didn't have hands there. We know that's a... Okay, no, it's gotta be that. It's gotta be that. It's gotta be that. She was always wearing gloves. Perhaps it was to hide that burn. Well, she wasn't wearing gloves unless they took her gloves, but then... No. Okay, I think that's it. Absolutely no idea why she was after me. Or unless we're doing the recording on one of these two statements, that's the only other thing I can think of. I had no motive to murder that poor girl whatsoever. Okay, let's check the teddy bear quickly again. Can we listen to the thing again? I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. He knew about the burn. He knew who it was. Nothing to say for yourself. I've waited so long for this day, and now I'll finally have my revenge. Revenge is a decent motive for murder. Okay, there it is. Revenge. No motive.
Objection!
No? Are you serious? It's gotta be the last statement then. It's gotta be the teddy cow, the bear, the whatever this is. I have absolutely no idea why she was after me. Like, that's the orange text was him talking, right? I thought that was the whole point. You can't hide that burn from me. That implies the killer is talking to the victim. And if he's the killer, then it's him. Wait. It's gotta be this. It's gotta be the bear.
Objection!
It's not the bear. Ugh. How does this not contradict him? How is this not the answer? Especially on the previous statement. That should have been it. Wrong statement. Well, it's not this statement or this statement then? Okay. I didn't even know about the burn mark. Oh, okay, it's this statement. Right. Okay, third statement. That's gotta be it.
Objection!
Nope. It's definitely the cow. It's 100% the cow. Like, his whole testimony here is how he didn't know the victim, blah, blah, blah. Why would he ever kill him? And yet this cow has a recording. I guess, okay, is the reasoning because we don't know who's speaking? I guess that's why. Alright. With that in mind, I guess that kind of throws the cow out the window for now. Cow's probably coming up soon, though. Never had any personal interaction, at least none that I remember. Or are we safely presuming that the cow is him? I guess. It's the bear, but not here. We can't assume we know he's speaking. That's correct. Yeah, okay. That's true. Makes sense. Alright, so it's got to be something else we got to do first, then. I didn't even know about the burn mark on her hand. So our objective here is to prove the relationship, correct? Young Rosie was a member of the committee, of course, but we've never really had any personal interactions, at least none that I remember. Hadn't even known about the burn mark on her hand. Though I suppose she was always wearing gloves, perhaps it was to hide that burn. So this is the only thing we can maybe catch him on that's like kind of unrelated to him specifically. Because there's like multiple pictures of her not wearing gloves. But that could just be because her clothes were stolen, gloves and all. So I guess that's why. But even this, whoever's talking to her
was able to see the burn marks. So that's why I originally thought this was the combination. Because the audio in here implies that she was not wearing gloves at the time. I didn't do this combo? Okay. Yeah, okay, I guess I didn't. Maybe I was going to and then forgot. Thank you. Thank you for pointing out I didn't do it, because I would have just skipped over it most likely. So, Miss Ringer always wore gloves? If she did, that raises a rather important question, and highlights quite a contradiction. A contradiction, you say? Really? If we listen again to the conversation that was captured by this stuffed cow, you will soon see what I mean. I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. Nothing to say for yourself? I've waited so long for this day, and now I'll finally have my revenge. You can be reasonably certain that what we just heard is the moment the victim was attacked. I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. We assumed that those were the words of the killer. And where's the problem in that? It seems like a perfectly sensible assumption to me. I'm afraid not, Chairman Winner. For you see, if the victim was always wearing gloves as you just testified, then the burn mark on her hand should not have been visible to her killer.
Objection.
You speak as if gloves can't be easily removed. She could have taken them off during the auction.
That's... But why?
But she hadn't. She was still wearing them when I changed places with her. So they must have been on her hands when she was being murdered too.
What are you saying, my dear? You don't know how much trouble you're in, don't you?
I'm not scared of you anymore. I have Grandma on my side now. Now it's time for you to pay the piper, you winner, you dang devil.
I see. So you're both looking to disappear too.
Oh, it's getting close.
That can be arranged.
Not this time, Excelsius Winner. The only person disappearing will be you. Hey, you can't talk to my dad like that. Who cares if the burn was covered up? Why does that even matter? Oh, it matters. Because it turns our understanding of the burn mark on its head. Oh, what do you mean? What can the fact that the victim's burn mark was covered up possibly tell us? The victim didn't have... No, the murderer had a burn mark. What? There was no burn marks at all? Because if it turns our understanding of the burn mark on its head... Okay. So if she had a burn mark and she was using gloves to cover it up, why would the killer notice the burn mark if there were gloves on at the time? Well, we don't know that the victim didn't have one. That doesn't make sense, because then why would the murderer, the killer, comment on him? The murderer had a burn mark too? Why would that matter? There were no burn marks at all. It's gotta be this. Both of the bottom options contradict what we know. Yeah, the victim didn't have a burn mark. We know it did. That's completely false. I can go show you the picture. But how did the killer have one? You can't hide that burn from me. But like... Is that the victim talking to the killer? Oh. Think about it like this, Mr. Winner. The victim was wearing gloves, therefore the burn mark on her hand would not have been visible. In which case, whose burn mark was it that was being referenced in the recording?
Somebody who, wasn't the victim? Precisely. Which can only mean the culprit had a prominent burn mark too. Or to put it another way, I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. Those words were spoken not by the murderer, but by the victim. Oh, I was misleading the whole time. No way!
Objection.
Notice how we've never seen his right hand? Or did we? Not like but not the back of his hand. Unless the burn mark is elsewhere that we haven't seen yet.
Eustace, my boy, would you mind stepping aside for a sec? Look, Miles, it's nice to see you having fun with your little flights of fancy. But let's get serious. So the murderer had a burn mark now. Really? Where? Your little theory will either take flight or die depending on your answer here, I'm afraid. He's not messing around. Have to figure out where that burn mark was, and fast.
I wonder where it could have been. All of the auction people were wearing disguises, right?
Yes, and each disguise was different. Yet in spite of that, the burn mark was visible to the victim somehow. Which means... Well, shall we? Enlighten us, why don't you? Where was the murderer's burn mark? I assume you have some evidence.
Okay, it's on his head. It's the tattoo, the so-called tattoo that was spotted. How do we show that? Unless this was the murderer's mask, and it was like around the eyes or something. Which I guess is possible. No, the murderer was wearing that green mask that had like the chin missing. But I don't... What, how? Which of these, like, proves that? I thought we were just getting multiple choice, not this. The murderer's burn mark. Neither did mention something earlier. Okay, let's see. Red wigs in order to enable their accomplice to disguise herself as Miss Ringer. One wig was straight, the other wavy. Here's her straight, so wavy not used. Okay. I don't think that really helps. I don't remember what else she said out of context. Like, it's on the chin. I think that's pretty much certain. But how do we, like, show that it was on the chin? Just masks in general? Do we just show that and talk about the mask? What piece of evidence was updated? Oh, shit. Well, what piece of evidence was updated? I forgot that something got updated. Well, I know the cow was updated. What else was updated? Oh, also had a tattoo on part of their face, the mask didn't cover. Okay, yes, the ringleader's appearance. There we go. Okay. That's what I was looking for, I just wasn't reading. Here is my evidence, the outfit the ringleader was wearing throughout the auction. Or rather, the outfit you were wearing, Chairman Winner. Well, that's quite presumptuous, but we'll see how that plays out. And what exactly is that supposed to tell us, hmm? A suit, white gloves, and a mask. This disguise should have covered almost all of your skin. But according to Nurse Needler's testimony, the auctioneer's mask didn't quite cover your entire face. And not only that, she claims to have seen a tattoo on the part that was exposed. But was it a tattoo, or did she simply mistake a burn mark for one? A burn mark? On the face? Sorry to interrupt while you're so clearly enjoying yourself, dear boy. But I regret to inform you that none of the committee members had such a burn. Myself included, of course. But Dad, I mean... Eustace, do you think you can be quiet, please? You can be foolish on your own time later. Is he about to, like, just, in his stupidity, just reveal that his dad has a burn?
Well, you may be an annoyance most of the time, Mr. Winner, but on this particular occasion, I'm grateful for your presence. A reaction like that from you, his son, is as good an indicator of the truth as I could have hoped for. And it gives me a much-needed confidence boost concerning another theory of mine. Namely, who that one unexplained item belongs to. What's the matter with Mr. Winner? I think he might be in shock. After all, he's usually the last to figure things out. But in this case, he seems to have gotten there all too quickly. He knows that his father is indeed the real murderer. He's sad because he knows the truth? So, it's better not to know the truth at all. Okay, it's what we came here for. Doesn't matter how we get there. The important thing is finding the truth. You yourself told me that once. Right when I needed to hear it the most. And now it's time for me to repay the favor and show you the truth of your innocence. I want to know too. The truth of what really happened. So please, Miss Edgeworth. Won't you show me? I very much intend to. You don't know when to give up, do you? Where's this burns then? Perhaps you could point it out to me? But you can't, can you? Because it's nowhere to be found. Just like your evidence that I'm the killer. Yeah, hunt for contradictions all you like. You won't find any. Because he's my dad. A winner through and through. I understand, Mr. Winner. I completely understand why you don't want to believe it's true. But if you ignore the truth now, you'll regret it for as long as you live. Dad, what do I do? Just don't understand it. How could I have raised such an utter buffoon? If you really wish to help your father, Eustace, you can try thinking on your own for once in your life, you useless nitwit. But I try all the time, Dad. All I do is try. I went to the school you wanted me to go to. I aced every test. Look at my jacket. They only give these to the valedictorian. I did everything you told me to. I worked like crazy and graduated top of my class. I tried to be just like you and win as many trophies as I could. You really are just a simpering simpleton, aren't you? Those tests you aced, I had the school give you perfect scores on all of them. Those debate and speech competitions you won, the judges were all friends of mine. If you never even realized that much, there's no hope for you, I'm afraid. None at all. You're no son of mine. Even you must see that. Again, why are we breaking him? He's not the murderer. Yeah, get out of here. Gone. My own son. They all live in the end. I mean, even when he was trying, he was failing. And he did it all for me, then he should have tried harder. You're a disgrace. You don't deserve to be a father. And you certainly don't deserve to be chairman of this committee. Even I feel sorry for the boy now. Poor Mr. Winner. Explain yourself, Chairman Winner. Just what do you think your son is to you to treat him such a way? It does explain how he passed the bar. He probably just got Excelsius here, paid for everything. Every single success in that kid's life was paid for, or bribed, or coerced by his dad. That is one heck of a revelation there. A good wake-up call for the kid, though. I don't think we'll be seeing him again anytime soon. At least not after this game. An utterly useless pawn sounds about right. But you're one to talk, Fatty. You tried to worm your way into my trust by using Eustace too. I cannot deny it. However, I have never thought of him as a mere pawn. He may not be a naturally gifted prosecutor, but he tries. In some ways, he tries harder than everybody. That's what I have witnessed during my time with him. Yet you would call him useless? How could you? Oh, because he is, Fatty, my girl. He is utterly incapable of doing anything I ask of him. Mr. Edgeworth, I entrust my offering to the goddess to you.
so that you may use it to call her final judgment unto Excelsius winner.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've been more than ready to do so. If the ringleader had a visible burn mark on their face that night, then it would follow that the chairman winner is currently hiding that mark somehow. How exactly was he dressed during the auction? That will be the key to solving this case at last.
Okay, I have some theories on how this might have worked, but let's see how this plays out first before I say anything.
Now then, your answer please. Which piece of evidence will help to us to reveal the burn mark on the culprit's face?
I think I might have one possible idea. Just one idea. It's a bit of a strange one. I'm not really sure how he would have pulled it off, but
Take that!
it just might be crazy enough to be correct.
Recall Nurse Needler's testimony, if you will. There was one thing we never quite resolved. The second wig. The one that wasn't used.
I seem to remember it being wavy. What are you two talking about?
Nurse Needler apparently found some very interesting items when she went to swap places with the victim.
And what do they have to do with the burn mark?
What she found were two wigs. One was intended to make her look more like the victim, but what was the other one for?
I don't suppose it was meant to be a spare.
Doesn't take a huge leap of imagination to see the truth. Compare Chairman's winner's current appearance to that of Ringleader as it was described to us.
Go into history for a second. Wait, where? Where are we going? I'm guessing it was probably before I presented the evidence. Whatever it is you're referring to. Go up to when he first says about the wig that wasn't used. What was it trying to make her look more like the victim? I don't know. Can we go back that far? Go up to when he first says about the wig that wasn't used. The one that wasn't used, yeah. Wait, you're talking, did Winner say this? Okay, let's see if we can find all his dialogue here. Right after you present wig. Oh, okay. Yeah. Recall Nurse Needler's testimony, if you will, the one thing that we never quite resolved, the second wig. The one that wasn't used. Yeah. That's why I presented that, because it's like, well, wait, if it wasn't used for anything, we don't know where it went. And, I mean, it was a decent theory that this is where it went. I mean, if you suddenly can see a burn mark on someone's face, and then next moment you can't, and they have their spore in his beard, it's kind of weird that you would have seen the burn mark if they had a beard like this. Yeah, it was used here. It wasn't used in the context of the swap. That is what we knew it as. We knew it as a potential spare, because a while ago, we won't be able to see it on the history because that's that long ago. But a while ago, it was stated, Needler, during her thing, it's not in her actual evidence statement, but it was part of her thing. She stated that she just thought, oh, maybe it was a spare. Maybe it was like, oh, we don't know what her hair is going to look like. So we're going to do a wavy wig and we're going to have a straight wig, and we're going to pick whichever one's closest to her actual hairstyle at the time. Because this whole thing, the whole idea was that this whole thing was premeditated. They were setting this up as like a trap for her because they had a feeling she was going to come and take revenge and all that. So it kind of made sense. A bit weird, but, logical. It wasn't used. In that context, the wig wasn't used. But we don't know what happened to it. So yes, therefore it was technically used, because it's probably being used right here. Wig is in red text. Yeah, I mean, it is a wig. I guess I'm failing to see what the thing is here. What's going on? Or he's shaved and has been wearing a wig. But if he had a real beard at the time, how did anyone see a burn mark on his face? He would need to be clean shaven. If it was in the lower regions of his face that wasn't being covered by the mask, because he was wearing clothes that pretty much covered the rest of his body. So the only place a burn mark, tattoo, whatever, could have been seen is on his chin. Somewhere around his chin. If he had any sort of beard that was like this, then there wouldn't be a visible burn mark. It would be covered by the beard, as it is now. Yeah, he's wearing the wig now. I get that, yeah. It is being used. The one that wasn't used for the costume change. That is what Edgeworth is saying. Okay. The second wig, the one that wasn't used. Yes. I don't get what the holdup is with this line. The one that wasn't used. It wasn't used at the time, yeah. The second wig, the one that wasn't used. Yes. What about that line is weird? I'm now confused because what about this line is weird? No, he is wearing now. He has to be. That's the whole reason I presented that piece of evidence that suggests that this is where the wig might be. This is the implication here. Is that he is wearing it right now. Yes, it is literally being used. But in relative to the events at the time, in the situation that we recognize the wig at, based on previous testimonies, it was not used. The straight wig was chosen over the wavy wig, ergo the wavy wig was not used to dress up Needler as the victim. That is why it is correct to say that it was not used. Oh, you're talking about the grammatical error in the sentence. I see now. It took me a while to see it. I see what you're saying now. I did not notice that grammatical error. Well, that wouldn't be the first. There's a number of grammatical errors in this game. Ones that I've pointed out. I think maybe a couple of some others probably pointed out too. There's grammatical errors in the Phoenix Wright trilogy as well. There seems to be a lot of those in these HD ports. Because they I think they changed a couple little lines, but I don't think they did anything major in the original trilogy port. This one has a whole bunch. Both this and the first game have a whole bunch. I don't know if any of those were present in the original DS version of the first game. But yeah, the game 2 has definitely had quite a few. I didn't notice that one though, but I've noticed some others. It's kind of weird. I wonder if the Apollo trilogy has a bunch like that too. I don't know if they retranslate any of the games. Yeah, Capcom really did let loose on them recently. Yeah, I don't know. It's a lot of weird errors. It's funny that I didn't see that because that literally was my job for 2 years to notice that stuff. I guess when you're just sitting here trying to read it for fun and not actually look for things like that, it can be harder to see that kind of stuff.
One very prominent difference presents itself. His face, or rather, what's around it.
You mean, it wasn't a wig after all?
Indeed. Not a wig intended to go on top of the head in any case. It was a fake beard all along, wasn't it, Excelsius winner? This? Why, this is all my own, dear boy. How very unkind of you to suggest otherwise. We saw how your son reacted when he realized the truth, and how he desperately tried to cover for you, even in light of his realization. Yet you still feared that he might expose you. So rather than take that risk, you bullied him until he couldn't take it anymore. Because he knew. He knew that your beard has a prominent burn mark.
Chairman Winner, I insist that you remove your beard this instant. In any other context, that would just be a very strange thing to demand a man to do. Oh, here it comes. I've been waiting for this. I knew he was going to burn his beard. Well, I wasn't expecting to burn everything. That's a little more than a burn mark. That's like a branding. What the hell? Someone branded him. What if that was in the fan translation? I'm sure the fan translation was also full of all sorts of grammatical errors. You can't tell me it wasn't. It happens to the best of us. Some of the best written games in the world have a couple here and there, little things like that. Well, I mean, I would imagine most hair is flammable. Can you point out any one person's head of hair that isn't flammable?
There it is, the burn mark. Mr. Edgeworth, for bringing evil to justice before the eyes of the goddess, you have my thanks.
No, thank you. I couldn't have done it without you.
Excelsius Winner, in the name of the goddess, I hereby pronounce my verdict. In the matter of the murder of Miss Rosie Ringer, this court finds you guilty.
Oh, that's it. Wow. They didn't drag it on or anything like that. It's just like, nope. That was it. You had the burn mark. There is no way you're going to weasel your way out of this one anymore.
Mr. Edgeworth, I can't thank you enough. You never gave up on me, even when I gave up on myself. That was very kind of you.
There's no need to thank me. As a prosecutor? No. As a friend. It was the least I could do.
Mr. Edgeworth, rejoice. I've learned that Chairman Winner has been safely delivered to the detention center. The search for the missing auction hammer continues, however. We are talking about Chairman Winner here, so it's highly likely that it has already been destroyed. In addition, there is one other matter I must inform you of. The chairman made a rather strange statement. According to him, the letters were not part of his plan.
What? How could that be?
He claims that he and Miss Needler found this letter on Miss Ringer's person. And that they found the second letter on Kay's unconscious body. From their contents, the letters seem to ones of correspondence. So he led to the conclusion that they must have been working with each other.
That's quite the conclusion to jump to.
As he read the letters, that's when he came up with the idea to frame Miss Faraday for Miss Ringer's murder. So he decided to place the victims in a very conspicuous place, namely in her left chest pocket.
Sounds to me like he's just trying to make excuses for himself.
Yes, I certainly thought the same. Perhaps it was some sort of last-ditch ploy on his part. But it matters not. He will answer to the goddess now. And under her scrutiny, such strategies cannot hope to succeed. He will not accept justice.
Wait, hair is actually flammable? Yeah! Oh, yeah! No, there's a reason you're not supposed to have long hair in a kitchen. And it's not just for, a health hazard. You can Google that shit, but it does happen more often than you'd hope. People get their hair caught on fire, even at home. There's, cases of people's hair getting, trapped in, a burner or something. All you need to do is just, if you reach down and, if you lean over your stove or something, especially if it's, a gas stove, I'm sure it could probably happen with, an electric stove, too. But if it's, a gas stove, oh, God, yeah, no. That's, a terrible way to go. That's how you really start a fire there. All you do is you lean over. If you got long hair, yeah, you're fucked. I'm really glad we don't use gas stoves in our house, because, I don't show my face on stream that much these days, but, when it happens, you'll see. I have long hair. We're talking middle of the back length hair. It is... I am risking life and limb in the kitchen if I had a gas stove.
Now that he's definitely getting fired, we need someone to take his place. God, wait, don't tell me he is gonna be the chairman. Edgeworth, Miles Edgeworth, chairman of prosecutors. No, I don't believe it, because that seems like it's gonna go against everything that he's been getting at in this in this case here.
With that, one of the duties with which I have been entrusted with is complete at last.
Judge Cavell, before you go, can you tell us what you know about how Chairman Winner came to murder Miss Winger? There's more there, isn't there?
Yes, and I suppose you have earned the right to the whole truth. Miss Winger once had a lover, a press photographer. He was investigating the underground auctions as a freelance journalist. But before he could uncover the truth behind the auctions, he was disappeared. All Miss Winger was left with were the memories and personal effects of her lover.
Now, that said, real hair very flammable. I could see wigs not being as flammable. I mean, I guess it depends what they're made of. A lot of wigs are made of real hair. But if it's like a synthetic wig, like if it's made of plastic or something, I could imagine it not being as flammable, weirdly enough. So, I mean, he probably just had like a real wig as opposed to like a synthetic one. But you could probably, I could see a synthetic wig not being able to catch on fire if it's like made of plastic or something like that. Or maybe, I guess, well, nylon. No, nylon's pretty flammable. That being like a cloth material, I would say that's pretty flammable. Yeah, no, hair, fur, and all that stuff can easily catch on fire. People sometimes use like fur and stuff in like as fire starters if they're on the wilderness. It's kind of not really a common thing, but it's a thing you can do if you need to.
So seeking revenge on Chairman Winner, she made her appearance in the auction. Unfortunately for her, her opponent struck first.
I see. So that's the story behind this case.
While the goddess does not condone acts of wanton vengeance, Miss Winger's actions have exposed Chairman Winner's crimes at last.
So that was your real goal. You were tasked with exposing Excelsius Winner and the corruption at the heart of the committee.
Does anyone know what happened to Mr. Winner? I'm afraid I haven't been able to get in touch with him. Do you have any idea why? Probably because I wasn't there for him just now when he needed me most. Oh, I feel really bad for him. But don't pity him too much. At least he knows the truth now. And no matter how hard it might be, he'll need to learn to accept it. If he can't, he'll never be able to move on with his life. Trust me.
Father's influence isn't easily erased, but in time he can hopefully try and change his ways.
You're right. You've gotta be. Can I change too, I wonder? Can I move on with my life? Are you okay, Kay? How's that head feeling? I'm fine. Thank you. I'm so sorry, Kay. You were my patient. I had a responsibility to you, and instead I let you accuse you of... Ouch. Dang right. We ain't just in the business of fixing bodies, Missy. Mine's where it all begins. You're right, Grandma. Speaking of which, how's your memory? It's like, with a little more time, maybe I'll be able to recover some more. Please forgive me, but I'd better be on my way. I am to preside over the trial of Fifi Lagarde in a bit.
Oh yeah, that trial. I guess that would have only been like a day ago or so that we arrested her. The Bronco Knight case, huh? Who's the defense attorney?
It was supposed to be Miss Ringer, but as she is no longer with us, we are still in the process of finding her replacement.
Miss Ringer was scheduled to represent Warden Lagarde?
And of course, until we find Eustace, there is nobody to act for the prosecution either. In any case, I must take my leave. Wait, please. What about Mr. Edgeworth's badge? What's going to happen to it now? With its chairman under arrest, the committee's activities have been suspended for the time being. So to answer your question, it's complicated. It's all up to the goddess now. But...
Don't worry about it, Kay. It's a consequence of my own making. And I assume you do not mean to change your mind? Of course not. I chose the path of truth, and I chose it willingly. With Chairman Winner of the picture, justice is in the hands of the righteous once more. If you did wish to follow the path of the Prosecutor again, Mr. Edgeworth, I would be more than happy to facilitate such a decision. It's very kind of you to offer, but I can't accept your help at this time. I can't ask for my badge back when I'm not even sure if I want it anymore. I see. It seems we are destined to continue on different paths then. Well, I trust you'll keep my badge safe until they converge again. Reminds me of that one scene from Gravity Falls. Tipper, come quick, my face is on fire. He runs over. What's the problem? I just said that to get you to come quick, but your face is on fire. Yeah, it's faster than shaving. Yeah, I mean, you know, if you could do a controlled fire and you weren't afraid of a few third-degree burns, I agree. I think burning your beard off is probably a lot faster than shading. I think I'll stick to the razor, though. I don't mind a few cuts and scrapes over some permanent third-degree burns. In the meantime, I have here a token of the goddess's mercy. You may return this notebook to its rightful owner. Kay's promised notebook. It seems it was due to be sold in the auction, and with the name Kay written on its cover, Chairman Winner made the connection immediately and knew who it belonged to. It was the same name as the one in the letters, after all. The letters he claimed to know nothing about? I suppose he insisted he didn't prepare them? Yes. He also had something else to say. Apparently he thought that Miss Faraday was after her notebook, and that Miss Ringer was after his life, and that their respective goals are what led them to cooperate and infiltrate the auction together. Unfortunately for him, he misread the situation completely. It was all just happenstance. If Kay had known a defense attorney who was also a member of the committee, there's no way she wouldn't have told me. That just isn't like her. Your belief in her is touching. While the notebook did become part of Chairman Winner's cover-up scheme, it is also a treasured possession of Miss Faraday's, which is why I would like for her to have it back, as I am sure would the goddess. Thank you. I pray that it helps to recover her lost memories. So wait, if Winner was lying about the whole notes and her infiltrating the auction to get the book back, then where the fuck did the notes come from? If he didn't write them, and she wasn't working with this attorney to get her notebook back, who wrote those? And what was their goal? Or maybe he was just lying about the whole thing and that's actually what happened. Is everything alright? Is everything alright? Judge Cavell wanted me to return something important to you. Oh no! Why are we getting front-facing Edgeworth here? I hate it. I absolutely hate it. It's never gonna look good, is it? I hate it. Even here, it's cursed. Oh, why? Why do we have it here? The exchange between Cavell and Edgeworth back there actually hit me kind of hard. I hope you'll keep my badge safe until our paths converge again. Something tells me, though, he's never going to ask for it back, though. I think that's what's getting me. It's like, this is kind of a bitter end, or like just a sad end to a legacy of Edgeworth. He's going on to his second chapter in life. Maybe he'll become a defense attorney or something. But, I don't know. Something tells me he's probably not going to be asking for that badge back. Why can't it be 3/4? Just, yeah, why, you know what? Why can't it just be, like, what it should be is, like, Edgeworth on the left, Kay on the right, him handing the notebook to her. You know? Like, whenever they do those, like, group shots at the end of Ace Attorney. Have them all, like, yeah, like 3/4, like you said, just kind of not quite facing. I hate this. Here's your Choco milk. You deserve it. It's like that meme. That's what this makes me think of. He's handing you some chalky milk. Isn't that... Always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Never cry in front of strangers. Why not do it like that?
You know, that looks better. That doesn't look cursed. You could have done it like that. I mean, maybe not, because Kay's a lot taller now, but this is fine. The clown certificate? Yeah, no, the entire circus. And then maybe just like have either like the ghost of Barry popping through the window, or like Max himself just like rising slowly over the window and nodding in approval.
Daddy, I wrote them all down, Daddy. And I'm gonna keep all my promises and be a real hero when I grow up, just like you. Oh, wait. I forgot to write one down. The most important promise of all. Promise number 5. Always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. I remembered it just how you said it, and I'll never forget it. Always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. That's right. I have to try. I'm Kay Faraday, the great thief will do anything to get her hands on the truth. Second Yatagarasu and assistant to Mr. Edgeworth.
Kay, is that really you?
Can't say I'm not a little bit embarrassed, but yeah, I'm back. I couldn't have done it without you, Mr. Edgeworth. You never stopped helping me, even when I was totally lost and couldn't remember anything.
Oh, thank goodness. You certainly seem to be back.
Hey, so this is the real you, huh? Welcome back. So good to know you're better. I can sleep easy now.
In jail?
Ah, you found it. Don't you dare go losing that memory of yours again, young lady, you hear? Miss Needler, Dr. Hertz, thanks a lot for looking after me. And if you really are better, how about you get out of them dang hospital duds? Oh yeah, I washed all your clothes for you. Here.
I thought you were with Detective Gumshoe. They were with Detective Gumshoe.
He handed them over to us after they came back from forensics.
And did he happen to mention if forensics found anything of note?
I didn't ask. Anyway, never mind that now. Put them on, Kay, I want to see.
Wait, what about her bandages? Surely it's too soon to remove them.
Oh, it's probably fine. She may have taken a big old bump to the head, but she wasn't really hurt otherwise.
But then, why all the bandages in the first place?
Yeah, prevention is better than a cure. A stitch in time saves 9. That's just a few of my mottos.
Both of which sound like painfully annoying practices for your patients. There's an actual edit of that image that's Edgeworth handing you a clown certificate. Oh, do you have a link to that image? Oh, I would love to see that. I need that picture. Links are like totally fine here, so if you actually do have a link to it, I would love to see it. That's okay if you don't though. Yeah, no, that circus fucking sucks. That was like the worst case of that. And it wasn't even for any of the reasons that people like to complain about Very Big Circus. It was the fucking logic. The logic is what got me. I don't care about any of like the weird relationships and all that, you know, whatever. I still cannot believe how that cape ended up on that bust. That was so stupid. It will never make sense. And I think that's the point. Or like how the monkey was able to lift that bust. Or like how it just, everything just kind of worked out. Coincidence after coincidence. What was the Edgeworth said earlier? Or like Emma said earlier? There's no coincidences. You don't just, there's no circumstantial situations. Everything happens for a reason. Nah, not in that case. It's a good thing he wasn't there for that case. Kind of wish he was though, because he would also be like having a mind melt at whatever the hell was going on with that thing.
Okay, Kay, transformation time. Yeah, now this is what I'm talking about. It's like a stolen glove. That smile suits you better too. As it always did. Thanks to you too, Miss Von Karma. I'm so glad you showed up when you did. I simply came when Scuffy asked me to. I'm sure he'll be very happy to see that you're back to your old self too. Speaking of Gummy, where is he? Who knows? Perhaps as well of his devotion went die when a certain someone threw away his badge.
Detective Gumshoe.
Anyway, I have to be going, and I'll be taking those two with me. Wait, What's going to happen to them? Acting as an accomplice in a murder and forging an autopsy report 18 years ago? Their crimes can't be allowed to go unpunished.
Wait, but what's the statute of limitations on forging an autopsy report? Is it more than 18 years? Did she leave the country at any point in time? We really arresting the old lady for a crime from 18 years ago when we just had a case about arresting people from crimes from 18 years ago? Oh my god, you actually found it. You actually found it. I can't believe this. I need to see this. Oh, that's beautiful. This is amazing. Look at this. I love it. That's such a good edit too. Like it looks like the cropping around the finger actually making it look like he's holding it. I don't know who did this, but they put 110% into this image and I love it. It's amazing. I need to save this. I'm gonna have to use this in the future. Clown University. The nurse is guilty now of it. Yeah, but not the old lady. I'm pretty sure they just accused. If am I mistaken? Did I miss another typo again? Yeah, acting as an accomplice in a murder and forging an autopsy report 18 years ago. I don't think that's referring to Needler for 18 years ago. That has to be referring to Granny, because I doubt Needler was even alive 18 years ago, let alone practicing medicine.
But the fact that Excelsius winner caused them into cooperating will of course be taken into account. Don't you worry about us, Kay. As long as Grandma and I are together, we'll be alright. Take care, Faraday, until we meet again.
Does Franziska show up in Apollo Justice, or is she also like put to the sideline for the purpose of the reboot? I'm guessing she's also probably absent.
So, Kay, I know you only just got your memory back, but I need to ask you some questions. Sure, ask away. What happened the day you lost your memory? What were you doing? Let's see. Somebody asked me to meet them at Gourd Lake. But I didn't know who it was. So there I was, just looking up at the moon when somebody in a red raincoat started walking toward me. They must have drugged me somehow, because that's when I fell unconscious. What? I'm not sure I follow.
Gourd Lake? You weren't on the roof at all?
Kay was at Gourd Lake looking up at the moon? Anyway, when I came to, I was on the roof of this building. I was in a daze, stumbling around up there when...
Oh, that's why she, like... It made it sound like the person was walking on air, because it wasn't that concession stand that she was talking about. It was the concession stand at Gourd Lake selling the hot... I mean, the beef... I mean, the hot dogs.
Saw the person in the red raincoat again, but they were lying on the ground. I was so surprised I stumbled backward.
So the attorney drugged you? Did the attorney make up the notes?
Then I was falling and everything went dark. When I came to the second time, I couldn't remember anything. Person in the red raincoat. Who in the world were they? I'm sure they were walking in midair. Thinking about it's making my head hurt. Just breathe, Kay. You only just got your memory back. You're still confused. I imagine the root cause of your confusion is...
memories of two different locations, obviously. Getting them muddled together.
I imagine things all mixed up your mind because you were at Gourd Lake 1 minute and then at the top of Big Building the next. And because you saw the moon in both locations, your mind blended your memories of the two together. Huh? But those are two totally different places. I know I was pretty out of it, but I don't think I could have gotten them confused that easily. I believe these things on the roof may have made you more likely to become confused.
Okay, so probably this, and obviously, well, we can't even click on the moon. I'm gonna say it's probably this. The autopsy report for the Frost case you recently reopened. Yeah, I guess that could technically have counted. Alright, I'll give you that one, sure. I guess that's reason enough to arrest Granny. Francisca does not show up in any of the games post AI 2. Really? That's a travesty. I guess she's just busy with Interpol, so it kind of makes sense. Oh yeah, Emma. I love that Emma just like randomly showed up in this case for like 5 seconds and then never again. No 3D whip. Yeah. I don't think we even got her in like as an Easter egg in Professor Layton, did we? No, that was Edgeworth that showed up in the end. Technically, he made an appearance in Professor Layton, but no one else. I'm gonna go with probably this, because this is the concession stand that we thought she was talking about, but obviously couldn't have been.
Take that!
There are two key similarities between the scene down by Gourd Lake and here on top of the big building. Cherry blossoms and food stands. Wait, you're right. Well, I didn't know there's cherry blossoms there, but sure. Those similarities are what caused your memories of both places to overlap. The person in the red raincoat wasn't walking in midair, they were walking toward you from across the park. But in your blurry memories, that same sight played out over the viewing platform instead.
No way. Who steals a great thief's memories, huh? That's just cheating.
Even still, this doesn't quite answer the question of who attacked Kay in the park. Was it the person in the red raincoat she saw? Do you hear that?
It sounded like it was coming from up in the storeroom. Come on, let's go take a look. Well, hooey! I smell another scoop in the oven.
You're still here. Wait, we're still not done? What was that beeping? What's the walkie-talkie?
It's coming from this little gadget here, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's transceiver. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before.
It's still going.
But I'm no good with technology.
Come on, you have to pick up. Fine, I'll do it. Hey, this is Edgeworth.
Kay, if you could refrain from answering strange calls for me.
Mr. Edgeworth, I presume?
I know that voice. Shelly the Killer.
Congratulations on another case solved. Yet I can't truly say it's been fully resolved, can you? I'm sure you've noticed by now that there was a mastermind at work orchestrating the entire incident.
How do you even know about this case?
That's not what's important right now. Let's focus on this certain individual for the time being, shall we?
I have indeed been wondering myself if somebody else could have been involved. If not, how are we to explain the piece of evidence that proved so damning to Kay's case?
No, wait, an evil mastermind, but who?
Who indeed?
Perhaps you could share your thoughts? What is the evidence in question that points to somebody else's involvement?
We never did use the flower. Maybe that's it? Candelabrum, probably not. Well, we were given this at the last second, and we never used this either. But I don't really know what this has to do with this. What is the evidence in question that points to somebody else's involvement? Well, I mean, it could be this, right? Well, no, it's gotta be, wait, it's gotta be the raincoat. That's literally his raincoat. That's the one he had in the first case of this game. It's gotta be the raincoat. It was something that was not in Excelsior's plan. Well, the letters then, right? But which letter? The letter Kay was carrying is addressed to her. From Rosie, supposedly. Well, make sure you get your precious thing back. We know that the mask was a plant. It's likely that this mask was on here, so that's whatever. Winner swears up and down he had nothing to do with the letters. And this letter was already here. So could it be this one? Because they said that this letter was already there, according to Winner, when he was like setting up the fake scene of the crime. Could be either. I'll go with this one.
Take that!
The letter K supposedly wrote to the victim.
Yeah, I don't remember ever writing that.
So who did? Who would prepare such a thing? I know I'm not the only one who would like to know. And how do we know it wasn't you? Now why would I do a thing like that, hmm? I believe the truth can only fully come to light in a court of law. But since you've had your badge revoked, that is no longer an option. So how will it all end? I, for one, will be watching from the sidelines with interest. Even knows about my badge? Oh, and one last thing. I do hope you won't betray my trust in you. Now I bid you farewell.
What the heck did he mean by the case hasn't been fully resolved? And why is he so interested in us anyway? Ugh. Everything's just one giant ball of mysteries.
Seems we've only scratched the surface of this case. But even without my badge, I'm going to carry it on doing what I can. However, this ends is one thing's for certain. Come what may, I will expose the truth. So reappearance of Shelly, perhaps? I mean, it's game 2 of investigations. It only makes sense that Shelly the killer might appear, since he was in game 2 of the original trilogy. But is he helping us, or is he actually working behind the scenes to get some ulterior motive complete? I guess that's the real kicker, isn't it? I mean, it's easy to believe he's probably behind some other murder or some heinous plot. But I guess we'll have to start discovering the truth in the final case next time, as we begin the final case of investigations. Both games, the duology, will begin the finale next week. So for now, that will be it for tonight. I will be back tomorrow with probably some more Flash games, now that we're done Lingo for the time being. I think we'll do a Flash stream before moving on to another big game playthrough. We got some Minecraft on Friday. Possibly the finale of Zelda on Monday. We'll begin the finale of this next Tuesday. Tomorrow, don't you mean later today? True, it is 3:30 a.m. right now, unfortunately. I thought this case was going to be shorter. It felt like it could have been short. It was going to be shorter than it was. Nothing wrong with that. I overestimated how long it would take to beat this thing. But you know what? That's fine. I'm glad we got this one done. I would have hated to leave this on another cliffhanger. This was a very fun case. I like this one a lot. I'm looking forward to wherever the finale is. I know the finale is going to be long. It always is. So I'm guessing like 1 or 2 parts for this for sure. I hope not a third. I don't think I could stretch it to 3, but probably 1 or 2 streams of the final case for sure, because of how long these things usually are. Bide your time, connect the logic, uncover the truth. Next time on Ace Attorney Investigations, turn about for the ages. I'm curious how this is all going to come together. So the evidence we don't know about exactly is like who was interfering with this whole thing. And I feel like there's still more to Gavel's story than we were led on in this one. Like, she probably has something else that she's still doing. Is she going to become the next chairman? Is Edgeworth going to somehow become the next chairman? I don't think he's going to become the next chairman. Someone's got to fill the shoes, though. They got to figure out who's like in charge of the actual trial next time. But I guess we'll see that next Wednesday. So, thank you all for watching this very long, almost full case, really, because like we barely started it last week. We just kind of got a teaser, if anything. I would say this is like pretty much a complete playthrough of this case in one sitting. But that will be it for now. So have a good night, and I will see you next time.